Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? I'm eating at the moment, just give me a sec. Hello Jay Games, hope you're doing well. I know I'm like an hour late, but I just woke up. I was so tired from the past few days because I went out the past few days. I touched grass. That I was so tired, and I kept sleeping for the past couple of days. So I was like, okay, sure. Kind of fucked up my sleep schedule right here. Anyways, we're still gonna continue on with Ni no Kuni. I'm still gonna try to finish Ni no Kuni, and then we will see about the next couple of streams, because the next couple of streams I do really want to play other games as well. I'm like excited to play other games, but also excited to actually go back to some other games as well, because I had to do D-Rusts, speedrun D-Rusts of, yes, I need to go and grind Alyssa, that's one of them, and Alisa, Alyssa is one of them. The other one is Amanda the Adventurer. So 2 A games that I had to go back and D-Rust. But also at the same time, I can't believe well, I don't know if I'm gonna still get accepted anyways, but if I get accepted, then it's like so good. It would be so good that I get accepted, or I get a slot for RTA in Japan, because I'm very happy that I actually got like into RTA in Japan, but like I'm still a bit disappointed that it was backup. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh, Kulan. Wait, am I supposed to search for okay, search for Kulan. I do need to check about some stuff real quick, because I do not know about the errands. And I think one boss, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it just the Aryan? Are you just the Aryan? Yeah, I guess you're just an Aryan. Hey Satori, like a while ago actually. Okay, Tahiti and okay, cool. So I guess it's only Tahiti. I get what you mean, it's still a positive. Yeah, if someone drops out, I am gonna be so excited. I'm gonna be like, Konbanwa, watashi wa Juho, Singapore Jin. Watashi wa Juho, Singapore Jin. Just tell them that. And I never say anything else afterwards. Dude, I'm gonna be fucking excited if I actually get into, like, if I get a slot in RTA in Japan. Like, legit. My Japanese is not really that good, but I have a commentator who also knows Japanese as well. So, past 2 days has been so good with, the, like, I would say, like, announcements and such. But how are you doing, Satori? Yeah, I've been playing this game for about a week now, on the stream as well. So I've been playing this game on the stream as well for a week. It's been going super cool so far. Oh, the game was good, but like my legs are fucked. And my voice yesterday was so fucked. I kept screaming a lot because I love like a few of the bands there. But yeah, I've been playing this game for quite a while now. I've been liking this game so far. You always scream. I do always scream, but like my voice was so fucked up. My voice got so fucked up. Yeah, JRPGs. But this one was one of those games that I actually wanted to play like 10 years ago. Yeah, that's not a gig exclusive thing, but like, dude, screaming so much to like my friends' band's lyrics is so good. You know what? I love it. I mean, I stayed until like 2 AM for that. Like I went there at 8, and then I stayed until 2. I went back home. I legitimately just like I just went to bed immediately. I was like, oh, fucking good. It's weird that like I got the message. Oh, Sweeney's like fucking okay, cool. I got the message for the hotfix run, at like, I think like around like 10, 11, and I was like, why is Ek messaging me? Because he messaged me, Peter, the horse is here. I was like, oh no, I probably did something bad, or it's a hotfix run. And then he's like, oh no, it is. I'm like, oh, hotfix run? So that was something I was like a bit excited for. Excuse me, Jesus. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, I need to go to Fairy Grounds. There we go. But not only like, not only Amanda the Adventurer, I got in with, no, I got into RTA Japan as a backup with Alyssa, so I'm gonna be very excited for Alyssa, actually. I think Alyssa is gonna be really cool, like a really cool speedrun to actually like get into again. I did a little bit of de-rusting yesterday, and I was like so surprised that I could actually still remember a lot of the routing in that game. Like it's been a super long time. Gonna lurk good long fun. That's cool. Have a good lurk, by the way. I've been having like a really like good time going back to Alyssa again, and I was talking to the dev again about Alyssa and me getting it into RTA in Japan. If I don't get into like RTA in Japan, I'm still gonna submit Alyssa again, because I really do want to I really do want to submit Alyssa like one way or another. Because like weirdly enough, like RTA in Japan winter is like right after RTA in Japan, like the submission process for RTA in Japan winter is right after RTA in Japan summer, so it's like a real panic mode for that. I'm still gonna use like the same fucking thing, I guess. Are you the one? No, you're the one. Okay, I guess you have. Oh, you wanna find like your. Oh yeah, confidence. Okay, whatever. Do I have confidence? I have confidence. Okay. Give heart. Give my confidence to you. I only have one confidence. That's it. Here's one confidence that I have. You are lucky that I have one confidence after like 2 days of not playing this game because I don't remember. But also I do have one more marathon run in the next coming week, which is another Saw run, and then afterwards I think this. Oh, and then afterwards I think it's Amanda the Adventurer, and then afterwards like this month I'd have nothing else this month. I have 4. I do really want to upgrade to this one. Yeah, I'm slow to. Anji Becca. Konbanwa Opi Pai-san, Paul. Konbanwa Opi Pai-san. Arigatou gozaimasu. Arigatou. Hope you are doing well. I'm very excited. I'm very excited that I'm back up in RTA in Japan. Hopefully they give me a slot. Alligator gozaimasu. No. Hey Guns, hope you're doing well. From the epic movie. True. But yeah, for those who do not know, I got into RTA in Japan as a backup with Alyssa. And I don't know Japanese that well, but I only know simple words. Like, I think the Japanese runners keeps saying like omedeto gozaimasu, and I was like, arigato. They said omedeto gozaimasu. I was like, oh, arigato. I was like so happy. Omedeto. I was like so happy.
What can I say?
Urusai. Baka. But yeah, I'm probably not gonna speak a lot of Japanese when I'm doing the run unless Swordfish can teach me a bit of Japanese, or like any other runner who could like teach me any other Japanese runners that I know in the social circle that want to teach me Japanese and such, because I really still do want to learn Japanese. It's something that I really do want to learn sooner or later. Also, where the fuck am I supposed to be going? Hamelin. Where's Hamelin? Hamelin. Aho. Aho. Okay. So I had to go up to Skull Mountain? It was just up there. Okay. So I guess I call in the cavalry. But yeah, I'll be de-rusting on a few games when I'm finishing with this game. When I'm finished with this game, I will de-rust on a couple of games like Amanda the Adventurer, because I haven't ran Amanda the Adventurer in a while. Awesome with the 22-month resub, much appreciated.
22 years.
Bussers. Awesome with the 22-month resub, much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. Yeah, I started my stream quite late today. 22 years! God damn, 22 years is a long time, honestly. Alright, let's go to Peridia. Or is it Perdidia? It's Perdidia? Peridia? Who goes there? Oh, Xenoduvian. Okay, Xenoduvian guard. Who goes there? Sorry, I accidentally pressed my circle button. How very observant of you. Listen, we had to stay and chat. We're allowed to stay and chat, but we have got things to do. The cult people. Yes. Hey, how you doing, Koho? Como. This town has been blessed by a higher power. I cannot allow the likes of you to disturb the tranquility of such a sacred place. It took a while outside and I'm fucking burned out. I got burned out so much that I'm late for stream. I just started my stream like 14 minutes ago. I was supposed to start my stream an hour ago, but I just woke up an hour ago because like I'm so tired. I mean I went to a gig and then I was like so burnt out. I slept for so long as well, so there's that. Gee, sorry mister. We didn't know, but we're not here to disturb anything. Talk about a worm flipping welcome. This miserable so-and-so could do with some lessons in hospitality from my dear old man. Yeah, glad that you're doing well, Koho. Cease your senseless witterings. I will not let you pass. Be gone! I have important matters to attend to. The sacred ceremony is about to begin, and Queen Kulan will not be kept waiting. Hang on! Did you just say Queen Kulan? It's her we're after. Aha! Just as I thought. You intend to harm our queen. Well, you shall not do so while I draw breath. No! You got it all wrong, mister. We just want to speak to her. Somebody told us she was still alive. The person who gave us this medal. But how? Tell me! Where did you find this? We met a lady in Hamelin. She was wearing armor that just like yours. Can it be? Is she here now? No. She said she wouldn't travel north. I reckon she had enough on her plate already. What with her being dead and all. But this, can it be true? Can she really be gone? It seems our friend here and that mystery woman have some history. I feared she had not escaped, but I cannot allow my feelings to come before my duty. Tell me, what business have you with the queen? There's something we need to ask her. I see. Well, I will let you pass, but I'm afraid you may be out of luck. What? You mean we can't see Queen Kulan? I fear she will have no time for you now. Did I not say did I not say that she is preparing to preside over the sacred ceremony? For the time being, take a look around the town and see how it has blossomed since receiving the blessing of the Queen of the Heavens. Okay. So in like Peridia, Perdida. It's like saying fucking Anthony from Smosh's last name, Padilla. Padodo. Ooh. Do you have anything? I'll buy some stuff. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wow. 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 That's a lot of upgrades, so get 1 for this. I got 4 for this. The only thing you're gonna buy is these nuts. What? What? How you doing, Xeon? Hope you're doing well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. I do need to. Okay, wait. No, go here. No. Now. What? Ryan is also here? What the fuck? RS25 is here? What the fuck? How is RS25 here? God damn. I need to do something about it. Hold on. Let me actually do something about it right now. How you doing? How you doing? Gushef, Veilu, RS25, Ravinsky. Hope you are doing well. I'm sad today my friend demodded me. What? Why? Why did your friend demodded you? What did you do? What the fuck did you do? Hold on, I had to do something real quick. If the chat actually shows up, there you go. Sorry, not raid. Gamble all. If I could gamble! Man. Anyways, hope you guys are doing well. Oh, there we go. All. And it's a scam. It's a scam once more. I can't believe this. It's a scam. What? Bro scammed me like so much. I can't believe this. No. That's a scam right there. That's a scam right there. That's a scam right there. I swear to God, if I lost out on my points, I swear to God, that's your wrongdoings. That's honestly your wrongdoings. Third place loser. What the fuck, man? All the other kids are on 3 million points. What the fuck? Also, let me catch up on chat real quick. Sorry, I need to catch up on chat. I guess I wasn't around for a few streams or something. That sucks. Tried to lose all my points. True. First thing in the morning, I open stream and the first thing I hear you say dildo. Per dildo. Yeah, per dildo. I hope you're doing well, Veilu. Look at this sleepy bitch. I am sleepy, you know. I didn't realize I was like sleepy as fuck, you know. Okay, let's try this one more time. I swear right now. Yeah! Yeah! Slowly I'll get there. Slowly I will get there. But yeah, if you guys haven't heard the news, oh fuck me. If you guys haven't heard the news, I first day back in normal shift. That's cool. Am I in second? What the fuck? I'm in second, bruh. Give me a sec. I had to sell a lot of stuff first. Give me a sec while I sell shit. Okay. Let's buy stuff. No. No. Wait, how much? Just buy 4. Actually, I'll buy 1 because of you. Shining scale. Trick type intensifies. I think I'll buy this for you. And you as well. There we go. Yeah, cool. Holy shit, that's pickles. Those are the pickles right there. What the flying fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of selling right now, so give me a sec while I sell a lot of stuff real quick. Okay. It's in the bag. Okay, cool. Xeon has 400. We are all horrible gambling addicts. Yeah, I'm a horrible gambling addict. Oh yeah, Xeon! I forgot to even tell you this. Did you know that I got a $400 knife like a while ago? Like actually like a few days ago. I sold my knife and then I opened up cases and then I got like another knife which is profit. I don't know if you knew about that. So you have food yet? I probably gonna get food when once I sell the knife, yeah. Cause I got more profit. I sold the butt plug knives, and then you had your yes, I had my $100,000 of $100,000 of loot boxes. I sold you will sell knives and open more cake. No, don't remind me of that. Hope you're doing well, Erna. What am I supposed to do? I don't remember what am I supposed to do. Oh, yeah. Go up here, I think. Imagine if you sell the knife in open cases that get 2 knives. God damn. That's actually true, though. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to do this. Forgot about that. Okay. Magical, no. Accuracy. Do I really not have that much accuracy? But that's on CSGO, so I'll give you more. I'll give you the pie on the bone. The bone and the pie. The boner and the pie. Pie boner. Did I give you more? Yeah, I'm gonna give you magical attack. At least. Cool. Okay. I think one of you guys could also get the magical attack. This one needs more accuracy, so I'm gonna give it more accuracy as well. So why not? Here we go. I don't think you need more magical attack. I think you take the last bit. But yeah, exciting news. I got into. I was asked to run Amanda the Adventurer once again. By Igdices, so I'm gonna be running Amanda the Adventurer again on GDQ. Or like I'm gonna D-Rush on Amanda the Adventurer. But also at the same time, I got accepted into RT in Japan, but as a backup. So I'm gonna hope that I could get into RT in Japan, with like a slot. If I could get into RT in Japan with a slot, I will be fucking. Kawaii desu, kawaii desu. And that's about it, because I'm so excited to actually get into like RT in Japan. But as a backup runner, it's still like, still gonna hope that I could get in. So Juho, what's up? What did I do? Are you gonna ask how is this game? If you're gonna ask how is this game, I think this game is actually pretty cool. I've been liking it so far. Wanna play Uno sometimes. Sure. I actually do like Uno though. That's like one card game I'm okay with. You gotta tell me when, I guess. Also, it's not because Veilu is a chick. Copium. It's because I don't mind Uno and not like other games. I swear, guys. I swear. What the fuck? Why are you like so? Your eyes are so fucking white, my dude. I realized yesterday you have it. Oh yeah, I have Uno. Yeah. Yeah. That guard. What is he thinking? Why has he let in more outsiders? First there was that giant man and now children. Excuse me, man. We're looking for Queen Kulan. The guard said she was somewhere around here. So you have come to receive her blessing. Here we go, a flip again. What's all about that? What's all this about sacred ceremonies and blooming blessings? Key? You come to Perdida, yet you know nothing of blessings? Look deep into the eyes of the people here. See how we are blessed. Oh, we've seen them, alright. Those people aren't blessed. They're broken-hearted. Seems like some blessings aren't worth counting. Key? What did the man say, Yaya? Our hearts, they are broken? Pay no attention, Carino. The blessings we have received have lifted the fear from our hearts. Do you know how many towns in this land have been wiped from the map by the Dark Djinn? You can't just give in. You have to stand up to Shadar. Let me take a look at you, Nino. Ah, you are a wizard, are you not? How can you know what it is to have no magic, no power, nothing but fear in your heart? But ma'am, you can't let your heart be broken just because it stops you feeling afraid. He's right. What's the point of a blessing like that? You may as well have your heart broken by Shadar. Huh. Nina, Carino? It is nearly time for the ceremony to begin. It is finally time for you to join us. It is time for you to be blessed. I am ready, Yaya. Then let us go. We must not keep Queen Kulan waiting. Bro, they just walked away like that. I'm not so sure if Queen Kulan's going to be much help, you know. Not if she's the one handing out these so-called blessings. But if we don't do something, that little girl will end up like everybody else. We have to go after them. Okay. Here, this one. Hello. Go save her. I'm trying.
There, Nina. It will be over soon. There's a good girl, Carino.
May we begin the ceremony.
Whoa!
Everything is in order, Queen Kulan.
Holy shit, she's hot.
The Queen of the Heavens.
We found Kulan.
Oh my god. We found Kulan. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get a load of her eyes, will you? They're all weird. Jeepers, she's broken-hearted. Shadar must have done this when he attacked Xanadu. So now we know why she's been up to no good, handing out those so-called blessings. But if we don't do something, Nina will end up broken-hearted too. No, let me go. What is the matter, my child? I don't want to be blessed. I don't need it. I don't want to be broken-hearted. Everything is wrong. Nina, how dare you say such things in the presence of Queen Kulan? The child refuses my blessing? Then she leaves me no choice. For the benefit of this misguided girl, a special ceremony is required. Oh shit, it's the sacred sacrifice. Oh no, she's gonna get killed. What do you mean to do? What do you mean to do to her? What's happening? Holy fuck! Oh.
That's not good.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
It's a flipping nightmare! What are you gonna do with the poor dab?
Nina's in danger. We've got to save her. Come on, everybody. Right.
Come on, everybody! Oh my god, it's up to like his face. Goddamn. What the fuck? Wait, how much damage did I do to her? Wow! What an insane fucking hold on. Wait, where's my provisions? Okay. Wait, do I have no blindness? Oh no, I have no blindness, be gone. Oh shit. My blindness be gone is all gone. Okay, hold on. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, we're gonna miss. Everything is gonna be missed. Okay, hold on. War cry. Let me see your war face! No, let me see your war face! Ah! Show me your war face! Let me see your war face! Yeah, that do some shitty damage to me, my dude. Okay, let me actually see if I can actually do Dark Cloud. Oh, okay. No, can't do Dark Cloud. Holy fuck. I'm poisoned? Everyone's poisoned? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, everyone's poisoned. Fuck. Where's the poison? Poison be gone to you. That wasn't the Grimace Shake, that was poison? Yeah, man. Goddamn Grimace Shake. I protected myself, so I'm not gonna be on poison, I think. Okay. But honestly, give her a cheeseburger and she'll be fine. There you go, cheeseburger. Burger. I also need the burger. Alright, Jay, let's go! Konbanwa, Swordfish-san. Arigatou gozaimasu. Hope you are doing well. How's your stream yesterday? How's speedrun yesterday? Hope speedrun went well yesterday. Arigato. But yeah, if you guys do not know, I'm back up for RTA in Japan, but I'm hoping to actually get into RTA in Japan. If I get into RTA in Japan, that would, like, if I get a slot in RTA in Japan, that would be fucking amazing. That would be fucking sick, honestly. I really do want to actually get into RTA in Japan. But yeah. Arigatou gozaimasu. Consciousness and fully restored. All ally. Okay, wait, hold on. Phoenix steer to you. There we go. Okay, now she's alive. Okay. I can actually go get this now. Okay, cool. Hopefully I can actually hit them. Hit it. Hit her. Hit it. You she it. Holy shit. 500 attack. God damn, that's a lot. Sweeney's like almost about to die. And I had to go like revive him again. Are they both gonna die? I feel like they're both gonna die. Hold on. No. Wait, hold on. I only have one and that's about it? Uh-oh. Okay. I'll do that. Yeah. I've been wanting to do like all-out attack. But it seems to not be working out a lot, so there's that. Okay, Sweeney's actually being in defense mode, which is good, I would say. Okay. So I probably need to attack a little bit more. Oh, no, do not need to. Oh, fuck! I was too late for that, defense. Yeah, I was too late for that defense. Whoops. I'm gonna hope to survive a little bit more so I can actually use my heals too. Okay, Sweeney, you better die right now. Sweeney, I want you to die right now. Just die right now. Oh, why did I call it Sweeney? Swain, sorry. Swain, you need to die right now. Okay, Swain's dead. Swain's dead. Go. What? The what? I got slashed. It just came right at me and slapped the shit. I was like, that's it. Get RPG. Oh man. Well, I wanted the guy to die, and then I was healing. It just took quite long. I don't know why. Where did I save? I remembered saving somewhere. Hold on. I don't want to lose my 5,000 coins. Hold on. I do not want to lose my 5,000 coins. I healed, but they slapped the shit out of me. Like, huh? I can't believe I got slapped. The guy was like, yo, I'm gonna slap you. Boop. And then you die. I die. Brr. Well, now I have to do this thing all over again. Now, I don't remember what defense and attacks I've done so far. Pixie Dew. Okay. Okay. Let's go talk to Yaya. Papaya. Did you forget to buy stuff for blindness? Oh yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for telling me that. I need blindness be gone as well. I need a lot of blindness be gone, but I don't know how to make blindness be gone. Hold on. Do you have blindness be gone? You have blindness be gone. Poison be gone. I have poison be gone. Consciousness. Curse be gone. Confusion be gone. Nyx be gone. Sleep be gone. Stone be gone. Okay. Wrath of the white bitch. Every time. Every fucking time. Someone has to be like, Wrath of the white bitch. Oh, you're doing well. Hey Shay. Okay, let me actually do this again. For some reason I fucked it up. I don't remember what to do, honestly. I'm just gonna do this. She's in a bitch more of a Karen. Defense. I'll give you all the defense, I guess. Cause why not? Magical attack. And you have a lot of them. I like how like this ain't a wait. Yeah, my magical attack for this one's not really that high. Goddamn. Eh, whatever. I'll give you all the magical attacks then. God damn it, it's all gone! All gone. God damn. Okay, wait. Let me save here real quick. Why not focus only attack or magic attack? Cause I don't think I don't know. Honestly, I do not know. I'm like really stupid. I'm like really stupid, that's why. Okay, let me actually get out my poison be gone for everyone. Okay. Wait, do I still have poison? How the fuck do I still have poison? Oh my god, I have. Ah! I'm using blindness be gone. Ah, I'm stupid. Okay. Ah, I'm fucking stupid. I'm stupid. I'm using blindness be gone. Oh fuck. Wait. Do not. Ah, whatever. Hold on. Poison be gone. There you go. Okay. Take yours out. Okay, defense first. Defense. I want some defense right now. None of these guys are on defense. I'm kind of sad. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so you are poison. The other two are blind. Okay. Poison be gone on me. I hope I did the defense. Okay, I did the defense. Okay, I did the defense at least. Okay, I'll give myself the cheeseburger real quick. And I need to get the... Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! There we go. Hey, Gilwin. Hope you're doing well. Wait, did it... No, it flew up! Oh, fuck. Defense now! Defense now! Hope you're doing well. Cheeseburger. Okay. I need to take away the poison in you. I guess. Attack now. Attack it right now. Right meow. Okay. I need one more poison be gone on you. Okay. Now I can try to do this. I war cry. I do cut loose for a bit. Okay, at least like two of us have been defense. Have on defense. Attack. Slash and burn, you little bitch. Do it. There we go. Okay. Let's try on this one and then go with... Oh, fuck. Are you serious right now? Are you fucking serious right now? Why do you have to do this right now? You have to do it right now. I can't believe this. Okay. Provisions on all allies. Is that the same thing? I'm just gonna do this for now. Okay, cool. What the fuck? Oh, oh, okay. Wait, what? Am I getting poison? I'm getting poison. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, fuck. Sweeney, what the fuck? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, fuck. No. Are you serious right now? You... Oh, my God. I literally hit the... You know what? Go. I'll attack for now. While I try to do something about it. Okay. One of you is blind. Oh, two of... Okay, I'm both blind and poisoned. I need to take the poison out of me. How are they not in like fucking... What the fuck? Sweeney? Really? Someone needs to remind me that I need to call him Swain. That's... I keep calling him Sweeney! I don't know why! I hate myself. Wait. Are you still blind? Yeah, you're still blind, right? Yeah, you're still blind. It's like in my head, it's still Swain-y for some reason. I need to be reminded it's Swain. Alright, have a good work. Hold on. Sandwich. Hopefully none of you guys are blind. What? Fuck was that? Fuck did they move away for? What the flying fuck was that? What did they move away for? I don't understand. Oh, come on, please. Come on. I'm dead, right? No, I'm not even dead. Okay, cool. Wait. Holy shit, Tidy. Thank the fuck God you were here. He knows that I'm taking way too fucking long on this. Lamau. Okay, let me actually go with... Is it poison? Yeah, you're poison. Okay, let's go attack her now. Or it. I don't even know. I think I'm not even on defense right now. Am I really on defense? What the fuck is going on with Swainy? Swain! Tell me it's Swain. Thank you. I will never fucking get Swainy out of my head right now. Like, legit. Just think of him as a League of Legends Swain. To be fair though, I don't play League of Legends. Good. Sure. I play Counter-Strike. I just think that League of Legends is just like not. It's like not the game for me, but also at the same time, like it's just I don't know. It's just oh fuck. Whatever. I just don't think that that game is like really fun. I don't know how people play the game and think it's fun. Miserable unless they win. I guess. I don't know. I legitimately do not like. I legitimately do not like the game because I think it's just... Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say this. It's boring. I don't know what to do. It's not really a game that, like, requires me to use my brain. I don't really care a lot. My friends are League of Legends hit. I haven't played a MOBA since Dota. I do not like Dota or League of Legends because one, I'm bad at it. Two, it requires me to read a lot, and I just do not want to read a lot. I legitimately do not want to read a lot. Like, isn't that the game that you have to craft stuff? Or is it, whatever that game's called? Is it Dota? The one that you have to craft stuff? Or is it also League of Legends? I don't know. There's like, you have to craft this thing and this thing to get that thing. I don't like the crafting. Because I never liked the crafting in the first place. No, I mean in the MOBA. In MOBA. Wait, you're telling me like in every MOBA there's crafting? Or is it like League of Legends and in wait, hold on. Are you serious? What else do you think you do in games? Well, yeah, but I kind of just have no idea how League of Legends work. But that's like more of leveling up, right? And that's more of leveling up, right? And not like crafting. I needed. It'll be zero strategy without items. Oh yeah, I know about that. Getting all those fucked up shit, honestly. They're just like literally trying to attack me like so much right now. Holy shit. I do need to actually give stuff as well. Okay, what's... Hold on. Uh-oh. This might be bad. I don't know how bad is this, but this might be bad. Okay, that's not really bad. Okay. I'm gonna give a cappuccino to her. And I need to give a cappuccino to you as well. But yeah, I have never known that League of Legends has crafting in that game. I don't know about it because I only played like one game of League of Legends and that's about it because it was just a 1v1 and it was like a 1v1 in it doesn't? Oh, okay. So I guess it was I guess it's Dota. Dota is the one that you can craft, right? Wait. I didn't combine. That's the one. I thought it was crafting. Like you have to like get something and something and craft into something. That's what I remembered in Dota. But to be fair though, like I don't really play like Dota or League of Legends. Like I said, I play like one game of League of Legends and I didn't know what to do, and then it was a 1v1 in like some tournament or something. Not tournament. It's like some like contest or something, and then my friends decided my friends wanted me to play because like it was like something about like, oh, if you were to play in a 1v1 you would get a gift or something, like a skin. So they wanted me to play the game, and I was like, okay, sure, I'll play it. And then I lost like in 1 minute. And then the people said like, this guy is the worst League of Legends player of all time. Like, and I'm like, yay, because I didn't know what to do. I legitimately didn't know what to do. And in League of Legends, I was like, okay, thanks. I got the item. I got like whatever skin card that my friend wanted, and then like we just went off. Get called bad player often. I mean, I don't mind it with League of Legends because I didn't know what to do, and I think that game is like not really into my favor of like a game that I would play. So like I really just didn't mind. Like poison be gone. But other than that, like I don't like Dota 2. I don't like League of Legends. I don't think those games are actually pretty cool to me. That should do it. Yep. I had to use a lot of my items. That's fucking horrible. Cherub's wing. I bet someone could do this like faster, honestly. Soul shield. Yeah, I bet someone could do this faster, honestly. Anyone knows unbalanced bullshit in the wall. I don't know. Like I legitimately didn't know what to do on League of Legends, and I just heck cared about it.
Nina Carino.
Nya nya.
You all right?
Your Highness, get away from me.
You disappoint me, Queen of the Heavens.
Lord Shadar. Shadar, where is he?
Hear me.
You need to talk about one of your game purchases. Is it called Paradise Lost?
Your nightmare is as good as spent. Though you are a sage, it would seem you are all too human. Perhaps I was wrong to choose you as my representative.
Lord Shadar, I beg you, give me one more.
Furry paws.
Shorn of the power.
Oh, I bought a lot of furry games, honestly. How are you doing, Amai? Amai. What the fuck?
Kubla!
Ha! Sorry to keep you waiting.
Kubla!
I see. The dregs of Xanadu arrive. How amusing. I look forward to seeing how much of a fight you put up.
No, I didn't. I mean, I had that a long time ago. Did I not have that a long time ago? I have those a long time ago. When did I have that game? I had that game like a long time ago, actually. I just didn't buy Final Fantasy VII Remake because How much is it? I actually had to check right now. How much is it? I don't remember how much is it, honestly. If it's furry, it's good enough for horse. Yeah, true. I thought you meant like Paradise Lost because I bought Paradise Lost thinking it was a good game, but it was a visual. It's more of like a visual novel, and it was like so boring. So I was like, okay, whatever, not doing it. Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate. It's $55 here. God damn. I used to be into My Little Pony until like I just didn't care about it anymore. 43% off. God damn. Do you think Queen Kulan is back to her old self again? Kublai, how dare you? That a base-born ruffian like you should presume to meddle in the affairs of a queen. 43%, that's a good deal. But it's like $50. It's still $55 though. If it's $30, I will consider. If it's like $30, I will consider. Grrr! My apologies, Your Highness. I never did know my place, did I? You've been baited into shitty RPGs a dozen times and say you should consider it. No, I said like $30. Like $30 is an okay deal, but I'm still not gonna buy it anyways. Just lower down the price for me, and then I'll be like, maybe. You spend more than that on porn games for sure. Yeah, you want to spend $30 in a game you won't like. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, like it's either I buy it or if someone gift it to me. But also at the same time, like I don't even like play half of my games on my library, so there's that. Because I buy a lot of games, but I never play them on my library. I really don't get it. You know you won't like it. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's Final Fantasy and like all the other JRPGs. The only thing I would say is that like most JRPG seems very boring because you have to read a lot. Like I don't really like reading, and thinking about like reading a bunch of like stuff that the plot just seems quite boring to me, just doesn't really like get me into the game. This one was like, it's okay because I like how simple it is. I like the plot seems very simple. It's not very convoluted as it is. I don't know how simple Final Fantasy VII Remake is gonna be like, but when I played like the OG Final Fantasy VII, it felt very complicated with the turn-based attacks and such. This one felt like super simple. Super easy. We'll see. Honestly, I don't know. Like I don't know at all. While having poor writing. That was the original one. The original one I didn't really like because it felt like very complicated. I don't know about the remake. The remake is maybe, but I'm probably like I think I'm about like 95% sure that I'm not gonna get it unless like, you know, it's very low price. Other than that, like I'm not really gonna get it at all. One is like $100. Two, even right now it's like $55. I'm not gonna get it because $55 is still very expensive, you know. If it lowers down to 30 or less, probably I will buy it. No Tifa for you then. I'm not a Tifa person. I'm more of what is it called? Is it Jesse? I think it's Jesse. Yeah, I'm more of a Jesse person, right? Red 8, Red 13, Red 13. I don't know. Like I legitimately think that, you know, Final Fantasy VII is like the OG is not good. I don't think it's good. The remake is like I don't really see myself playing it. But I don't know if I were to buy the game, do I want to buy it for cheap or do I want to buy it like for expensive? Which no, do I want to buy it cheap or is someone gonna gift me the game, which I know 95% of it, like 95% of that is not gonna happen. So there are a few RPG games that I'm quite interested in, solely because one, it interests me like back in like years ago, like fucking long time ago, but also at the same time like it was something that like I think drew me in with like the whole cartoon like animations and the whole like RPG-ness of the game. I really did like how Nino Kuni was shown back in like 2011, 2012. It was a pretty cool game to see. That's why I was wanting to play that game for a very long time. The other game that I was thinking of playing is actually Kingdom Hearts, because of Disney. Like, I love Disney games. I like the Disney kind of like aspect of it, and I was thinking about like buying the game because it's just solely because it's Disney. Final Fantasy games don't really appeal to me that much because it's more like, it's more out there, and like I just don't feel like it's interesting to me. My apologies, Your Highness. I never did know my place, did I? Well, if you define turn-based very strictly near an original game, can change the... What's ATB? Oh, attack turn-based. Oh, action turn-based. Whatever it is. Okay. Oh, active. Oh, okay. Whatever. I don't know a lot of the terms. You guys know like so many of these RPG terms, and I'm like here like, I don't know. I don't know any of them. And the same goes for the rest of you. What business can your unruly kind will have with one such as I? As to boob battle system? Hell yeah! How you doing, Kylo Ren? Hope you're doing well. Charming, isn't she? It looks like the Queen of the Heavens is still very much broken-hearted. This looks like the job for you, lad. Can you do for the Queen? Can you do for the Queen what you did for Tengri? Sure, I can. I can mend her broken heart. There's no doubt about it. What her high and mightiness is missing is a spot of love. Love, really. And that's what makes the world go around, ain't it? So it's love she needs, is it? Who do we know that's brimming with love? The other game, okay, there's another, like, RPG game that I'm really interested in playing again. It's been a long time since I've actually played it. And it's Pokemon. I really want to play Pokemon again. Whether it be, like, the Game Boy versions of it, or the DS versions of it, I really do want to go back and play Pokemon again. One day I will play Pokemon again. I think one of the Switch Pokemon games is also like a little bit of a classic Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken. Dude, Black and White is the best one. I remember playing like, is it Gold and Silver? Is that the one? Yeah, Pokemon. Pokemon shit. I love playing Pokemon. I think Pokemon was like a childhood game that I really did like a lot, but I never completed it because I didn't really have time to complete it, but also at the same time I think it took too long for me to complete the game. Plus I think I died a lot to one of the trainer bosses in the game. And then I was like, yep, that's it for me. I'm not playing it. But that was like me like years ago. I would totally try to play the game again, but I want to play like Red and Blue, Gold and Silver. I don't know what is it on the Switch, but there is one game on the Switch that it isn't like like two Switch games or two Pokemon games, or like the whatever it is on the Switch. Is it Diamond Pearl? I don't know. Look at this news. What is this news also? What is this news? There's 3 Pokemon series on the Switch. What's the latest one? Oh no, sorry. What is it's Shining Pearl, isn't it? Shining Pearl is the one. Fuck. Isn't Shining Pearl the one? Oh, Diamond Pearl isn't it not Shining Pearl? Which one is? Those are kind of shit. Just play the old ones. One of them is. It felt like a classic Pokemon, isn't it? Mario Kart 9 is in active development. Will feature a new twist. Anal. Goddamn anal. Anal in my Mario Kart? Goddamn. Who's gonna get anal, honestly? Pokemon is a shit series with no effort put into it. It's better than black. It's still better than Black and White. Where's Peach? Yeah, true. Wait, but which one? Which one is the one that felt more classic Pokemon in the Switch? Because that's the one that I'm talking about. Because they made one where it's very classic like. Yeah, that's the one. Pearl Diamond. Yeah. I saw that one. Oh, it's a remake. Oh yeah. I saw that one and I have it on my Switch. Let me actually pull out my Switch real quick. If I could actually pull out my Switch real quick. Like, I have it right here. I just never played it. Here. Here. I just have it on my Switch. It's right there. You have a Switch? I have a Switch. There you go. It's right there. As you can tell, like Pokemon Shining Pearl. I've never touched it at all. I've never touched this fucking game at all. It's right there. This thing right here. Never touched it. Oh fuck. There we go. Face cam, yeah. It's alright. Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games is good. I wanted to speedrun that game. It's like fucking long though, so I was like, nah, I'm not doing so. He's gonna touch it later. I'm gonna touch my dick later. After stream. So it's love she needs, is it? Who do we know that that's bringing me love? If it's love you're after, I'm your man. You what? You heard me. No man has more love for a woman than I have for Kulan. You love Kulan? You love Queen Kulan? What a simp. Simp! Never. Ha ha ha! He loves her, now we know him. Enough of this nauseating talk of love. The very word turns my stomach. Hey, Seville. Gar! Thus speaks the fiery maiden I fell for. This music to my ears. Sniper monkey? Yeah. Crikey! It must be love. He's happy taking the kind of abuse on the chin. Yes, what's the story between Kublai and Queen Kulan? I need to know. Calm down, will you? Never mind that now. All we need to know is that Kublai has to share some of the love in his heart with Queen Kulan. Quite so. Have at it, lad. Have at it with the love. Give me your love, you fucker. Boom. I hope you're doing well, Seville. HJ likes a game I'm 99% sure is probably shit. You know your series is shit when you have to compare it to an uber old experimental strategy game. I've never heard of Black and White before. Yeah, weird thing is that I'd never heard of Black and White before. What? Oh, there we go. Squeeze it to the legendary penis Pokemon Dialga. What? The fuck? What? But how? My heart. My heart. My heart. Your Highness, so you are back with us. My heart. I loved her. Wah. The games are like will definitely be shit to someone who likes the mainstream turn off your brain and chill on the couch games. I want to be engaged by games. This game is one slight step away from being Kingdom Hearts. I mean, I don't mind about it. Like, I did say that I really do want to try to play Kingdom Hearts sooner or later, but I don't know whether I want to do it on stream or off stream. That's another like RPG game that I'm like interested in. Other than that, like, there's not a lot of good games out there at the moment. I know there's a few games that I really do want to play sooner or later with, like, the horror games. Guilt is one of them. G-Y-L-T, Guilt. The other one is My Friendly Neighborhood, I think, or Your Friendly Neighborhood. They're so much fun to watch. We'll see. We'll see. I can sing a lot of Disney songs. I'm gonna sing Love is an Open Door. Surely in Kingdom Hearts 3. Love is an open door. How dare you not min-max? I don't know what min-max is. You just want to bang Winnie the Pooh. Is Winnie the Pooh in fucking Kingdom Hearts? What the fuck? But the target demographic is more and more the typical mom or dad coming home from a long day at work. Lamel. Your Highness, so you are back with us. I spoke so harshly to you just now. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Think nothing of it. It was a pleasure to hear such rough and ready words from the mouth of a noble-born lady. Pray do not mock me, Kublai. I'm just glad Queen Kulan's not broken-hearted anymore. She's back. She has feet. Wait. Can you guys see her feet? Wait. You guys can see her feet, right? Yo, let's go, feet. Wait, hold on. Let me lock everything real quick. Is it this one? Yeah. Yo, feet. Guys, feet. Holy fuck. Where's who's that fucking guy? Where's Benny when you need him? There you go. Imagine your grandma hearing this shit. Well, my grandma doesn't. My grandma's not here at the moment, and my grandma doesn't know English, so there's that. It's not about having a job, nor is that if I just want to turn off my brain and relax so I can go outside, read a book, etc. Makes me want to go watch Murder Invest. Too right. I must say I'm impressed with old pirate face by here. That's 2 servants of his heart we have helped ourselves to now. Ha! You're right. It seems as if his love for the queen is a little bit special. You call me queen. I am unworthy of such a title. The skyborn kingdom of Xanadu was torn from the heavens and cast into the distant ocean. I could not protect my realm. I don't know what min-maxing is, honestly. Min-maxing is just putting every single skill point and time into a single playstyle or skill to maximize its effectiveness. Oh, that's gotta be me, honestly. I'm playing from federal prison. No, we have federal prisons. The fuck? We have federal prisons for people who do not go to the army. Like, if you don't go to the army, it's fucking prison for 2 years. Tend to wait to Singapore King. No. I did not go to the army because I have special reasons. I have special reasons, but if you don't have special reason to skip the army, then you go to prison. Like, if you were to skip army just to go to like another country and just stay there, and like if you come back and then they realize, hey, you didn't go to the army, then yeah. He ran in GD. True. They said this army doesn't take people with 2 wieners. What? Oh, 2-inch. Bruh. And then I came. Sorry, I did not came. Sorry. And then I came to this town and broke the hearts of its people. Truly, I am no queen. But your highness, you shouldn't be so hard on yourself. Listen to me. The people of Xanadu saw you as a wise and just ruler. You carried out your duties both as a queen and a sage and trained countless wizards. Have you forgotten all the good you have done? Asian size. Kublai, what you say may be true, but it doesn't excuse the harm I've caused. I've inflicted so much suffering. Your Highness, we met a ghost of a lady in Hamelin, a soldier who once served you. She was one of the people who died in Xanadu. She told us that so long as Queen Kulan was alive, there was hope for her people. She spoke of me? She spoke of hope? And look around you. The people of this town may be brokenhearted, but at least they're alive. Your Highness, let us return to this town to its former self. It may take time, but I know you can do it. You may not be a queen any longer, but we still stand beside you. You are not alone, and who's to say you can't rebuild Xanadu? Oh, Kublai, thank you everyone. You are right. I cannot give into despair. I must become someone who can inspire hope in others. That is my duty. You aren't only great sage who was led astray. My father and Marcuson suffered too. Yes, and Oliver helped them just like he helped you. And now you're all fighting fit. The battle against evil can finally begin in earnest. Wait a minute. There's something I've been dying to ask. I need to know how long something's been going on between Queen Kulan and Kublai. I mean, a queen and a sky pirate, it's so romantic. Oh, fucking gossiping, honestly. God, don't be so nosy. Do you have to be so nosy? Kublai is known and feared as the king of the sky pirates. But there is more to him than meets the eye. Godhar! Quite right. I'm a man of many talent, and being the fearless leader of a band and swashbuckling sky pirates. A band of swashbuckling sky pirates, there we go, is just one of them. Kublai also served as the commander of the Xanaduvian Airborne Division, in which role he fought for Queen Kulan. Avast! I can speak for myself, you slack-jawed cur. You were a commander in Xanadu? Indeed he was. Since the time of the Wizard Wars, Xanadu has avoided conflict. But neutrality cannot be maintained without significant military power. Kublai's forces form part of that power. Sorry. Hey, quick question, you know. What happened to net neutrality? Remember when net neutrality was a thing in the US? What happened to that? Speaking of neutrality, what happened to net neutrality? Oh, I get it. The lowly servant who ended up falling head over heels in love with the queen. That's a classic. What happened to my fist in your ass? You come to Singapore and then we talk. Or I go to wherever you are in America and then we talk. Smile. Who cares? I don't know. Excuse me? Hey, you offered it. Swain! Do you always have to be so blunt? Arr, but it's true. I've watched over her since she was but a girl, and I can't say I don't feel for her, but I am a mere soldier, and there's naught can be done about that. It wasn't supposed to be a pleasure thing. Well, we talk about it. I do like getting pegged though. Gee, that must be tough. But that was then. Things have changed. Changed? Changed how? Exactly. That's the problem. Everything is a king. Ah, yes, of course. Did you not hear my words earlier? I am a queen no longer. There are no ranks or barriers to keep us apart. Can it be? Do you truly mean? I've been quite clear. Please do not make me spell it out. Come on, Kublai! Don't be so slow! Flipping egg, come on! Put us out of our misery, won't you? How many times are you gonna make this poor woman say it? Still, you're chattering tongues. Oh, I cut them off. You stand before the king of sky pirates. Ah, alright. That's why I ain't partner yet. Cope. The hearts of the people in Perdida have been restored. Young Nina, you must have been terribly afraid. I apologize most humbly for my actions. Do not worry, Queen Kulan. I am happy that you have become so kind and gentle. Everything in Perdida is so bright and happy now. We will never give in to Shadar. Your words are music to my ears, truly. Truly, children like you are the bearers of hope. The hope of a brighter future. Nah, kids are fucking annoying. They should fucking... Never mind, I'm not gonna say anything. I was like, wait a minute. No. Do not cancel me right now. we who are old enough to know better chose the path of cowardice, or cowardice. Whatever. All we wanted was to be free of fear, to be protected from the truth. Why would they cancel you for a fact? No, I was about to say like children can go kill themselves, but like I don't know whether it will be a cancelable thing. I think that's a cancelable thing anyways. I was like, okay, cancel, that's it. Gone. That's not a fact. That's not a fact at all. Well, what's done is done. I don't like kids. And all that. I just hope that Rotter Shadar's still not hanging about waiting to pounce like, hey, Silent. I know what I must do. My duty is to protect the people of Perdita from Shadar, sorry. I vow never to let his dark despair engulf this town again. I will make amends for all I have done. Gracias, Your Highness. Then it seems I have no choice. I'll throw my lot in with you, Your Highness. We'll protect this puny village together. No, Kublai, there are other duties in which you must attend. It is not only this town that must be protected from the dark power of Shadar's despair. With your airship, you may travel freely around the world, around our world. Do you understand what it is that I ask of you? Ah, I do, and that only too well. No, but you only just got together, Kublai. Though we may be apart, we will always be together as long as we share the same goal. You're not wrong, Your Highness. You always have a way with words. Looks like everything's worked out then. Oh, but before I forget, there was a reason we came here to the middle of nowhere. I am aware of this. It concerns Mornstar, does it not? Yes, we're trying to restore its power. We did manage to find the 3 magic stones, but even Markison couldn't reunite them with the wand. It was beyond Markison's power, you say? How could that be? Tell me more. Well, he speculated that it might be because we brought Monstar here from the past. A masked wizard who can manipulate time itself. I am most curious as to what his intentions could be, but I shall ponder that at my leisure. Our priority is to put a stop to Shadar's plan. I will perform that required ritual without delay. Tidy! Sounds like old Kulan knows what needs to doing to get Mornstar back in one piece, eh? There's handy. Now, young Oliver, I shall require some assistance in this undertaking. Are you willing to help me? Sure, Queen Kulan. Just tell me what I have to do. A fine response. The ritual must be performed outside. When you are ready, come and see me. I shall be waiting. Outside, really. Look at this fucking llama. This llama's fucking thin as fuck. Where's the door? There's the door. Hello. Wait, you have... What? Are you... No? Which one has the... do you have the heart? You have the heart. Honestly, you have the heart. Give me your heart, you little bitch. Do you have love? Or is it courage? Oh, you have love. Okay. Oh, these new fucking hearts that I'm taking right now. Excuse me. Heart. What the fuck is that one that looks like a Mickey Mouse kind of symbol? Joe says weird things, but he's a good sport. Yeah. I try to be. Oh shit, you got like it. I almost wanted to say you got tamales, but that ain't tamales. Oh, I wish it was tamales, but it ain't tamales. That's confidence. Tamales. Which one is it? You. How is there a chest here? Get out of the way. Give me that chest. Fuck off, dude. Give me that chest. Give me that chest. I want that chest, bro. There we go. Snowdrop bonbons. Okay. Okay, what do you need? You need confidence. Okay. I have the confidence for you. There we go. Confidence. I plan to just finish up with the yeah, I plan to just finish up with the errands, I would say, for this game, because I've already gone through a lot of these errands already, so it doesn't like. Oh, do I really have to go around? Fuck. Do people grow back what you just stole? I mean, they still have leftovers, yeah. They literally still have leftovers. A code compress. What? A code wait, a code compress? Wait. With a Tomte who resides in Ewell. Okay, so I need to get something in Ewell. No way I'm agreeing to that. You just take confidence from someone and give it to someone else. But that's like let's say they have like 100% of confidence. You're taking like 50% of the confidence from them and giving it to someone else who needs the 50% of the confidence. Once flowers like she saw in a dream. In Motorville? Wait. Go to Motorville and get a flower from the local girl. Okay, I had to go. Fucking okay. So once in Ewell, once in Motorville. Motorville, USA! Oh fuck, you need. Fuck off! I don't like that guy at all. Is it this way? This way. Okay, what do you need? There we go. But does it like? It slowly goes back to 100% for sure. Okay, what food do you want? Babana. Do I have babana? I have a lot of babana. I surely have babana. Yeah, there we go. I surely have babana. Because fucking Swain has been stealing them babanas. And gross shrimps. Motherfucker, how many stuff you want? Okay, you want a black truffle. There, black truffle as well. I have like everything. I never even fucking. Okay, you need a radish? I think I don't have radish. Oh, wait, I have radish? Okay, well. I have like everything. I have like every single fucking food that I have. I like everything. Jesus, okay. Cool. So I have like everything. I need to. Oh yeah, I need to actually stay in. Forgot about that. Just restore a lot of my health right now. Or my MP. Patty cake. Stay. I have like 100,000 fucking coins. I wish I can use them for CSGO cases, surely. Use them for CSGO cases? God damn. Thank you. Okay. What do I need to get? I feel like I need to get a lot more stuff, but okay, one's in Ewell, the other one, okay, one's in Ewell. You know what? We'll go to like Ewell and Motorville to do those quests. I think there's more quests along the way, but we'll see about that. Ewell. But also, I do need to grind up some points as well. Like sooner or later, I had to grind fucking points. Are you the one? No. Food, shelter, clothing, CS:GO cases. Yeah, I need CS:GO cases, honestly. Maybe I'll have better luck than the guy who spent like $5,000. No, sorry, no, not $5,000. Who got like $5,000 in fucking dude fucking rolled $100,000 worth of cases and got $5,000 back, and then he lost $95,000. Wait, restore his love. Oh yeah, I have love. You don't even know the odds. I think the odds. I mean, to be fair though, he has like 89 cases of 89 expensive cases, and one of them could have been a knife. The chances of getting a knife is like 1 in 350, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But like, he could have gotten a knife in those 89 cases, but he got jack shit. It's like funny as fuck that he got jack shit out of it. It's almost like gambling is always designed for you to lose money. Yeah, he could have gotten something. He could have gotten something. But also at the same time, like, he got gifted from a guy who won $4 million in gambling or whatever it is. It's not as busy. That's good. That's good. But yeah, Streamer got like $100,000 of loot boxes from someone who won $4 million in fucking gambling money. I don't know how the fuck that happens, but sure. I guess he owns like a fucking gambling website as well, so there's that. There's that. With the gambling website. You? No, it's not you. You. Code compress. Okay, give me your code compress. Wait, do I have manglerfish? Manglerfish. Blazing blade. Wait. Defeat them with the blazing blade. The paddler is selling. What? So do I really need the blazing blade? Oh no. Are you serious? Is it this one? No, it's not this one. No. Defeat 5 manglerfish using a blazing blade. 90% of gambling addicts quit right before they're about to hit big. My guy also had the worst of luck as well. He was trying to like he was trying to get something good, but then he got like the same thing twice as before. Which is bad. 100% of gambling addicts have a problem. True. I need to find a blazing blade, I guess. There's nothing good at the end of the day, it's just pixels. Well, to be fair though, he could have sold the fucking the cases for $100,000. He didn't and just gambled it all. I need today is also pixels. Hey, Bitcoin. Ah, Bitcoin. Where do I find manglerfish? Normal money. Oh yeah. Excuse me. Danglerfish. Manglerfish is in the Winter Isles. I'm in the Winter Isles, right? Oh god, my nose is like literally like watery at the moment because I feel like I'm sick or something. I don't know why. Hopefully I'm not sick, by the way. I need to remember to do something real quick. I changed this with this. There we go.
Here we go.
I hope I'm getting the stuff. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm just killing. Okay, I'm just killing manglerfish. Okay, okay, that seems doable, I guess. Seems doable enough, I guess.
Fancy your chances, do you? Here goes! Ready?
Neo!
Firewall? Yo. How about Wonderwall? Yo, my Wonderwall. I said maybe. You can call Tangry. Fuck off. Call them. I want to withdraw $100,000 in cash next week on X Day. What the fuck? Remember. How do I find these fucking stupid ass fucking things? Hold on. Appear right before my eyes, please. Where's the mangler fish? Come on, you manglers.
Fancy your chances, do you? Here goes! Ready?
What happened to the US a few weeks ago? Sorry, a few months ago. What happened in the US? The banks bought high duration bonds, those went down. The fuck? Economy be shitting itself.
Stay calm now.
Here goes!
We won!
Okay. Where's my manglerfish? My manglerfish is not even around here. Unless it's like surrounding the fucking U-All. I don't think it's surrounding the U-All, right? Is it? No. It can't be surrounding the U-All. I don't even see it at all. Half the US banks probably or likely couldn't pay back the customers properly. Hello, Cat with the 50 month resub, much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well.
Neo!
I've been having Monkey for quite a while. That's insane. Already 1.5 years. That's not 1.5 years. That's 1 in 3 months. That's 1.25 years.
Let's go!
Here goes! Ready? Is that it?
It's too hot outside to think. God damn, it's hot. How? I heard it's like 35 degrees or some shit like that. Like Jesus. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. I'm doing well. I'm fucking like. I feel like I'm a bit sick today. I don't know why. Because I went to a gig like a few days ago and I was like, there were like so many people around there, so I'm probably gonna get sick sooner or later. I'm not too sure. We'll see. If I actually do get sick, I'm kind of like fucked. But also at the same time, my legs are like sore at the moment because I was there for quite a while and my legs were like super sore. I stood up for like for a while. Were you dancing up a storm? I kind of was actually. I mean, there was crowd surfing over there. How are you doing, Scarlet? Hope you are doing well. There was crowd surfing. People crowd surfed there. And I had to carry those crowd surfers. And people were also moshing as well. So I was like, oh shit, the moshers. God damn, that hurt my fucking like legs a lot. Got sored up.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Hey, all I know is that Erna has Bitcoin money, and he could have used that Bitcoin money on me. So, Erna, can you give me some Bitcoin money, please? Thank you very much. What do you mean, no? Give me Bitcoin money right meow. I want them. Free money? I know, right? Bitcoin money is free money. He has like hundreds and thousands of dollars of Bitcoin money. I'll take those Bitcoin money if I could. Go invest yourself instead of betting on CS:GO. Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? How about you help me then, Smile? Also, I don't know anything about Bitcoin, so no. I only know, the only Bitcoin I know is CS:GO cases. And that's my own profit. Or loss. Or anything in between. CS:GO coin? Yeah, true. Oh, let me actually get to that mangler fish. Fuck off, you fucking Sasquatch. Sasquatch looking ass, bitch. Boom. I'll touch you, thank you very much.
We're under attack. Here
Okay, I need one more, I think. If I'm not mistaken.
Nito!
For now, one to go. Okay, cool.
Stay calm now.
But then again, can I get your Bitcoin money? Wait, how much do you have in Bitcoin money at the moment, by the way? I'm really curious on how much Bitcoin money you have at the moment. Because the last time that I heard about it, you had like $100,000 or some shit like that, and then it decreased because there was a drop. Wait, that's your total at the moment? Like, is that your total at the moment? $200,000 in crypto? What the fuck? Hey yo, Erna's a fucking rich guy. Give me that fucking Bitcoin money, Smile. Not even a millionaire. Soon, if you... Okay, if you were to be a millionaire, right, with that Bitcoin money, would you give a little bit of the money to me? Smile. What do you mean? No, oh man. What do I do to get? What do I do? What do I have to do in order for me to get like a portion of that? Thank you for your co-compress. I don't even sub. Yeah, you poor fuck. That's why. you poor fuck. I can't believe this. He gave that away. No, because I want money. That's why. Giving money to Amazon, true. If I can hit 2.5, I'm quitting crypto. Jesus. Okay. But that's still a long way to go, though. The 24-hour market. Give me a flower, you little bitch. What do you mean dried up, you bitch? Give me a fucking... Okay. Fine. What? Huh? there we go. I want to send my future kids to good schools and then study in the US. Sure. Okay. There we go. Kids, yeah. I have a good look. I'm a real wizard, my dude. Watch as I wizard my way out of your sight. Right now. 0 gain, 30 on the dividend. Well, where is Padilla? There you go. Alright, let's go to Padilla. And then I guess like motherfucker is you. It's you, ain't you? I know you. I know you. You dog you! What do you need? Interest is a Wispula. Okay. A flash fry. And a Trumpy. Huh? What? What? Wispula, flash fry, and a Trumpy. I'll do that later, I guess. I'll give you like fucking. Here's your cold compressor. Holy shit, that's 7 stems. Holy fuck. Logo. Here, take this flower I brought from. What the fuck? How do you have like $2,500 in money? My girl has $2,500 in money. How did she have the money to do so? No bounty, really? Oh, one more stamp and then I'm good. Ooh, one more stamp and then I'm good. Okay, cool. Wait, hold on. What else is there on the errand stamp? Okay. Mamuni. Oh, El Mamoon. Okay, El Mamoon. Castaway Cove. Hamelin. Ding Dong Dell. Wait. Oh, is it okay? Okay, sure. Okay, so I can actually just go to. I'm gonna just go to all of them real quick. Here, try. Oh no, it's you again. Do you need love? Yeah, you need fucking love again. Dump her, bruh. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me actually see about my stuff real quick. I have a bunch of like good stuff right now. Attack. 111 attack though. I'll give you one of these. Let's see how much increase. You didn't even increase a lot. Holy fuck. Okay. At all, even. Magical attack. Magical defense. I'm gonna view this then. Okay, cool. You're into magical attack? I see. That's very interesting though. Magical attack. I'll give you more of this. Okay. Attack, magical defense, accuracy. I can give someone accuracy. I don't even know if I could give you accuracy though. I'm gonna give you accuracy and see whether or not accuracy is gonna be okay. No. Oh, because I already have. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I should have given it to someone else. Whoops. That is my bad. Whoops. That's my bad. I still have a lot of these shit. Ooh. A little bit more of an increase, which is good. I don't know if I can give you this, but I'm just gonna give you this anyways. Okay. Is that the only one in Ding Dong Dell? Hold on. Also, I'm eating something. I'm so sorry. I've been wanting to have some kind of food because I woke up like at 7 p.m. It's like the time that I actually fucking stream. And then I went to take a bath, and then I went to like wait for food to arrive and shit like that, and then I just started like fucking, you know, started streaming. Share? Dude, you won't believe this. It's pineapple tarts in a biscuit form. It's pineapple tarts in a biscuit form. It's fucking good. Do I still have love? Oh yeah. I don't have love. Give me a little bitch. It's good. It's good. It's fucking good. I love it. Okay. Okay, I think I need to travel to Alba Moon right now. There's a lot of errands that I need to do right now. So I'm gonna be doing a lot of the errands right now. IQ 130? Goddamn. My IQ is like lower than 130. My IQ is lower than 100, smile. Haha, haha, haha. I'm like a 69 in IQ. Oh shit, okay. Wait, hold on. Where's the store at? Oh. Sorry, not store. I didn't mean to say store. I mean to gay. I mean to say gay. Yes, I mean to gay. I mean to say, like, where's this errand place? There we go. There we go. Oliver's inner hero has awoken. Increased by 100. What? Oh! Oh! I have, like, a great amount of XP! And everything in between. Holy fuck. 341. Wow. Wow. Wowzers. Okay, hold on. Let me travel to Hamelin. Oh, whoops. I like to think that some of the errands are kind of doable until you get to like points in the game where they will tell you, oh yeah, you have to collect stuff, and then the collecting stuff is like pretty fucking shit, and I do not want to collect stuff afterwards. It's like, yeah, go and collect stuff right now. I'm like, oh man, collectathon, fetch quests. Oh wait, hold on, my grandma's calling me. I'm back. I gave her tarts. I gave her the tarts. She didn't like it because it was too hard for her, and also at the same time she doesn't have teeth. So it kind of sucks. I need your love, lady. Give me your love right meow. You chew for her? I didn't chew for her. Why would I chew for her? Why would I need to chew for her in the first place? Yeah, no, so most of these quests are just fetch quests. So you get someone's heart, you take someone's heart and give it to like someone else. That's okay with me. With wait, is it this dog? It's this dog, really? Really? Does this dog need fucking... No way this dog needs love. No way this dog needs love. God damn. God fucking damn, this dog needs love. I really do not mind the fetch quests in this game. I think the fetch quests is like kind of simple enough to be at the point of like, I just don't mind it. Some of the RPG games with its fetch quests just don't really appeal to me that much as well, so you know. I think this is like really cool. Castaway Cove. Imagine looking at someone's IQ level. Yo, this guy IQ level is like fucking 100. We can't take him in. He's not smart enough. He doesn't have like the Mensa IQ of 130. Where do you go? But then again, the SATs are not really like everything, right? I mean, some people are just international. Give heart. Okay, that's about it, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's about it. Yeah, isn't like the SATs only in the US and that's about it? Unless you go to like a US university. I think that's more like... I think like if it's like in the UK, it's more of like a GCSE or some shit like that. I think like British education is quite better than American education. I think I'm a bit biased about that. Whoops, sorry. Hey Arliss. Juju on the beat. Juju on the beat. Hope you're doing well. What's this new one? Oh. Have I completed like most of the errands? Hold on. I had to go back. Sat test? You're sitting on the sat test. Yeah. But then again, that's the US people, right? That's not like... Oh wait, fuck me. I still have to do the fucking... God damn, I still have to do this thing. Okay, hold on. I need to go back to Perdita and see what the fuck this guy wants, because I don't remember what this guy wants. Rich doesn't mean smart though. I mean, you have like fucking Onepixel, who's like super fucking dumb, and he has like millions and millions of dollars of skins, CS:GO skins. But like some CS:GO fucking like trader has like millions of dollars of skins, and they're like millionaires as well. They don't really have like fucking like the highest IQ at all. Okay, you need what again? Hold on. You need a Wispula, and then a flash fry. Is that fresh? Flash fry, and then a Trumpy. Okay. Wait, do I have a Trumpy? I feel like I have a Trumpy. Oh, wait, hold on. No, come back, come back. Come back, you little fucker. Drop you off. Don't eat you. Are you a Trumpy? You're a hunky tonker. Okay, you're a hunky tonker, so I don't eat you. Causation is not correlation or some shit. What? No. I heard that USA drive on the right. Yeah, USA drives on the right. We drive on the left, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Wispula. 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 Small fry, flash fry. Okay, flash fry is in. Are you serious? What do you mean unknown? Brr. Do I really have to? Oh man. No way. Okay, hold on. We drive on the right in Europe. Really? I don't know. Pear review this. Yo, pear. Flash fry is small fry, but okay. Hold on. So this is. I'm hoping it's just that. What is this Trumpy? So what the fuck is a Wispula? Where is? Okay, this is an Old Smoky, so I can totally get that. Wispula. Walker Bumble. Wispula. Pokefax? Yes, the Pokefax. Wispula. I feel like I missed out already. Okay, Shonky Honker. Okay, is a Trumpy Pumper. Oh man, so I need to get a Shonky Honky, or It's the one that jumps like that. Yeah, fuck you. Sharper Parper. Maisma Martius. What the fuck is that? Castaway Cove. What is Maisma Martius? It sounds very familiar. Okay, hold on. I need to rewrite these again because, you know, I'm actually really fucking dumb. Okay, hold on. Let me rewrite this again. So I need a Wispula. I need a Trumpy Pumper. Trumpy Pumper. Which I need to go to like Sharper Parper, which is in the Maisma. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking long one. Martius. Okay. Or I can go with the Shonky Honky. Yeah, Shonky Honker, sorry. Shonky Honker in, is it near Castaway Cove? Near Castaway. Okay. And what's the last one? The last one was something along of the this is the Flash Fry. Flash Fry. Where was it? I feel like I've seen that one just now. Flash Fry. Fuck, where was this? Why can't I remember where it was? Wait, hold on. It's a small fry, but where the fuck is the small fry right now? Small fry. Everything from page 1 of Google isn't true. Page 7 for the truth, true. Here, small fry. Small fry is in Old Smoky. Near Old Smoky. And then I guess the other one is Deep Fry. Which is in where? Old Smoky as well. Old Smoky. Yeah, Old Smoky. Then you have like yeah. I think those two are those two are the ones that I need to get. I don't think I need to get the Maisma Marshes. No way I'm gonna get that. What is the other one? Wispula. Wispula. I'm gonna cancel this out real quick. Wispula. Okay, where is the beginning of this book? Okay. There is the beginning of this book. Okay. Okay, let's go. Wispula. 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 If I miss it, if I miss out, if someone's watching the stream, just tell me if I missed out the Wispula. Wispula. Do you still think you could use speedrun PC Alone in the Dark like 2008? Alone in the Dark? No. I mean, probably, but also at the same time, I'd rather not. You know, because I don't know about the FPS lag on that game. Unless it's like the 2023 Alone in the Dark, then sure, I surely really want to speedrun that 2023 Alone in the Dark game. I would do that. Other than that, like, yeah. The 2008 one, I'm not too sure. I don't think I would want to try it. Anyways, Whispula. Whispula. It's not here. It's not here, right? Whispula. No. Whispula. 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 Where is it? Where is this fucking Whispula? Whispula. No, Whispula. Whispula? Whispula. Whispula? Whispula. Whispula. Oh, it's there, it's there. Okay, I need to get a wisp or a ghost whisperer. Okay, so it's a wisp, which is in Tombstone Trials. Tombstone. Oh, sorry, Tombstone Trail. Sorry, Tombstone Trail. Or the Ghost Whisperer, which is in the Nevermore. I don't know where the Nevermore is. If not, I'm just gonna go into the Tombstone Trials and actually just rank it up. So I guess those are the 3. Oh my god, those are the 3 that I had to get, and then also at the same time I had to rank them up as well. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking hard time, honestly. Okay, sure. I can do that. Too bad books don't have search function. Yeah, the book doesn't even have a search function, which is like sad for me. Got my cum cup appointment. Why the fuck do you have a cum cup appointment in the first place? Why the fuck is there an egg roll? That fucking egg roll right here. Oh shit, he's gonna blast out with a volcano. Oh, never mind. I thought it would be fun. Do you think there's gonna be a lady who's gonna help you with coming? Some lady's gonna help you with coming. That surely. Show us your cum cup. I don't have a cum cup. Now you want kids? Wait, what do you mean by that? Why can't you just have sex? What is your combo milliliter? Wow. Yeah, why can't you just have sex? That's like the thing, right? Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh yeah. Okay, wait. I need to call in this. Not everything works for everyone. Just have sex for it. So one's at Old Smoky, one's at Castaway Cove. The other one is Tombstone Trial. Okay. Tombstone Trail. I need to remember it's Tombstone Trail, not Tombstone Trial. Goddamn. It's been spending so much time. Are you a wisp? You look like a wisp. You need a sunshade. Okay. I got a bougie. A bougie. We're trying to figure out the root cause. Oh, okay. Wait, so you're telling me, like, even when you have sex, you can't get a baby through you coming inside her? That's interesting. Or like you take too long to come or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Hey look, it's Gumba! So far, nope. Interesting. I don't know. I don't have a girlfriend. I wouldn't know. Anyways, Gumba! We're back with Gumba! Hello! I'm here for the Gumba! Come on! Yeah! Does watching Juo help baby make true? Yeah! Fuck you! Fuck you! Alright. Do I go with one more or play again? Do I go with one more or play again? Fuck it, go big or go home, man. Go big or go home. 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 Yeah! Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Yeah! Let's go! Guys, this is it. This is it. Go again. Go again. Oh Lord, he's gonna lose it all. Oh God, am I gonna go again? No way, I'm gonna go again. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. All right, guys, go big or go home. Wait. Oh, go big or go big or go home. Come on. Yeah! Let's go! Let's fucking go! That's it. Oh, someone has to clip that shit, man. Oh my God, I'm winning more than fucking RS25's stupid ass gambling fucking stuff. God, when he goes bankrupt. Oh fuck, wait. Claim prize. Oh God, hold on. Oh. Wait, what are these tickets? Familiar ticket that can be exchanged for an idler. I've never seen this one. Oh! Oh. Oh. Wait, what do I use this then? Cash out you fool. Oh God, no. I went with like 10. Whoops. I went with 10. I meant to go. Fuck! I was about to say I meant to go for I meant to go for whatever that thing's called. I meant to go for 100. There we go. I like how they put blackjack in the kids game. Yeah, man. This dealer sucks, should be fired. Let's go! Let's go! Dude, I'm winning like all my games so far. Dude, I've won like all my games so far. Oh fuck. Whoops. Never mind, I should have said that. No! Kids are so overexposed to gambling these days. Loot boxes, yeah, true. The loot boxes, man. Yeah, bust these nuts all over you. You witch. You fucking witch. Hell yeah. Oh fuck! No! I'm losing! I'm losing to this chick. Can't believe this. What? I swear to God, if you hit... You fucking hit 21, you fucking... Boo! Boo! Okay, guys, surely I'll get better. Okay, if I hit 50k, I'm done. If I hit 50k, I'm done. Oh shit, what did I hit? Oh fuck me. Anyways, if I hit 50k, 50k, I'm done. I swear, I swear. $50 gay, 50 gay. $50 furries, yes. Sure. Oh, you might have very little though. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay. Well, that's my 50k then. 50 naked cowboys in the showers. Hell yeah. Ram Ranch. Is this the one with the maze thing? Oh wait, no. It's the oh. This is the maze thing. Okay. I have like $137,000. That means I had to gamble until 99k. Oh fuck, okay. Well, we're gonna be here for a while then. I'm gonna actually gamble until 99k right now. That's my plan right now. Oh fuck, should I even hit or stand? Ah, kick gamble stream all over again. Hey, shut up. Shut up. Shut up right meow. We're doing this. We're doing this right now. Can't wait for Kick to die. Wait, she won? Bruh. Bruh. Please go over. What? Bruh. Bruh, she's taking my money now, bruh. No way. No way. No fucking way, man. Hit one more. Here we go, blackjack. I kind of forgot that she's dead. Like, this woman's dead. Ah, fuck! No lifetime what? No. I wonder if there's porn about her. I don't know. How the fuck would I know? It's such a Rule 34 of her then. Yeah, just search up Rule 34. But yeah, right now I think my goal my goal is to reach 100k. Yeah, I need to reach 100k. Oh wow, I could have just gotten them with an ace. I just didn't. Fuck off! No! No! I would have lost either way. I would have lost. You gonna play the game soon or nah? I'm getting 100k because of something. I want to see, like, what if I pass over 100k? If I pass over 100k, do I get like the other ranks? Because there are other like ranks, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. There are these ranks. If I were to claim prize, there are these two ranks. What's rank A and rank S? So I'm guessing like if I were to get over 100k, that means rank A would open up, I think. I'm not too sure. Guys, I swear I'm not gambling. I swear I'm not gambling right now. Don't watch me gamble right now. Abby, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Hope your Bioshock run actually goes well. I saw that you were actually like learning how to run Bioshock. Hope it's going well. Oh shit. There ain't an ad at the moment. Uh-oh. Well, I just gotta wait it out. I'm just gonna wait it out for now. Fuck. Gamba time, so that I could actually get 100k and then see what's 100k. Hey, that's cool. Hope your fuck. Hope your runs went well, or hope your learning went well. What? Bruh, rigged. You're rigging me. You're rigging me, man. How many times are you gonna rig me? Are you serious? Thank God. Yeah, hope Bioshock learning is going well for you. Anyways, hi guys, my name is Drew Horse. I swear I'm not a gambler. I swear I swear I'm not a gambler. I just have to gamble. So that I could find out what is over the 500, no, over the 100,000 chips. Fuck! I should have just stopped at 18. Yeah, I should have just stopped at 18. PETA, the horse is gambling. PETA! Out of the ass. Hell yeah, okay. Hope your Bioshock learning has been going well so far. Hope you're doing well, Emma, as well. Can't you buy chips with money? I can, but like, do I really want to buy the chips with money? Okay, hold on. Do I really want to do that? So if I were to do that, like it's 1,000 chips per, yeah, it's 1,000 chips per 5,000, and I don't think it's worth it because I had to spend like a lot more. So I just had to gamble it. I can't do more speedruns because it's gotta, wait. Thought I can't do more speedruns of it because it's gotta do Ill Bleed, Silent 3, and Shadow Memes. Is there something you can buy that's good? No, I don't think there's anything that's good at the moment. I want to see what's over the limit of the 99k at the moment. Free for a bit. Thought I was gonna make it through my work day. Turned out I was wrong. What happened this time? What happened this time? Ooh, blackjack. You DM me? Alright. Damn, you got an ace? Brr. You fucker! You fucker! You piece of fucking shit! Ugh. 500 hours, 100 hours, 400 hours being gambling. True! True. Are you serious? Wait, 12? But you're still gonna win me! No way, no way. Yeah, that person's still gonna win me anyways. Oh yeah! My luck. Just my luck. Yeah, I'm gambling at the moment because, I want to reach 100,000 chips. I want to see if I could actually reach 100,000 chips at the moment. Fuck! Okay, whatever. You know what? No. I don't want to gamble. I just don't want to gamble. I'm scared of gambling right now. I'm literally scared of gambling. Oh, wait. I forgot about this. Congrats on actually getting into, Frame Fatales, by the way, Abby, with Ill Bleed. That's pretty cool that you got into, Frame Fatales with Ill Bleed. But this ain't like CSGO cases! I'm gonna lose either way. You have a message? Okay, I'll check it out later. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see you around. Not to mention Ill Bleed. I know my friend wanted to submit whatever game it was. She wanted to submit Triangle Strategy on GDQ, but it didn't get accepted, so that's a rip for her. But hopefully someday she will get into like oh god. She'll get into GDQ with Triangle Strategy. How dare you! How dare you! How dare you! I would never won. I would have never won. Is she the White Witch? She probably is. Looking at how much she's like fucking me over right now. Someone slain the Jewels the Imp. True. Hey yo! Yeah, that's right, bitch. Hey yo! There we go. Okay, I'm gonna stop. If it goes, if it goes all the way down to 53k, that's it. I swear there's no, guys, I swear I do not have one. No, I'm standing. Extremes on kick, no. Oh man, I swear I gamble all. Hey Berserkian, Berserkerican, or whatever it is. I hope you're doing well, Berserk. Yeah, bust these nuts all over it. Stop it. Stop it with your name and me messing it up, or stop it with the game. Guys, don't tell someone to stop gambling. Never mind, I'm gonna stop gambling right now. Hope you're doing well, Berserk, by the way. Fine, I'm gonna stop game. Okay, what is this game? Platoon. I've never played Platoon before. Yeah, I've never played Platoon before. Play attention as I take. Do battle? Yeah, I don't. No. I think I'm not gonna play this. No. I think it's cope. I'm not doing this. I hear about it. I'm like, nope, not doing it. Get me out of here! Get me out of here, please! Please get me out of here! Wait, what? No, fuck, no. Is there roulette? There's no roulette. There's slots, blackjack, this platoon, and whatever the maze thing is. So there's that. I could probably just play slots then. Surely I'll win. Surely I'll win. You know, I'm like those, like, you know, like the fucking whatever the elderlies who are just pressing the buttons for that. It's just like that. It's just like pressing the buttons for the gamba. Like, what the fuck? Shitty Oz and blackjack. I don't even know. Ask grandma to gamble to. No, grandma's not gonna gamble, I swear. I don't think grandma's gonna gamble at all. Does grandma like slots? I don't know, maybe. She's kind of a gambler herself. Mega mode. What? Oh shit. It's speeding up time. We're actually speeding up fucking time right now. What the fuck? You hit 52. Oh no, am I actually losing money? I'm losing money. Uh-oh. I didn't realize I'm losing money right now. Guys, I swear, I don't have a gambling addiction. Guys, don't worry about it. It's virtual money. What if it's real money, am I right? I'm actually not winning anything. What the fuck? Hello? I'm actually not winning anything. Unlike the last time that I actually went into... What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I saw. I actually looked at it. Oh my god. Am I supposed to time it? I'm supposed to time it, yeah. But like, why do I need to time it, honestly? Buying this for your, to your kids and QRPGs. It's been 10 hours of casino. Yo. Mommy, I'm gonna grow up like you one day and play casino. I'm at 49, uh-oh. What the fuck? How am I not winning shit? What? Hey yo. Zero soon, true. Try timing. Okay, hold on. Try timing. No way! No! It fucked me up. It fucked me up, I swear. Oh shit! Oh yeah! Yeah! My money! Oh man. But then again, if I were to time it, it just doesn't really matter at all. Right? I feel like it doesn't really matter if I time it right as well. Yeah, it's just gonna skip. This isn't real slots. Yeah, I think it does matter with the timing. Hold on. I mean, it doesn't matter with the timing. Okay, wait. It didn't. No way. No, it didn't register my fucking. I press it and then 1 second later it went to that. I time it so that the bat was gonna be on the bot. No, it's rigged. It was rigged. It was rigged. It's super rigged. No way. Look how rigged is that? Bro. No way. No. Fuck that. Okay, bye. But why would the devs do that? Is in-game money anyways. Rig it. They just want to rig it. I can't believe this. They rigged it. It fucked up my monies. Oh shit, it's Wisp. Okay, I need to get a Wisp. If I can get a Wisp, that'd be great. Okay, wait. Esther? Serenade this motherfucker. There's an easy way to get coins with slots that requires patience. Patience? I don't have patience. Okay. What do I call this wisp? In Japanese, what do I call this wisp? I will call this wisp Boo. 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 Or is it like this? Wait. I think it's just boo. There we go. Boo. Boo. Oh, wait, it says that poo. Oh my god, that's poo. Fuck. Wait, isn't that poo? Oh, you know what? Whatever. He's poo now. He's a pile of shit now. He's a poo. He's pile of shit. He's a pile of shit. Poo.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Okay, so I got the wisp. I need to go to oat smoking now. You fucked. I know I fucked it. I'm sorry. I know I fucked it bad. I'll exchange you with this, like that. Now let's travel to. Wait, what do you mean I can't do it here, you fucker? Sorry, didn't mean to say that. Poi, cause always like oh, it's not even poo. Is like poi, yeah. Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. Doesn't really matter right now. It doesn't really fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. What matters is I go to fucking where is it? Old Smoky. I go to Old Smoky and find deep fry or small fry, either one of them. Next time write poo in Singaporean. No way. No way. All in Japanese or else. Okay, let's find a deep fry. Are you a deep fry? No, you're not a deep fry. You're boogly boo and shrimp paler. Why are you a shrimp paler? I like a impale shrimps. I do like the impale shrimps. There you go. We're getting more XP on the poo. On my poo. Are you the you are the deep fry, right? Okay, you are the deep fry. And then last one is gonna be near Castaway Cove. Okay. Use Esther. Serenade that fucker. Jigglypuff! Jigglypuff! We got the deep fry. Alright, cool. Yes! Okay, I have to, fuck, I don't even know what's this one now. What do I go with this one? What do I go with this one? Pooper? No. Barbecue? Wow. Is this BB? Hold on. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do it in katakana instead. Because I think in katakana is gonna be a bit easier for me. Just use Ku? No way. We go barbecue. We go barbecue this shit. No way you got it right. Barbecue. Also, I have like fucking Google Translate, that's why. I had like Google Translate until someone said it was boo. Until someone said boo, I was like, yeah, probably I know what boo is. But then I fucked up on the katakana. I was like, oh, I mean the hiragana. I was like, oh, never mind. Which one do I exchange? I'll exchange with you right now. Go down here. That cheater? I'm not cheating. I'm just following what the Google Translate says. I do also need to learn Japanese though. Watashi wa Nihongo. No. Watashi ne. Is it watashi ne? Watashi ne Nihongo. Shit. Shit. Shit in the drain. Okay, now I need to go to Castaway Cove. Because it's near Castaway Cove if I'm not mistaken. Is it? Near Castaway. The other one is in Mishma Marshes, which I do not know where the fuck Mishma Marshes is at. So I'm gonna be finding a fucking honky tonky or whatever it is. Shonky honker. That's what it is. Shonky honker. Look at you, hacker, pathetic creature of meat and... What? What? How are you doing, Cabot? Hope you are doing well. Good morning to you. I know you slept. Good morning. I swear, I know my time zones. I know my freaking time zones. kill this cat. No one likes this cat. No one likes this pussy. No one likes this tombstone as well. Oh no, I'm having inner strength! Your final death is my inner strength to kill you like that. With a kick in the fucking... the kick in the stomach. It's like, yup, that's it. Gone. Gone for life, okay. Where's this honky tonker? Whatever it is. Are you the honky tonker? Sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect immortal? What? Is this a song? I swear, if this is a song, I do not know about it. And I was like, I swear, I swear. I swear I know what you're talking about. Okay, where? Yeah, honky tonkers are around here, right? If I'm not mistaken. Shonky honker, sorry. Shonky honker.
Here goes nothing.
Chonky honkers. They are kind of chonky
Nice spot.
as a honker. Swain is at fucking 53 now. Jesus. From band called System After Shock. Oh, I know about that.
Stay calm now.
Chonky honker sounds like someone's name in middle school.
We did it.
Might have to exchange. I'm not too sure. Wait, is that one? No, that's not one. I thought it was like one at the fucking far end. God damn. So I'm not gonna be farming. God damn it. I'm gonna be farming for this weird ass honky donkey bullshit thing.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Wow, they're dead in like an instant. God damn.
We did it.
I'm at the right place, right? It's near Castaway Cove. Okay, if it's near Castaway Cove, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be around here then. Unless I'm fucking going the wrong place. Chonky honkers also sound like some sexualized restaurant.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Maybe. It could be that. Okay, where is like fucking... Okay, where is Marsma Marshes? If not, I'm just gonna go for there instead. Mayasma Marshes. Where the fuck is that? You know what? Let's find Mayasma Marshes instead. It could be around here then. I can't look at the oh my god. I can't look at the map. Okay, fine. Fine. You don't want me to look at the map. Want me to tell you where to find it? Well, I know it's near Castaway Cove. I know this thing is like near Castaway Cove. Is it? Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm going way too far. Way too far. What? Was? Was? Hold on. Where is this thing? I remember seeing it. Hello? Why can't I find it right now? No? 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 Fuck, I'm far away. I'm too far. Again. Am I too far? Hello? I might just went. I might have just gone too far. What? How can I not find it right now? Oh wait. No. I went too far, honestly. It's currently real lore hours. Yes. What are you even looking for? Hi, Phoenix Flower. I'm finding the one that's called Shonky Honker, which sounds very racist, but I'm trying to find that because it's in my book. It's in my book. I know it's in my book. Unless I really gone way too far. What the fuck? How have I not seen it yet? What? Okay, wait, hold on. No. 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 Did I miss it? I feel like I missed it. What? I feel like I missed it! What the fuck? Where is it? Where is it in my book? How can I not find it? Oh yeah, here. Okay, there we go. See, it's near Castaway Cove, but then afterwards it says Miasma Marshes. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what the fuck Miasma Marshes is. So I'm literally, well, yeah, that's the evolution, but I need to get it. I need to get that shit. I just don't know where the fuck Miasma Marshes is. I'd rather take Miasma Marshes or what? The one at Miasma Marshes is at Genie Step. Genie Step. Where the fuck is Genie Step? Hey, Narakami, by the way. You're bound to run across it sooner or later. Is that the Genie Steps on top of the platforms a bit up north? Genie Steps. Genie Steps. How do I... I'm like... Okay, wait, hold on. Genie Steps. Does it look like a fucking marsh? Or like, it looks like a fucking... Yeah, does it really just look like a marsh? Or like a... How do you say this? Little mountain you flew over, where it is? Flat platform surrounding the desert. Wait a fucking minute. That's that? These? What? No way. Isn't it funny how once you unlock the dragon is basically saying fuck the boat? Yeah, just fuck the boat, honestly. No one gives a fuck about a boat. Oh fuck! I hope you're doing well, Phoenix Flower, by the way. The Genie Step. Wait. Okay, so the Genie Step, right? And then, like, is it downwards? Is it that way? That way? Sorry. My voice is, like, so fucked up, cracked. That way? This one? I can't land here. Yeah, fuck that shit. Golden Grove South. Okay. Genie Step. Summerlands East. Bruh. Wait, I'm telling you where to fight Shonky Honka still. I wanna go to the Miasma Marshes instead. I think that one would give me a better like chances instead of like the Shonky Honker, because I think I'll still have to wait for a Shonky Honker. So I'd rather not do that right now. Unless like the marshes is like right around here though. Swan Island. Southwest of the oh fuck my life. Okay, southwest of the world. Southwest, so it's okay. This way. Thank God I have a dragon. Haha, dragon these nuts. Am I right? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Anyone want to dragon these nuts? How can you not fall when you spin like that? I don't know. Miasma means poisonous, so it probably looks like a sickly swarm. What is that in what's that language in? Miasma. Ah, the clouds! I can't see shit! I can't see! Help! Help! I can't see! What am I doing? I literally can't see. Hello? Southwest. This way. How southwest is southwest? Maybe it's at NASCAR, whatever it is. Whatever this fucking place, NASCAR. Oh my god, I can't see shit. Oh shit, it's too thick. So that means I have to go right, like near Castaway Cove, I guess. Or I can go for whatever it is, the whatever the genie step. Is the genie step a better place instead? Hey, Joy Boy. Yeah, is the genie step better than the fucking? Oh shit! It's here. Yo, Chunky Honker. Trying to kill you, bitch. No way! No! It died! It fucking died! How dare it fucking die? Right in front of my eyes. It fucking died. Right in front of my eyes. Oh shit, another one. Let's go to that one. It's for one of my errands. It's one of my errand stuff.
We're under attack. Here Nice work.
So I had to collect three, hold on. I had to collect three familiars in order for someone to like fucking research about them. So is this one, and the Shonky Honker, which I still need to get one. And then I had to upgrade them to Trumpy Pumper. Trumpy Pumper. What a fucking name. Flash Fry and Wispula. Anyone wanna try my Trumpy Pumper? I got all my Trumpy Pumpers up in here. Sounds like a fucking sex toy, like honestly. Wanna use my Trumpy Pumper to pump that Trumpy?
We're under attack. Here we did it.
Okay. What the fuck is that shit? Have I not seen that shit before? Wait, hold on. Where do I go? Where do I go down from? That's like the main question. Where the fuck do I go down from? There we go. Okay, what the fuck are you?
We can do this.
Oh, what the fuck is this monster? Looks like a fucking weird ass Pokemon. Looks like an abandoned Pokemon. Where did this abandoned Pokemon?
Good luck next time.
I still had to upgrade my fucking whatever it is, the ghost quite much. So there's that. How do I get up there? What? There we go. Alright, 2 instances of a Shonky Honker. Hopefully I can get one of them. Please, let me get one of them. Nope. Nope. Are you serious? Out of the 3, you're the only one who wants to be loved? Fuck off. I got bad luck. Bad RNG. Cope. Petrifying Poke. Wait, Petrifying Poke. There's another Shonky Honker at the bottom. I'm gonna go for that Shonky Honker at the bottom. Boom. Alright, come here, Shonky Honker. Two instances right now. 2 out of 3 chances. Hopefully I can get it. No. What? Woo.
Nice work.
This is gonna be me like fucking grinding grinding the fucking XP again like last time. Literally me just grinding XP right now. Okay. This is what JRPG games are like. Grind the XPs. Not really. I don't know, honestly. I just know that you sometimes grind XPs, and then you get to the higher level just to defeat bosses that are like you're capable of beating because you have a higher level. You kind of had to grind it out. I don't know. Mind you, I literally know that JRPG games are mostly just grinding levels in order for you to kill like someone easier. Nino might be grindy, I can't say. Well, to be fair though, I'm doing the errands though. I'm doing the errands of the game, so you probably don't have to do the errands of the game. I'm just doing all the errands of the game. Adjusting your approach to things half the time. Chrono Trigger isn't grindy. Holy shit, I got 3 instances. Yeah, to be fair though, I don't think... Oh shit, there we go. I think like if you were to do like the the main missions only and not go for... If you were to go for like the main missions only and not go for like the errands or the side missions or even the bounties, I think it would not really take a long time. Oh, I know why that was blocked. I know why it was blocked in the first place. It's a it's a racial term. Fuck. Tit. What's tit? In the... Holy fuck, wait, hold on. Tits is... Oh, okay. Where's my eye? This is my eye. This is my eye. Horny on main, it is a bird. True. We're talking about other tits. Other tits. Okay, let's exchange this tit with what am I gonna exchange this tit with? Fuck. Oh my god. How am I gonna exchange this tit? I'm gonna exchange this tit as this. Whatever. I'm gonna have like really shitty fucking... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have pretty shitty fucking stuff, but whatever. Let's go back to Perdita. Call it Owner Hole! I forgot about Owner Hole. Yeah, the one that you just permitted, by the way, RS25, it's wait, hold on. Okay. It's a racial term, so whoops. Uh-oh. Alright, let's save right here. I forgot about saving. Which word? I'm not gonna say it again because I said it like just now and I'd rather not say it again. Are you ready to begin the ceremony and to make Mornstar whole again? Sure, why not? Oliver, do you know the spell? Yes, I know rejuvenate. Sure, I do. It turns back the clock for objects, but to before they were old or broken. The word that rhymes with Shonky. Yeah, that one. Well, it is the memory retained within object that is being revived. Only the spell Breach Time allows time itself to be manipulated. Now, I believe that Rejuvenate should be able to restore the magic stones to the state they were in 15 years ago. Oh, I get that. That way, they will show. They'll be the same as Mornstar from 15 years ago, huh? Indeed. I will need to combine the spell Rejuvenate with the ritual required to reunite the stones with Mornstar. Flippin' heck. Wouldn't that be a bit of a search? Sorry, a bit of a stretch even for you, your heavenliness. It will not be easy, and I understand why Marcuson balked at the challenge, but I believe that I can do this for you. Thank you, your highness. Now, without further ado, let the ritual commence. Holy shit, she floating balls. What the fuck? The balls do be floating. God damn, that was pushed into him that hard. Yo! Balls are floating, that's gay. True. But she's the one who's fondling it, so I don't think that's gay. The ritual is complete. What you now hold is Mornstar in its true form. Please consult your wizard's companion. The wand's power has restored new pages with new spells for you to use. Oh, fuck me. Jeepers, these spells look so neat. The spell known as Unleash will prove very useful to you, I am certain. Doubtless, you have done battle with those creatures known as Guardians, whose poor hearts have been broken by Shadar. When you defeated them, you received certain gemstones, did you not? That's right, they dropped them big jewels, ain't it, Ollie boy? These gems are symbols of the Guardians' gratitude and contain a part of their spirit and life force. Jeepers. By using Unleash, you can channel the energies which reside in the gems and call upon the Guardian's strength in What? Why now? With their power at your command, you will be able to hold your own even against Shadar. Thank you, Your Highness. That sounds like it will come in real handy. That doesn't sound too shabby, does it, Oliver? Shadar will be quaking in his boots. He'll be coming. He'll be pissing and shitting and coming all at once. Plus, he'll be quaking. You are now better equipped to face Shadar in battle, but a serious obstacle stands between you and any such encounter. Oh, here we flip and go. What is it this time? Shadar dwells within the castle of Nevermore. Oh! God damn you, Nevermore! It lies to the north of here, beyond the Miasma marshes. God damn you, Miasma marshes! Should a careless traveler be engulfed by the dark Miasma? Miasma? Whatever. For which the marshes are known, they will be lost forever. Wait a second, the Miasma marshes? What is it, Esther? Have you heard of them? It's something my father once spoke of. He told me of a mist that was so dark that no light could penetrate it. The Miasma. Miasma? Is it Miasma or Miasma? I'm just gonna go with, like, what I call plasma. Miasma? Miasma. Yeah, whatever. He said that the only way to clear it was with the call of the Clarion. Clarion? I remember you saying that we'll be the ones to play it again, Esther. Yeah, the Clarion is a symbol of peace that was created by the three kings of this world. Now, what was the rhyme? In ding dong dell, they carve full well that old Mamuni wood, and bear it then to Hamelin to make it sound so good. Clarion is a weird... It could be. I am impressed by your knowledge, Esther, but then you are the daughter of a great sage. Oh, it's just a rhyme I learned when I was little. So if we give this Clarion a good honk, it will clear us a path across the Miasma marshes. So we're gonna give it a good honk. Good cleaning, I would say. Words. That is correct. And the first thing you require to make miasma, maybe I don't even know, because I went with like plasma, because plasma with the A is asthma, so it's not pliasma or whatever it is, so it's miasma. It could be miasma. I'm not too sure. I don't know what language is it. The first thing you require to make the Clarion is the holy wood. That old Mamuni wood. I think it's time we paid the Khalifa a visit. Miasma. Okay, it's miasma. I guess I'm actually poggers. I'm poggers with miasma. Okay, so I had to go back to where? I had to go back to the Khalifa. Moo. Oh, hold on. I don't know, dude. I never said the word. Well, I don't know, man. I never seen that word before. I've never seen that word before. I don't know, someone said it was in another different language. I was like, huh? You seen it a lot? Now that you mentioned about not saying the word, I now realize why you said that. I'm not gonna talk about it, but I realize now you can. I realize now why you said that. I'm just not gonna talk about it. It's nice to see you again, Your Majesty. I pronounce it as miasma, but I don't know if it's right. I know what it means, just don't pronunciate things. Yeah. I'm just not gonna talk about why. I'm not gonna talk about why. It's nice to see you again, Your Majesty. I say, you have returned. Now tell me, boy, have you located that handsome young man in the picture Sobi generously gave you? Yes, we found him, Your Majesty, and now Prince Markison's back to his old self. That picture of yours came in proper useful in the end, Your Majesty. Even if you did only have it 'cause you had a crush on the poor lad. We are most pleased to hear that you accomplished your aims. But what brings you back to us? Pray tell. Your Majesty, have you heard of the Clarion? Indeed, we have. Are we to take it that you require the aforementioned instrument? Is the time finally at hand? I usually call that I usually said that what, like, aforementioned. I don't know why. I always thought that is A-F-R-O-E. I didn't realize it was A-F-O-R-E. I heard about aforementioned, not aforementioned. Your Majesty, can I have a crush on pretty much anyone? What the fuck? No. No. No crush on anyone. No, Majesty will never have crush on anyone. Stop it. That's right, Your Majesty. We need it to cross the Miasma marshes. A bull! You heard the young man. Fetch you know what this instant. Yes, my most bountiful bovinity. Bovinity.
I present to you the holy wood.
Shit, man, it's the Hollywood. Got that? That's only that one line. Oh yes, I will give you the Hollywood. The Hollywood. Thank you for the Hollywood. Guard that wood with your lives, won't you? Now, who can say how long it will take for another branch like that to grow? Gee, thank you, Your Majesty. This means we can do battles with Shadar. So you really do intend to face him? Tell us, are you familiar with the events of the Wizard Wars? Yes, Your Majesty. I heard something about them. The whole world was at war once, wasn't it? It was a most protracted and bloody affair. And at the end of it, only 3 kingdoms were made: Almamoon, Ding Dong Dell, Hamelin. The 3 ruling families vowed then to keep the peace, and the Clarion served to symbolize their sacred pledge. But when the shadow of the Dark Jinn fell across the world, our 3 kingdoms were driven into a simply frightful series of disputes. In retrospect, it is most unfortunate that we did not join forces and make a new Clarion back then. Join forces, Your Majesty? That's right, boy. Now, if we recall correctly, you have already visited each of the 3 kingdoms. That's right, Your Majesty. We're close personal friends with the big cheeses in every kingdom. It amuses us to think that a dear little boy should be the one to mend the bridges between our kingdom. Thanks, Your Majesty. Yeah, thanks, Your Majesty. We would love to stay and chat, but this Clarion won't make itself. Shall we head over to the next kingdom? Yes, it is time to go to Ding Dong Dell and see King Tom. Yeah, comfy game, poggers. Comfy game, comfy on this dick. Oh. Oh fuck. There we go. Sorry, I'm looking at my fucking whatever it is. I'm looking at fucking my phone. I'm not fucking my phone. I swear. I'm just looking at my phone. I hope you have your grandma chew her food. I'm not gonna help my grandma chew her food. Stop it. That's not right. That's not right for me to do. So, off to see the Cat King, is it? Ah, this place really takes me back. It was the first time we visited together, wasn't it? Listen, I'm sure you're enjoying your trip down memory lane, but haven't we got business to be taken care of? I hate to say it, but Swing's right. We need to complete the Clarion, and that means getting this holy wood. Huh? But how? What's the matter? Don't tell me you've gone and dropped the flipping thing. No, I didn't drop it. I had it just a second ago. I'm sure I did. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. So you're saying someone made off it with it while you weren't looking? Well, you would know a thing or two about it, wouldn't you? There you go. Bringing up ancient history again. Spank her? Stop. No. She's like 16 or something. Look. You're the young one who lost it. Don't go blaming me. I had it all this time, I swear! Stop fighting, both of you. If it's missing, we have to find it and fast. You're not wrong, Ollie boy. Let's ask some folks round by here if they've seen it. Oh my fucking god, are you serious? Literally dropped the fucking wood. I can't believe this. She's supposed to carry the wood, and she dropped it. Would you believe that someone had to drop the wood like that? Wait. Oh shit, it's the wood! It's the wood! I want the wood, please! It was a young mouse. Young mouse stole the wood? Excuse me? Wait, I had to read the story. It was that young mouse, the one with the glasses. He's always coming around here hawking his wares. Glasses? But I never thought he was a thief. No, just because you say he's guilty, that doesn't mean that doesn't make it true. If you want me to believe you, you're going to have to bring me some proof. How we can do that? There's only one thing for it, Ollie boy. We're going to have to catch that mouse and get him to confess. Okay, let's do that. We'll get you your proof, sir. Please do it quickly. I hate to think I was handling some stolen goods. Alright, let's go get a mouse. And then spank that mouse. And spank that mouse. What? Is it upstairs? I guess it's up. Wait, is it upstairs? What the fuck? No, it's not upstairs. It's down. Is it down here? No way it's down here. What? That's right. We are gonna be spanking a mouse. Spank bang live spanking a mouse. You. Oh, you're a small creature. Okay. Ick! Leave me alone! Oi! You little pipsqueak! You're the one who tried to make a quick gilder selling the holy wood, aren't you? Squeak! How do you find me? I'll never do it again. Honest, never ever on my name's not Pip. Pip? But why? What made you start stealing? I needed. Oh god, I need. Where's Pip Sprite when I need her? I needed the money, didn't I? Nor that it's any of your blinking business. How am I going to make my dreams come true if I'm broke, eh? Oh my god. Fucking mouse. Your dreams, that's no excuse for stealing. What kind of dreams do you have anyways? Nice try, dum-dum. You think I'm telling you? Just gamble, true. I know you just laugh at me for being a silly little mouse with big ideas. Crikey. bit blooming touchy, ain't we? There's no need to be so flipping defensive, mouse face. Well, we did just corner him, to be fair. Anyways, let's collar this little runt and head back to the Cuttermaster store, shall we? Wait a second, you guys. Is it just me, or does Pip really remind you of somebody? Huh. You mean he might share someone with someone back in Motorville? I think so. But I'm just not sure who could it be. Who it could be. What the fuck? It's literally the guy. Is it Phil? Oh god, it's Philip! Philip! Pip, would you mind telling us a little more about your dreams? We won't laugh at you, I promise. Why should I? You can't tell me what to do? Why should I take orders from a big baby who sleeps with a stupid doll? Oh no. What? Is that true, Oliver? No, I don't sleep with a doll anymore. Haha, how grown up of you. But I bet you still drag it around with you everywhere in case you get scared at night, you big baby. I do not! I told you I don't sleep with a doll anymore. I stopped taking Mr. Drippy to bed almost a year ago. Oh. Now you done it, dum-dum. You all heard him, didn't you? I bet your girlfriend's really impressed now. Stop being mean. She's not my... And I don't sleep with a doll. Cut it out, will you? Cut it out, Phil. Eh? Did you just call him Phil? That mangy mouse name's Pip. I'm sorry. It just what he said. It sounded just like Phil when he's being mean. Blimey. Well, you know what that means. I don't know what you're on about. All I know is you'll never catch me. Hey, Yo-chan. Hope you're doing well. This rotten rodent is starting to get on my nerves. He's not making things easy for us, is he? What are we going to do, Oliver? Well, it took me a while to work it out, but there's no mistakes. Sorry. He can be kind of mean. Real stubborn. But he's still my best friend. I'm talking about Phil. No, we're not gonna bang. Tidy! I think we've got our man. Just go to show if you've got a big bully for a soulmate. You might just turn out to be a nasty piece of work, too. I get it. Do I mention that Oliver's 13? Do I mention that Oliver's 13? Excuse me? Excuse me? I get it. Something must be going on with his soul. The soulmate to have made this mouse turn to a life of crime. I feel kind of bad. It's been a while since I saw Phil. I hope he's okay. Let's go and see Philip in Motorville. Come on, Oliver. There's no time to waste. Alright, let's see fucking Oliver. Yeah, I got healing hand. Oh wait, gateway. Just stuff her in a fraud outfit. I'm gonna be very out of context right here. I think Dingo should say that, not you. I think Dingo should say that, not you. This is very out of context. Very, very out of context. Phil! Oh, it's you. Come to get even, huh? Even? Even for what? All I wanted was to build an auto all of myself. All of my own, sorry. A hot rod faster and finer than any other. Sure you did, Phil. It was what we both wanted. But my dream, it killed somebody. Gee, it killed your mom! You know who it killed? Your mom! Don't say that, Phil. Don't ever say that. It wasn't your fault. I don't want to worry you, Ollie boy. But there's a funny look in your mate's eyes. Oh god, he's having a weird orgasm. What the fuck? My dude's having a weird orgasm right now. Oh shit, it's a fat guy. No, sorry, it's a flat guy. There you go. Hot rock kill. What? Okay. Oh! That was good. That was good. That was fucking good. Let me grab that. Let me grab that shit real quick. Boom! How much damage? 600? 555. It's good enough. Let's attack! Attack! My steed. My trusty steed of familiars. Can I get a war cry? Let me see your war face. Oh, let me see your war face. Okay. Wait, Esther's dead? Wait, how the fuck is Esther's dead? The fuck? Hold on, Esther's fucking dead already. I didn't realize about that. Ah, you're dead anyways. Okay, cool. Boom! Boom! Yeah, yeah! Dead! Even though I had like fucking Esther did as well. Whoops, sorry. Oh hell yeah, you're morphable. Okay, cool. Hold on. I need to morph you later. I need to like evolve you later. Gah! All of it is all my fault. Flipping heck. The poor lad's still heartbroken. Phil! You must really hate me, Oliver. I guess we're not friends anymore, huh? No, I never said that. It should have been me. It should have been me. It should have been me. It should have been me in that car. It should have been me in that river. That way, your mom would have never had saved you. That way, she would still be alive. You can't think like that, Phil. It won't change anything. What was I thinking? Trying to build a car. If I hadn't built a hunk of junk, none of this would have ever happened. Phil, this isn't what my mom would have wanted. She wouldn't want to see you like this. We were trying to make our dreams come true. We were trying to make the neatest car in the whole world, remember? Our dreams? Gah! Who cares about a dumb dream? But didn't you listen to a word I said? Your mom's dead because of our dumb dreams. So what did I do now? Build another car? What do I do now? Build another car? Mess it up again? Get somebody else. Get them. I can't. Listen to me, Phil. My mom would never want us to give up on our dreams. I just know it. You remember all those times we would sneak into the car factory? Remember the old guy we made friends with there, the engineer? He told us all about cars, didn't he? We promised him we'll make a car better than anything Motorville had ever seen. Sure, my mom used to tell us we had cars on the brain, but when she heard us talk about our dreams, she would smile. She never really got mad at us, did she? I remember. She wanted us to follow our dreams. I know she did. Follow our dreams? I know it's what my mom would have wanted. You can't give up on your dreams. Huh? Well, I never did. I never. I didn't see this one coming, Ollie boy. It's your own heart that's making the locket grow. Your heart's bringing with ambition. I should have known. But What am I supposed to do? Can I really take a piece of my own heart? Well, it can't hurt to try now, can it? And it will make a change from borrowing from other folks. Go on, man. Give it a go. Okay, here goes. I'm gonna take my own fucking heart. Yoink, my heart. Ambition. Jeepers creepers. That sure felt strange. I guess that must be how all the people who helped us felt, huh? Nice one, Ollie boy. Jewel got a hard on. Goddamn right. I told you it was worth a try, didn't I? Hold on, Phil. There's something I need to share with you. I'll give you the ambition you need. That looks like Mickey Mouse. Jorges? What? What? Huh? What is this? Fill our hole? Fill our hole? I feel kind of warm inside. I don't know what's wrong with me, Ollie. I just can't. I just can't stop crying. But I feel all warm and fuzzy. What the fuck? Did Oliver put cum in you? What the fuck? You feel warm? Does cum feel warm? I'm just gonna ignore that question. You know what that is, Phil? That's my mom trying to tell you something. That's my mom, alright? Alright? You know what's... You know what's warm inside? My mom! My mom inside you, you know? She's telling you to never give up on your dreams. Never give up? That's right! And we don't want to let my mom down. Do we? Mom is very warm inside, yes. So that means we have to keep on going. Keep on chasing after our dreams. I can't let my mom down. I won't. You're right, Ollie. I won't give up. I won't give up on my dreams. On our dreams. And that's a promise, Ollie. Phil!
Ollie. Phil.
Holy fuck. What the fuck was that? Why was that a scene? What was that a fucking scene with voiceover? I'm going to study hard and go to college. Then I'm going to build a car that's safe. A car people can rely on. You see if I don't. You will hold me to that, won't you, Ollie? Sure I will, Phil. Now, there's one other thing I gotta tell you. Ollie, if you're gonna keep dressing like a weirdo, I can't be seen with you. I'm a fucking weirdo, of course. Oh, these clothes, it's not what you think. Nah, it's okay, really. If you wanna dress like a crazy, who am I to stop you? Now, I got important things to do. See you around, kiddo. Alright, bye-bye. Tell the truth, Ollie boy, I didn't know if nabbing a nugget of your own heart was going to work. Well, it looks like it worked fine, Mr. Drippy. Phil's back to his old self. I've been waiting for ages. Where is he? Oh! Huh? Eh? What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Oliver, I've been waiting. Where were you? P, what are you doing here? This is my house. P, you mean P's P's here right now? Yeah, she came right out of my house. But how did you get inside? Easy peasy. I can open any doors I like. Listen, P. I'm not sure I understand. Who were you waiting for? You, silly! I've got something to tell you. Oliver, are you sure you'll be alright, whatever happens? Even if you find out the truth? The truth? Oh god. Is the truth, like, bad? I'm worried about you, Oliver. Are you sure you will be alright? Well, I'm not exactly sure what it is you're worried about, P. But as long as my friends are with me, I'll be fine. You don't have to worry about me. Good. Oh, Oliver. What is it? I'll always watch over you. Okay? Is he like a ghost or something? Is he like literally at home smoking the Zaza and then literally dead in his bed right now? What? So what did P have to say, Oliver? We only heard what you said. She said she was worried about me, so I told her that I had my friends with me and that I was going to be okay. Of course you are, Ollie boy. You've got the High Lord of the Fairies on your side, ain't it? Heh, and don't forget me. We've been through a fair few scrapes, but we're still going strong, aren't we? Ha! As if he'd forget you, Swain. Thanks, you guys. That means a lot. Now Phil's back to his old self, so let's go see Pip. Right, back we go to Ding Dong Dell. Ding Dong Dell. Let's go back to Ding Dong Dell. What the fuck are you? Oh no. Do we need fucking ambition? Yeah, we need ambition from someone. Okay, let's find ambition from someone. It's probably gonna be like somewhere with ambition. I feel like at this point I surely do not need any more of the I feel like we're really close to the end though. I'm not too sure how far is it from the end, since I've already on like I'm already on like 45 minutes in this game. Don't know how far we are from the end though. Oh yeah, I need to go get that rat. Where are you, you fucking rat? Or mouse, sorry. I need to remember what the difference between a mouse and a rat is. I don't know, they're both rodents. Come here, you fucking rat. I mean mouse. Ick, it's you! Look, I'm really sorry. That thing I stole, it was really important, wasn't it? Huh? What a flipping transformation, man. Oh, fuck. I accidentally hit the Swain. The thing is, I've already sold it. I sell things to the local shopkeepers, you see. I just don't know what to do. Don't worry, Pip. Let's just explain to the shopkeeper what happened. I'm sure he will understand. A lot of culture in Asia don't differentiate them. Rat, large, mouse, small. Interesting. I'm so sorry, Oliver. But the tails are different, the layering is different. Ooh. Ah, you're back, I see. Rats are generally bigger, but not always as well. And we have caught ourselves a thief. Come on, Peep Squeak. Out with it. This piece of wood. It was me. I stole it. You stole it? A little chap like you? He confessed, didn't he? The mouse stole it and sold it to you, the rotter. I haven't spent any of the money, I promise. I'll give it all back to you. If you see a black furred one, it's a rat. There's no black haired mice. Ooh. I despise both. To be fair though, Z's a rat lover or rodent lover, so it's pretty easy to understand that she likes rodents a lot. Rat Jam is a fucking rat, duh, it's not a mouse. Bruh. Rat Jam. Literally rat in the name. I don't think it's a mouse at all. Well, it says this. Stop pretending. What do you mean I pretend? Dude, that's a rat. No, that's a rat. Looks like a mouse. No. It's a big one. It's a big one. Well, I sense this is an item of some value to you, and that its loss has caused you some distress. I hate to see it go, but I know where it belongs. Yeah, giving back that fucking wood. I have that wood now. Stop pretending. I'm not pretending, I swear. Well, that's that sorted then. We're lucky the shopkeeper wasn't in the mood to rook us. You know, Pip, I can't believe you turned yourself in and returned the money. Yeah, Cabot, like Z's into, like, she's a rodent lover. I know about that. Pip, I can't believe you turned yourself in and returned the money and you call yourself a thief? I'm no thief. I'm telling you, it was just a moment of madness. I'm so sorry. I'll do anything to make it up to you. I mean it. Yo, suck this dick! Use that mouse mouth and suck this dick! Listen, it's okay. We got it back in the end. I kind of want to see one. Wait, quokka? What the fuck is a quokka? Quokka. Oh, I almost forgot. You said that your dream has had driven you to become a thief. You want to put your junk near the thief. Hey, the mouse said he would do anything. If he says he's gonna do anything, he's gonna do anything. So that anything is gonna be suck this dick. Oh, I almost wait. That's right. I've got big dreams, and they don't come cheap. I need guilders and lots of them. Have you ever heard of something called a cloud sweeper? Isn't that a sort of flying broom powered by magic? Not my kind of thing. Well, it's my kind of thing, that's for sure. Ever since I was little, I've always wanted to build my very own cloud sweeper. I want to build the fastest, bestest cloud sweeper in the whole world. Is it just me, or does he really remind you of someone? He sure does. Say, Pip, building something that goes real fast is super neat, huh? Huh! Finally, someone who understands me. Thanks for taking the time to hear me and talk about my dreams. Now I need to save up some money the honest way. Good luck, Pip. All right, guys, never be a rat. All right, never be a fucking rat. Don't rat yourself out. Don't rat yourself out, man. Never be a rat. No XDD emotes. I thought that was a XD emote. Wait, hold on. There's no XD emote? Okay, never mind. I'm lying then. I lied. Sorry, I lied. It's good to see you again, Your Majesty. You have returned. How the devil have you been? One has been busy oneself with that rogue, Hickory D. Meow. Meow. Unless one is very much mistaken, you've come bearing the holy wood of Moon. That's right, and we wanted to ask a favor of you, Your Majesty. No need to continue, dear, to go. One knows precisely why you're here, so the Caliphate chose to entrust the holy wood to you. It seems the time has come to reunite the powers of the three kingdoms. Now, dear boy, allow one to do one's royal duty. Fuck that wood! Heck yeah! You're gonna fuck that wood! Wow, that was amazing. Yeah. Well, surely you expected nothing less. Thank you, Your Majesty. It sure has been great seeing you, but we have to head to Hamelin now. So Marcus is up next. Here's hoping he's been practicing his carpentry. Why are you mumbling to yourself, Swain? So you're out to Hamelin, huh? Take care, won't you? It's a rather grubby place for one so very pure. Alright, let's go and meet some Marcuson. That's a guy. That's a male. That's a male. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not gonna bang a male, by the way. Stop it. My point still... No! Stop it! What do you need? Wait. Do you also need ambition? Yeah, do you need ambition? Whoever you are at the far end. You. Okay, yeah, you need either ambition or love. Ambition, okay. Yeah, huge tiger tail and jewels. No, stop. No! No, with its sharp claws. Don't make it fucking do that. It's not gonna give me a hand job. Like a hand job with a cat with that sharp claws. I'm not doing so. Fuck that. I'm not doing that. Sharp claws with a hand job? Fuck that shit. Honestly. Time to see the Tiger King. That's a cat. That's not a Tiger King. That's a cat. Does it wear gloves? I'm not doing that. Not doing that, honestly. Tail job? What the fuck? No. Hello, Marcusson. We need you to finish carving something for us. Flipping heck. Someone didn't go to finishing school. Heard of the word please, have you? Ha, I do enjoy visits. Your visits. There is a certain liveliness you bring to every occasion. Now, you mentioned carving something. Yes, your majesty. Esther was talking about the Clarion. That's right. We need you to help us finish it so we can clear a path across the Miasma marshes. Ah, I see. Well, you've come to the right place. The Clarion may only be completed by the ruler of Hamelin, but I am afraid there is a minor problem. Namely, that he does not possess all of the skills required. Huh? How do you mean, your majesty? To complete the Clarion, one must possess not only magical powers, but the talent to carve the necessary holes. While I may have the magical skills, I am unable to help with the more practical aspects of the process. So you're saying you're too clumsy to complete the Clarion? It is not a matter of clumsiness, I assure you. No, the skills that are required that are passed from the Emperor directly to his heir. Gee, so your father passed away before he could teach you about this stuff, huh? Well then, we'll just have to go back in time and get him to teach you. Blinking egg! You make it sound so flipping easy. You only get to use breach time once in a lifetime, remember? Ah, you're right. Well then, what do we do? Aren't you forgetting someone? Swain? Do you mean truly? Did he? Well, I can't promise miracles, but father did teach me a few things, yeah. Ah, yes, your father! Did he come from this kingdom too? Only you never mentioned. God, alright. I just didn't want to make a big deal of it. Yes, Markinson's my brother, and my real name is Gascon. There, I said it. Oh, that. We already knew that. We knew that already. We were there, you know. And why are you so hell-bent on getting me to admit it? Anyway, we can discuss on the whys and wherefores later on. The point is, my father taught me what I need to know. And you're telling us this now? If you would let us know a bit earlier, we wouldn't have had to come all the way to Hamelin, would we? I'm afraid it's not that simple. I can't do the magic part, you see? Flipping heck! So you're no use to us. What the fuck? Dude, one has the magic, one has the carpentry. If you put both together, it's still the same thing! Fucking Drippy. Why not, like, drip his life away, honestly? That's not quite true. So you know what I'm getting at, do you? I suppose it's not all bad having a brain box of a great sage for a brother. I'm not sure I understand. What cannot be done alone may yet be done together. Is that not so, brother? Oh, I get it. You're going to make it together. Yes! 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 The go knows. The go smart. Fucking boys. Fucking male do not know. Fucking, we need to take away the male population right now. Exactly. Now give it here. Are you ready, Marcusson? We've got work to do. Yes, brother. I am ready. No gambling. No gambling.
Wow, that thing sure seems powerful. Yes, and they work so well together.
God, he looks like a fucking fanboy, honestly. Like someone's gonna fuck him good.
Wow.
You insane, true. Oh god, I got clinging on. Now we can finally clear a path to Shadar's castle. Thank you, your majesty, and thank you too, Swain. Oh, don't worry about thanking me. But how long is it since we last made something together, Marcuson? Ha! Do you remember the model pig tank we made together? Blah! A bloomin' pig tank? That's the last pigging thing I want to be reminded of. Ha! You'll hear no arguments from me on that score. Anyways, let's focus on the task ahead. Clearing the Miasma marshes. Joe playing PE is the top tier. 400 subs! 400 subs! The Clarion looks so beautiful. I can't wait to hear it. Hear how it sounds. I think you should be the one playing. I think you should be the one to play it, Esther. Yeah, Ollie Boy's right. If you ask me, there ain't no better woman for the job. I agree. I mean, I would love to do it, but I'm tone deaf. I'll do it. I love Nino, Kuni, Crossroads. Isn't that the phone one? I'll do it. I'll play the Clarion and clear a path through the Miasma marshes. I truly believe you will, Esther. Thank you, your majesty. Come on, Oliver. We should get going. You're right. It's time to head to the Miasma marshes. Nippers. Okay, at least it's that is better than like fucking the other word that I do not want to pronounce. Let's go to. I'm gonna go to Elma Moon real quick. Very chill and fun. Isn't that the gacha one? Yeah, isn't that the gacha game? Where is... Oh, the MMO? There's an MMO? Hey Danny. Hope you're doing well. Marathon win. Marathon win is in what? Which one are you talking about? Oh, wait, insight. You need some fix in your brain? Why? Oh, that one. Yeah. Amanda the Adventurer is on 19th? Is it 19th? Yeah, 19th. It's on a Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. to... It's in between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. So that's what it is. EST. I don't know what is it in like your time, if it's EST, but it's around there in EST. Oh wait, I need to save. If not, I'm kind of fucked by not saving. Where did I even stop today? Or where did I even... Okay. I need to go to... somewhere real quick. Oh! There are like 3 of them. So I have one which is a fundraiser for someone's move to, I think, another different state in the US. So that was a fundraiser. The other one is a GDQ hotfix run, GDQ hotfix show. of Amanda the Adventurer, all endings. And then the other one is RTA in Japan. Well, RTA in Japan is a backup run of Alyssa. So I do have to de-rust on Alyssa if they ever ask me to run Alyssa, which I'm hoping to run Alyssa on that marathon. And then weirdly just talk in Japanese and say stuff in Japanese. Yamate kodasai! Just yamate kodasai! I'll be like so weird. It's like, oh, chin chin daisuke nanda yo. But yeah, I'll be running Alyssa. If it happens, I will be running Alyssa on RT in Japan. I'm gonna be very excited if I could actually run it, because I really want to run it. I really want to run the game. Let me run the game, please. RT in Japan, please, please. But yeah, I'm on backup for Alyssa. And if I don't get backup for Alyssa, I think I'm just gonna submit Alyssa again on RTA in Japan Winter. And then we'll see about that. I was very happy to actually see Alyssa on the list. But then I was like, wait a minute, that's green. That's not bonus. Cause I know their green is like not bonus, it's backup. They never have bonus runs, I think. If I'm not mistaken, they do donations, but never like bonus runs. But then also at the same time, I have to like talk in Japanese as well. The problem with that is that I only know a little bit of Japanese, and my commentator is the one that will talk a lot. I will be doing the run like probably like silent most of the time. And then you hear me like, oh, so desu ne, whatever it is. Chotto mate, chotto mate. I will be like, oh, chotto mate, chotto mate. What do I need to do? Oh yeah, travel. How's my cards at the moment? Hold on. No. No. I can do the bounties as well. Ooh. Magma Gadon. Okay. I need this one a lot. I need this one and this one. I need these two. Yeah, we'll see about those two. Oh, wait! I forgot! Morph you! Yeah, there you go. Fuck you, Morph. Morph, you fucking ghost whisperer. Okay, I need you to be morphed as well later on. I need this. I need two of them, right? I need two of them? Hold on. What are you again? Yeah, I need two of them. God damn. Oh, don't tell me I don't have another one. Oh, I have more. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. At least I have another one. But yeah, I'll be very fucking happy if I could actually get into RTA in Japan with a slot. Cause I think I'm one of the only few English speaking like runners in the event. There are a few of them, like Bowie the hero, and Bubsia. But Bubsia knows Japanese. I don't know if Bowie knows Japanese. My Japanese is like fucking limited as fuck. That's all I know. I just only know like Ohayo gozaimasu, arigato gozaimasu, konbanwa, watashi wa Jo, Singapore Jin, and that's about it. Always a mixed opinion about Bowie the hero. I only know him through like fucking speedrun marathons and stuff. And that's all I know about him from. I also do know he also runs a lot of RPG games as well. What's SF? Street Fighter? Street Fighter runners? What? Shining Force. Okay. Oh, where am I supposed to go? Hold on. I need to look at my book. It's where his name is from. Oh, I see. Okay. Winter Isles, Summerlands. Okay, in the Western Rolling Hills. Ah, I see. I never known about like, yeah, I've never really known about Bowie other than like he's been into a lot of like speedrunning marathons and I know about him. That is it. And he's friends with like some people that I know of, so that's cool for me to know about him. Other than that, I know like Bubsia, because Bubsia is like literally like everyone knows him as the fucking blindfold guy. Literally, someone's gonna tell you like, oh, you know Bubsia, right? Oh, he's the blindfold guy. He blindfolds shit. Is that the one that looks like a dodo boat? No, no, it's not that one. That one. Okay. Hold on. Let me actually exchange something real quick. Do that, yeah. Oh wait, and one more thing. Whatever. Just doing it for now.
Watch this!
Oh my god, it's you again. Oh shit, I'm about to fucking die. How the fuck am I supposed to... how am I about to die already? Wait. 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 Hope you save. Probably not. Probably not. Oh wow. What? Ah, this thing's gonna die. I can tell. This thing's gonna die surely. Poke it. There we go, dip. Easy. See, easy! Easy, don't have to save! What's saving's gonna do? Okay. There's that. And then there's one in the southern winter thing. Hold on. One in the south. This one might be the save as well. I need to save around here later. I still have this girl that I need to give her the fucking familiar once it's level 40 or something. I need to remember that. Oh, it's just right there. Oh my god, it's so far. Okay, sure. I'll go for that one. But that's like the only like few runners that I know of that speaks English. I don't know who else also speaks English. Apart from like the few that I know of. That is in the RTA in Japan list. Maybe there's gonna be like a few more people that I probably wouldn't expect to speak English as well, but you know, we'll see. They both have a run though. Like Bowie and Bubsia have a run, while I'm just like literally in the sidelines, just like waiting it out, I guess. But I mean, I still have to go back and de-rust on Alyssa, even though, like, if I really do not have a chance, then yeah, I do not really have a chance then. Ow, Jesus. Fucking bitch. Whoa, dude! Holy shit, what is with you and your fucking attacks, man? Bro! Bring out your fucking familiar, dumb fuck. That's right, die. He's dead, one hit. There we go. Holy shit, he got Thanos. He got Thanos snapped. Rip to my dude. Thanos snapped right there. Okay, I got one more. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. On top of Old Smoky. Really? Really? Do I have to go on top of Old Smoky? God damn it, I don't want to go on top of Old Smoky. I'm not doing that. Okay. Where is... Okay, it's right here anyways. Let me in! Let me in! Let me in! Oh. It's not really that bad. My health isn't that bad. The only thing that is quite bad is the magic. Claim bounties. These two bounties. Okay, hold on. I do have some food. Accuracy increase. Golden pie, wow. Oh god, I don't even want you at all. I don't even want you as well. What can I level you up with? Magical attack, defense. You don't have magical defense? Ugh, shit. I can level your defense up. I wouldn't mind that. Defense. Magical attack. Magical increase. Holy shit, wait. The accuracy is like blue. Why is it blue? I'm just gonna use this and see what it is. Holy fuck. What an increase. Defense. I'm gonna give you defense. Why not? Okay. Magical attack. Sure, why not as well. Is there one with good magical attack though? I feel like my magical attacks are just grown already. Oh god, I gave it to the wrong. Oh, whatever. You know what? Just use them all because I'm stupid as fuck. Okay. I know I want these to just level up and that's about it though. Yeah, these are the ones that I just want to level up and that's about it. I'm just gonna give you this then. Cool. What can I do? Restore 150. Oh god, wait, hold on. What's your favorite fast food? God damn, I don't even know what my favorite fast food is. I can tell you my favorite food, like, in the world. My favorite food in the world is chicken rice. Chicken with rice. Makes everything nice. I love chicken rice a lot. No, I say I can tell you what's my favorite food. I didn't say it was fast food. No. I didn't say. I said I don't know what fast food I like, but I can tell you what favorite food I like. I like fried rice, but like fried rice is kind of a weird thing for me, I would say, because either there's good fried rice or there's bad fried rice. Sorry, I'm looking at something real quick. I think the only thing I need to do right now is just to like like either farm or go to the main mission. And actually wait, hold on. No. I'm gonna land. I need to teleport to somewhere. I want to teleport to the ferry. Oh, I can just teleport to here. I don't even know how the fuck I teleported to here. Wait. Hold on. What? I saw the exclamation mark. Hello? Huh? Oh. Huh? Huh?
Stand back.
Stand back! Pebble pelts. Okay, let me travel to Fairy Grounds, that's the one. Fairy Grounds, and then see whether or not I could actually do something at Fairy Grounds. Okay, how many people have... Okay. So one's at Alma Moon, the other one is at... whatever it is, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Give me your fucking ambition, bitch! I want your ambition right now! Your ambition is to cook chow fun? Well, my ambition is to get your ambition! Give me your ambition right now! Thank you. Yoink. Stolen. Stolen ambition, that's it. Give me your hopes and dreams! Your hopes and dreams are mine! Mine, bitch! Ding Dong Dell. We're gonna go to Ding Dong Dell first, and then afterwards come back here and do Alma Moon. Why are people like fucking... Hold on. Oops. Give heart. We're gonna give you the heart. Oops. There we go. Alright. Oh, fuck me. The alchemical formula. Oh, man. I don't want to be a nerd. I don't want to be a nerd. Alright, let's go back here and then just get the last ambition and then use it for Elma Moon, and then I guess we get more stems. But then again, wait. Before I get more stems. Merit Award. Merit. Okay, so do I want this one? Wait, hold on. Enables the recovery of health to walking. Fuck that shit. Reduces the amount of magical power required to perform spells. Oh, fuck that shit. Further increases the amount of experience gained in taking part in battles. Sure. I'll just use this for now. I need to get someone's fucking ambition again. Give me your ambition, bitch! I need your ambition. Is your ambition to laugh? Are you laughing? You laughing now? Which one is it? This one. Are you the ambitioner? You are the ambitioner. Whatever you are. Oh, sorry. Take heart. Take your heart, bitch. My heart now. Yoink. Okay, so now I go to Amamoon. It's like far in, right? If I'm not mistaken. Wait, is it this one? Wait, no way. Wait, hold on. Is it this one? Oh no, it's Hamelin. Whoops. Hamelin. There you go. Let's go back to Hamelin real quick. I think that's about it for like the ambition. I think. Because I don't think there's any more places that I can go to that needs ambition, unless... Yeah, this is the only person left that needs ambition, I think. That seems to be like... That seems to be about it. Unless I'm thinking about it wrongly. And then you have like the two tasks of like leveling up someone's familiar and just fucking evolving some like the 3 familiars that I need. That are like fucking unknown. Fuck the guy. Stupid ass unknown bitch. Alright, yoink. Yeah, I think we're nearing the end of the game. Maybe I can finish it. I don't know if I can finish it today though. I don't know if... Well, if I finish the game, all I'm gonna say is that I'm not gonna go back and actually, if I finish the game today, all I'm gonna say is that if there's any kind of, yeah. If there's any kind of errands that's left over, I'm not doing it. I'm just calling it like if it's the end of the game, it's the end of the game. I'm not doing more of the errands because I don't think there's anything else that I can do with the errands. And I'm not going for 100%. What? Where do I land? Where the fuck do I land? Huh? Huh? What the fuck? Hey, yo. I'll land here. Oh. Huh? Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Wait, where the fuck do I land? What? Do I have to go in? Oh yeah, I do have to go in. Okay. What are you? Oh yeah, are you needing ambition as well? Yeah, you need ambition. Again. Does anyone in here have ambition? Goddamn. Goddamn. My dude needs the ambition. Hello, little girl. Do you have your ambition? I would like to steal your ambition because you're a little girl and I don't like little girls. Yoink, mine now, like always. Okay, let's go and do this thing. Childhood dream taken away too real? True. You have your childhood dream of singing? Fuck that. Yoink, mine now. Think your ambition's gone. And given to another person who has ambition for something else instead. Yoink. All to be gone? What the fuck was that? Wait, what is this? All to be gone. All to be gone. Cures all ailments, I see. Banana. Babana. Banana babana. Alright. I have your whatever it is. So I go into this hole. I go into the hole. Oh my god. I can't believe I can't use the dragon. I can't use the Durgon in here. Fuck me. What are you? Firefly.
No slacking, you lot. Here goes.
Oh fuck. Damn, what the fuck was that? Honestly, that one was like, that one hit hard. God knows what the fuck was that. Hold on. What do you have? You have the great sword? Oh yeah. Okay. Great sword, ice shard, okay. I'm just gonna do this for now. If there's anything stupid going around here, then I can just like switch around. So this is it, huh? The Miasma Marshes. It ain't the most welcoming place in the world, is it, Ollie boy? I can hardly see the light from my own flipping lantern. Well, here goes. We're here!
I hear it.
We're here now!
Oliver, how long have I waited? Come, vile heart.
Yes, master.
What the
I
fuck?
trusted you with the truth, did I not?
Bruh. Bruh having sperms inside his fucking stomach.
The soul snare.
My dude has sperms inside his fucking
Clarion
stomach.
has sounded. The the miasma.
God damn, he's a scrotum, that's why.
Is this not the perfect moment to make things
A lot of people do.
Indeed it is, Master.
But not like that huge.
Show it to him.
Imagine having sperms that huge though.
The truth can be.
Your wish is my command.
Look at it, look at those sperms, quite
The
huge.
one who heals the broken-hearted, the savior of this world of sadness. Are you really the one? Well then, show me. Show me the true power that dwells in your heart.
Miasma Martius. Now we can cross them. He's up ahead, ain't he? Yes, he's waiting. Shadar. Oh, don't tell me this is like the last part of the game. I don't think this is like the last part of the game. We still have to save fucking Alicia. I think there's a whole section of fucking saving Alicia, I swear to God. Yeah. What? I have been poisoned? No way. Where's my poison be gone? Huh? Huh? Hey, yo, what the fuck? That's a snake. What the flying fuck is all this? Oh, come back here. Come back here. Right, meow. What the fuck? Why is everyone avoiding me? Come on, man. I wanna fight. I just wanna fight.
Stay calm now. Here
Alright, how much XP do I get now? 415? That's a lot of XP, holy fuck! Holy fuck, that's a lot of XP. Espresso. Hey, it's my ex-girlfriend. What the fuck's my ex-girlfriend doing here? Okay, this is metamorphable. Which one? This one. Morphing you. Okay, remind me that I need to morph it into something very specific. I need to morph this one into something pumper. You pump something, then flash fry with Spula. Okay, cool. It got ugly. It got white. it went from that to white. White bird. Don't you dare run away! Don't you dare run away, you fucking idiot! Oh man. Dude, every one of these fucking things is running away from me. Are they fucking scared or something? Stop being scared! Oi! Stop being scared, you fucker. Ah! Scaredy cats, honestly. Honestly, the scaredy cats. Spring lock. Dead man's dog. What? Hold up. What? Ooh. Wait, hold on. What do I have right now? Plus 38. Sure! Sure, you'll take the dead man's dub. Sure. Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's the tutor. Fucking tutor. I can't go there. Okay. So I guess I have to go the other way then, like this way. Are you serious? I had to jump through this. Oh man. That means I really have to get more. Oh, I really need to get more stuff.
We're under attack.
I don't know if there's a shop here. There's probably no shops here though. Yeah, I might have to go back and get into a shop or something. Sun moon shit. Sun moon shit.
We won.
Wait, can I make poison be gone? Hold on. I need to know something. Can I even make poison be gone? What is poison be gone? Hold on. Alchemy. Okay. Poison be gone. Do I really have to? Fuck! I forgot. No, you have to buy it. Oh man. Oh man. I really have to buy it. Fuck! I have to buy it. God damn it. Okay, do I have this saved in like? The question is like, do I have this place saved? If I have this place saved, then I probably would go and get some stuff. You go and check your work menu. That's what I'm doing. That's what I wanted to do. But after I get a chest, because I wanted to get the chest.
We won.
All right, let's go. Okay. Let me get this chest. I'll be gone. That's good. All right, let's see. Travel. I cannot use the travel here. Fuck. Okay. That means I have to go all the way back then. Am I supposed to go? Yeah, I'm gonna go all the way back. I'm gonna get a bit poisoned now. Yeah, I'm gonna get a bit poisoned. Okay. Let's see if I could actually get to the marsh. Okay, I can still do that. I want to go to Perdita. And I want to get a few items before I actually get out of here. Okay, you, my dude. I need a lot of poison begons. I need a lot of poison begons. A lot of this. A lot of this. A lot of this. 70. Sure. Why not? Holy shit! I have $1,000 left! Oh my, I didn't realize that my money is gonna be that low right now. Holy shit. Oh, fuck it. You know what? I blew all my money. Yeah, I blew all my money on coffee, man. Fuck. No. I'm not gonna reload because I do. I mean, what do I need the money for now? The question right now is, what do I need the money for? I don't really think that I need money for anything for now. I'm not gonna reset the run. I'm gonna, like, save. You're a speedrunner, do it? No. Maybe you need it. I probably, like, either I need it or I don't need it. You know?
Here goes nothing.
Chances of not needing, chances of needing is not 0%. Maybe, I don't know. I can still, like, grind my fucking coins back up again, as you can tell. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Down. Downwards. Fuck. Okay, Sweeney. Could I play in the casino for hours? No!
We're under attack!
Alright, fuck you, girlfriend. Fuck you, my ex-girlfriend. Get out of here, ex-girlfriend.
We did it!
How dare two of my ex-girlfriend be with a salamander in the middle? I need, okay, this way.
Here we go!
Bro, the sun's just getting fucked like this. Rip to the sun, man. Sun just got stun locked so fucking hard. He couldn't even fucking survive. God, I keep slashing it like so much. Enlighten. Wait, what is this? That was the chest just now, right? Oh, it's all the way there. Okay. Defense. I'll give you more defense. I'll give you more defense. Cool. Oh. Hello, salamander. Don't you dare run away from me right meow.
Come on, you guys! Here
Is that it?
Holy shit, Sweeney's catching up. Wait, no, you know what? No, Sweeney's not really catching up that much on levels. I just realized that. I thought he was gonna be catching up on levels, but like, no, he's not really. Oh god, I got 2 of these fucking sun moon shit. Get out of here, fucking sun moon shit. How many hours have you played? Hold on. 46 hours. I think in real time is 50 hours, I think. Yeah, in real time it's 50 hours. Wait, hold on. Which one is the there you go. You. I went for a lot of the side quest stuff. That's why. Ugh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Ooh. That means I don't have anything for... Wait, what was it again? I got a sword, right? And I get a sword? Yeah, you. Fiend's Fang. Oh, that's for me. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Meadow of Agility. Am I just... Okay, wait, hold on. Huh. Every kind of attack is gonna go down, though. Evasion is gonna be so much. And accuracy. Who do I have the Valor with? You. Trick type intensifies. I'll give you this. Solely because you fucking used a lot of shitty ass magic. I don't know why. I'll take this. Yeah. Cool. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of the side missions, as you can tell. Wait, hold on. Oh, fuck! I wasn't even looking. Give me a sec. So, I've been doing a lot of the side missions. You see errands? Look at all these errands. I've been doing all these errands because of the stamps that I get. As you can tell from the 39 stamps that I have. And then, with these stamps, I actually go for merit awards. So, the more cards I get, the more merit awards I will get. And this is one that I really wanted to just grind for, because it says like unlocks Oliver's full potential as a wizard and a hero, which I've done so, and it's like it gives me a lot of like more power, I would say, more strength to go with my fights and stuff, including like with whatever it is. There's a lot of stuff that is like really good with the stamps, so I went through and do all the side missions and stuff. And also the side missions are quite easy. So, most of the time you only have to take the hearts and that's about it. Like you yoink the hearts, you take the hearts, that's about it. It's like you yoink the hearts and then you give someone the heart back and stuff like that. That's how the side missions are like.
What can I say? It's a
Give me a sec. Why? Let's do this thing real quick. Hey yo. Ugh. Wait, how do I? Okay. Is this the right path? Is this the right path? Okay, this seems to be like this seems to be like the path to the chest. So I'm gonna get this chest right here. Wait, am I gonna finish Final Fantasy 16 tomorrow? God damn. God damn, Final Fantasy 16 is gonna end tomorrow. Cope. Hey, look, a chest. I can totally take. Okay. But I don't really know how far am I right now in this game. All I know is that, like, I'm pretty much nearing to the end already. Like, I have a feeling, like, after I kill... yeah, after, like, it feels like after I kill Shadar, if, like, I need to kill one more enemy, which is, like, the big boss that is capturing Alicia, which is, like, the soulmate of the mom or some shit like that. So it's like, I'm pretty close to the end. I just don't know how far am I at, how far am I to that end, part of the game.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Halfway? I don't think I'm halfway! If I'm really halfway, that's gonna be fucking cope. I swear to God. No way I'm halfway.
Nice flash!
It'd be like Dark Souls ending? No. No. I would be fucking pissed if it's gonna be like Dark Souls ending, you know?
No slacking, you lot.
Here goes!
Is that it?
Still poison, goddamn. I do want to know if I can actually open this chest though. It's been like fucking there for quite a while. If I were to... Now I can? Oh man, now I can do that? That means I probably would want to go back and open up all the chests as well. Okay. Wait, hold on. What do I need to do? Which one can... Okay, wait. What did I get? I got this one. The impenetrable gloom was... Ah! Fuck that. No. Like, not really a good idea for me to get that.
Watch this! Here goes!
Oh wait, am I... I'm unable to do anything, so I'm just gonna watch. I'm legit here just watching. That's it.
We did it!
Cool. Okay, this way then.
Stay calm now. Here goes. Ready?
Wow, I'm getting fucked. A little bit fucked, actually. It's not really that good, but whatever. I think it doesn't really matter a lot, but yeah, you know what? It's okay. This way or that way? This way. Wait, what is this way? This way seems okay. Dead end that way. All right, fight! Fight, you fuckers! Fight!
Goes nothing.
What the fuck? Did I let go of my... Okay, wait, hold on. Slice and dice. Slice and dice, you. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go.
We won!
Okay. I see the checkpoint. I do see the checkpoint right here. Alright. Shadar scheme shall continue.
No slacking, you lot.
Okay, let me actually just turn on my lights real quick while they're in battle. There we go. Lol. They died like super quick. I didn't have to do anything at all. Am I going up? I'm actually going up. Okay. I'm going over a fucking bridge? Oh no. Oh no! What is that? Is this a whirlpool of fucking... Oh god. It's a whirlpool of epic proportions. I don't know. No! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! Well, I've seen some grim old places in my time, but this here takes the blooming biscuit. I can feel it! He's not far from... far now, Shadar. Hehehe. Hey, it's the sperm guy! It's the guy who has like sperms in his stomach. Nino, don't say Nino Kuni, say yes Kuni. Shut up. Oh fuck, I skipped through text! I skipped through text! How are you doing, Teddy? Hope you're doing well. So Soul Snare is Soul Snare. The Soul Snare, Alicia is in there. That's right, Ollie boy. Got him. Shut up. And if we can't get her out of there, then my mom will come back. My mom will come back. You know who else is gonna come back? My mom. That speaks a boy who hungers for the truth. Vileheart, let Alicia go. Are you sure you are ready? Are you ready? Huh? What do you mean? You will see. What the fuck? This is a kid's game? God damn. Oh. Did I go into like defense? Oh, he missed! It missed! Wait. Lamau, it missed! Wait. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Honestly. Honestly, I know. I know. Smile. Did it hit me? It hit me. Fucker. Oh god. I might be fucked with this one then. Oh fuck. Ow! Jesus. Wait, hold on. Provision. Wait, what are my spells? Try my luck. Fortune's full. What the fuck? What the f— huh? Wait, what did I do? Wait, what did I do? Uh-oh. I don't know what the fuck did I do. What? I don't know. What the fuck did I do? What? I have no idea what I did in the first place, but sure. They told me to try my luck. I was like, okay, I'll try my luck. Okay, let's use my spells real quick. I want to see what my spells are. Increases all allies' magical defense. Try my luck. Summon a powerful being. What the fuck? Huh? Wait. Wait. What the fuck? LOL? That's so little! Bruh. Bruh, that was so little! That's what she said? God damn, that's true. I'm not gonna die, I swear. I don't think I'm gonna die. Oh shit, now's my chance, really? Which one is the one that I used? This one. I used slice and dice. Did I? Ow, I'm stunned. Oh wait, no, okay, I know what I used. Okay, whatever. Okay, let's see about like other stuff real quick. Devastation, fire. Okay, what's this fire one? I'm not gonna die. Holy shit! He just sumo wrestled. That's still so little. I don't know why. That felt like quite little. Use single target spells. It is a single target spell, duh. There are single target spells. Excuse me. Oh my god, excuse me. Some wasn't, but I didn't read that one. Most of them that I've used are single. Even if it says all, is still on single. Because there's no one around this dude. It's literally just one. It works that way. What, you mean all in one? Remind me of my health right now. There we go. Being AoE when one guy is usually weak. I don't know. I don't know about the fucking whatever it is. Whatever. I mean, I beat it anyways. Oh shit.
Did it, Ollie boy! Now we can set Alicia free!
Yes, and bring your mother back. Mom.
This is it, Oliver. Your big moment.
But
Right.
but what happened to Shadar?
Huh?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! He got juked. Ah, flashbang. My guy got juked. Where am I? Mr. Drippy! Esther! Swain! It was a flashback. What is this place? Let me out! Let me out of here! Wait, I can't save? Oh my god, I can't save. The Zaza is extra... Yeah, the Zaza over here, extra strong, man. Can't believe how strong it was. Hello? Hello? That's Shadar! Wait! I've been here before, in that dream I had. It is time to meet your end, great sage. You are wrong, Shadar! I have found another way to defeat you! What? Was? I will travel to another world! Somewhere out there! In a parallel... Oh god, I'm choking! In a parallel dimension, there exists one who shares your soul. If I can save this soulmate of yours, then you too will be... So this is your plan, your grand design? Then I am afraid I must disappoint you. You see, I have no soulmate. No, that's not possible. Without a soulmate, how could you exist? I took the precaution of severing all ties with he who shared my soul, so that this weakness could not be used against me. This cannot be! You see now that every path is close to you. Every path, save that which leads to death. No! Another yet remains! Souls are reborn after a time. What do you mean by this? Though you robbed him of life, he will be born again. Perhaps many years hence, but he shall be reborn. Madness! You cannot speak in earnest!
Surely not. You know you will never return. Not to this time.
I am well aware of it. I am ready.
Damn you!
Today, tomorrow, yesterday.
What the fuck? Hi! Hi! I'm here now! That was breach time! That means Alicia traveled to the past! No! You are mistaken! Alicia traveled forward in time! I don't get it! What does this all mean? The truth still eludes you, boy. That which was captured in the soul snare was not Alicia's soul. It was built, but it was but her memory. The memory of a battle we fought many years ago. But where is Alicia now? You know that better than I. Huh? Oh shit, she died! She's dead! She's gone! You are just in cope. He's in copium right now. My dude's literally just in the Zaza mode, man. He's just coping. Oh no!
I'm from somewhere far away.
Oh no! Literally.
I'm going to take care of you, sweetie.
Oh fuck!
You'll be okay.
Oh fuck!
I know you will.
Literally in the Zaza.
For me.
Mom? What does my mom have to do with this? You disappoint me, Oliver. This is Alicia's memory. It was she who traveled to the future. It was she who escaped to your world. And it was she who gave birth to... Okay, I have a dumb fucking question. Who the fuck is my dad then? Like, all of this whole thing? Who the fuck is my dad? If she gave birth to me, who the fuck is my dad? No, it can't be Shadar. Shadar ain't my dad. I swear to God, if this is gonna be like a fucking plot twist, Shadar is my dad this whole time, that Shadar fucked Alicia? No fucking way. Drippy's my dad? No fucking way. That fucking short stuff fucked my mom. She fucked a doll. My mom fucked a doll. And that doll came inside her. No fucking way. Hold on, I need to actually look at something real quick. No fucking way. Drippy did it right up the... No. No. Hold on. Let me actually look at stuff. I got added. Someone added me on Discord. And I'm fucking... Wait. Jesus. There we go. No way. No fucking way. You mean Alicia was... Yes, the great sage Alicia was your mother. Maybe you fucked your mom from the past. I don't think... No, I don't think so. No way. No fucking way. Poor Ellie. But if my mom is from this world, where is her soulmate? She has no soulmate in that world or this. This is the price she paid for tempering with time. She gave birth one and only life to save you. You cannot save your mother, boy. You have no mother to save. Do you see now? You never had a chance. There was never any hope. No! It can't be! It can't be true! No! No! Mom! I'm wearing the cope mask right now. I'm in the copium. Ugh. I'm in copium now. Put me in the copium mask. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oliver. Oh, why won't you wake up? What happened to you back there? How many days is it since poor Ollie boy had his light put out? I don't know. I lost count. He opened the soul snare all full of hope, but instead of setting Alicia free, the poor dap ended up being knocked out cold. Oh fuck. I'm literally dead in bed right now. Come on, Ollie boy. Maybe it's our fault. Maybe we asked too much of you and your magic powers. Perhaps you're right. Hold on! Where's Swain got to now? Him? Oh, he's looking about outside. I reckon, as flippant usual. Gah, he's never there when you need him. Tell him to come back inside. Can't stay around by here forever, can we? We need to get Ollie boy somewhere safe. Lost in the didn't get to bang Esther. God damn it. Lost to the copium dement. True. She's gotta give him the toppy revive. No, fuck off. Fuck off, guys. Oh, I'm like, no way, I'm playing as her now? Fuck off, bruh. Bruh, I'm playing. Yo, Grandma, you saw that, right? Grandma, you saw that shit, right? God damn. Fucking Oliver's in bitch right now. Fucking ditch in bitch. Holy shit. My dude. What the flying fuck? I can't jump? God damn. Okay, wait. Where do I need to go? Where do I really need to go outside? We big bitching? The fuck? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Really? Legit. Hold on, I need to sell my shit. Yo, dude, can I sell shit? Oh, fuck. There we go. Wait, hold on. What else can I sell? In bag. Okay, wait, hold on. In bag. Oh, I still need that. I don't need this. What the fuck is this? Wait, hold on. A unique badge. Oh, this is the one that Swain fucking stole from someone. I remember this. Stop erecting. Okay. That should be enough. Swain! Fuck you, Swain! Swain! Oh, Esther, it's you. Why do you keep wandering off? You should be with us, with Oliver. A fat lot of good that'll do. Having me around is going to help him snap out of it, is it? Well, is it? Give me a sec while I open this shit up. That's not the point! I know, Oliver saved us. His magic saved us. We owed it all to him. Yes, we were brokenhearted, both of us. And now look at us. We can't do a thing for him, can we? Just when we need us the most, there's nothing we can do. Damn it. Swain, it's alright. Oh, but there is something you can do. You can die! Die! Oh shit, it's the sperm guy again. It's the scrotum guy. but we beat you! You think Vireheart can be defeated so easily? No, I am born of despair. I am born of the darkness in man's heart, and there's plenty to go around. Damn it! What do we do? We don't have our hope in hell without Oliver. What choice do we have? We have to try. Really? No fucking way. Hey, yo.
Tell me, Mom. Everything I went
Dude,
through,
he's out of the Zaza.
was it all for nothing?
Dude, he got out of the Zaza. Finally, he's not even out of the... He doesn't take Zaza anymore. After 3 months of taking Zaza, this is what happens.
Who's there?
Oh shit, hi.
How did you get in here?
Easy peasy. I can go anywhere I like.
Oh my
I
god,
told you
fucking
before,
British.
I'm always here, Oliver, looking after you.
I couldn't save my mom. Everything I've been through, it was all for nothing.
No it wasn't.
Huh?
You gave something special to all those people. Are you ready, Oliver? Close your eyes. No peeping.
Okay.
Hang on. Stop working so bleeding hard, will you? You're making me look bad.
But I've never felt so full of beans. To think, back then I could barely muster the energy to get out of bed.
Things really have changed around here, haven't they? King Tom's got more enthusiasm than he knows what to do with these days.
You're not wrong. It's like a whole new place. And we owe it all to that young lad.
Those are the guards from Ding Dong Dao.
They were the very first people you ever helped. One of them was broken-hearted.
I remember.
There's more. Listen.
Is she gonna be like fucking Navi? Is this fucking chick gonna be like Navi from Legends of Zelda? Fucking goddamn.
Shall soon knock some sense
God
into the
damn.
scoundrel.
Guess what, Miss Layla?
Fucking
My
Navi.
dad got up early way to cook breakfast. And that's not all.
Do take some more, won't you? There is enough in the palace larder for everyone. We don't always require third helpings, you know.
Lickleys, who can tell their dear old man what a fairy can't be doing without? Yes, you by there? What's that? Oh, dead wrong you are. It's laughter, isn't it? The reason as fairies are so cute is to give them humans a proper laugh.
Oliver's magic may still be somewhat unpolished. He may still have some way to...
Hey, look, it's the femboy.
But I believe in him. I believe in his gift.
Keep up, Genghis. You gotta pick up the pace, boy. Hey, don't tug the leash.
Listen, men. From this day we fly once more, and we do not fight for any kingdom. We fight for all who stand against Shadar.
There is no cause for fear. Know that I will always stand beside you. I will protect you from the wrath of Shadar.
So this piston goes here. And this one goes there. Ah, I feel like my brain's gonna explode. But I'm gonna crack this. You see if I don't.
The one who heals the brokenhearted. The savior of this world of sadness. I'm talking about you, sweetie. You were the one who was there for them all. It was you who healed their hearts. I'm so proud of you, my Oliver.
Everyone was. It was.
You see, Oliver? You gave something special to all those people.
No, I don't think so. I think the little girl is the... it's just like a fairy, or like a fairy ghost.
Thank you. Thank you, P.
You're welcome.
I've gotta go.
How?
There are people who
How the
need
fuck
me.
are you gonna go now?
Yay!
Yay! Yay!
Oliver, that's your gift. That's your power. The power of your heart.
That's your power. I'm British. Yeah, it's your power. True power of Mornstar has been unleashed by the purity of Oliver's heart. Okay. A Mornstar.
Is that really all you've got?
We can't do this. Not on our own.
It's time to bring this charade to an end.
Yes, let's finish this.
Holy fuck! He's alive! He went from ditch to a live gear.
Mornstar! Sorry, I got held up. Oliver!
I thought you'd never get it.
You will pay
Esther!
for this.
Swain! Let's pull together. Let's show him the power of our hearts.
He yelled Mornstar, not porn star. Porn star. Ah yes. The fucking thing is just called porn star. Just go porn star. Go. Oh no, they're cursed. Are they like really cursed right now? Okay, you never. It's Mornstar, dummy! Violence. What kind of violence was that? What the flying fuck? Nexus! With the 3-month restart, much appreciated. Thank you for the restart, much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. I fucked up, whatever it is. Hoggers. Oliver! Are you alright? Me? I'm fine. You're fine? Well, after a sleep like that, I suppose you should be fine. You must have been worried. I'm sorry. I'm good, thanks. Hope you are too. I'm doing fine. I'm doing okay as well. Never mind that. Tell us what happened to you. I learned everything. I learned the truth. Blimey. You're telling me the great sage Alicia was your... She was your mother? That's right. The memories I saw, I think they were real. They were memories that only my mom and I shared. But I made it back. Thanks to P. Thanks to all of you. What P told you was true. Everything you went through. It wasn't all for nothing. Right, but I can't help wondering, who is P? Where does she come from? Hang on a flipping minute. Don't tell me P's Alicia and all. No, she isn't. At least, I don't think she is. Well, she's no normal girl, normal little girl, that's for sure. That spell you just used came from her, right? Right. And that's the spell that will help us finally beat Shadar. At least, that's what I think. That's what I believe. It's magic from the heart. Mornstar, okay, RS25? Mornstar, not porn star. So this means we'll be visiting Shadar's castle after all, does it? Yes, we have to finish this. That's the spirit, man. Let's get going, shall we? Look out, Shadar. Here we come. Definitely porn. It's time to go to Nevermore.
Actually, it's not really, my time to go to Nevermore. It's actually my time to go to, like, this winter wonderland real quick.
So I had to go that place real quick. No. No. What do I need? I need you. And I need the one that has the, you. There we go. Okay. I haven't leveled up like all of them yet. That should be like the last few, I think. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the last few errands that I have to do. Yeah, the last few errands that I have to do. On top of Old Smoky, okay. Well, there's one that's on top of Old Smoky, which, like, it's gonna be a fucking hard time for me to do Old Smoky. Where do I have to go? Yule. Definitely porn star. Who's your favorite porn star? I don't know. I don't know. I watch a lot of porn, but, like, I don't know what's my favorite porn star, though. Where's the caves in here? Tell us. I said I don't know. I literally don't know. I watch a lot of porn, but like I don't know who's my favorite porn star. Lying? I don't know. I just don't know really. Oh fuck. There we go. Well then, what do you reckon? He looks okay. Whatever. Privyet, Joko. Hope you are doing well. Okay. So I guess it's ours now? Yeah, I guess it's ours now. Yoink mine now. Yoink mine now, bitch. I'm glad to see you too. Hey. That's good to hear. Do I? Okay. Wait, do I really go in? Holy fuck. I had to go all the way back there. Wait, do I really? How many hours? 47 hours. This way, right? Is it this way? Hold on. No, that's back. Okay. This is front. Alright, who the fuck are you again? Shadar? Shadar, I come in piss. I piss my pants, but I come in piss. Well, I come and piss. Whoever you are, Shadar, please don't hurt me. Please. Holy shit, the Ghibli fucking cartoon is here now. Look at that Ghibli cartoon! What, that's it? That's fucking it? Really? Alright, let's go. This might be the end of this game. This might be the end of our journey in Ni no Kuni. I hope you guys are... Wait, no. I don't even know if, like, this is literally the end. God damn it. If this is, like, the halfway point, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Cope. My copium. This might be it. This might be it. This might be the time to defeat Shadar. Hey, yo, what up? Hey, yo, come back here, you fucker! Come back here! Pussy. Wait, what? Really? What's this? Oh, a bridge. I see. Hey, yo, you! Hey, yo! Wanna fight? Don't be a pussy and fight. I want to know how much damage I can deal.
Come on.
Holy shit, I missed all of them.
We did it.
Yay. Okay. Chest. Hello, small stuff. Wanna fight? You have the key. Wanna fight?
Stay calm now. Esther.
Oh wait, hold on.
Nothing.
Whoops, there we go. Oh, you're doing really bad damage. I just realized that. I don't know if that's it or my cat is just really fucking strong. I think my cat is just really fucking strong. Metamorph. Oh, wait. Hold on. Wait a minute. What? Wait, hold on. I don't have start. Oh, fuck me. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna do it for now. Cat going too powerful. Please help me find a vet. True. Ayo. Ayo. Okay, let's see if this cat is like literally strong. Oh, he is actually strong. What the fuck? I didn't realize he was that strong. Holy fuck. I'm gonna put it down. I'm not gonna put it down. I'm just gonna grab like whatever it is later or something. I don't know. The game's about to end. I'm probably not gonna do like all the whatever it is, duh. All of the errands in the game. We don't want the game to end. Well, it was fun while it lasts. The game has to end, and I have to play a new game and de-rust on speedruns. Oh my god, what the flying fuck is this? What kind of camera angle is that? Oi! Oi! What the fuck kind of camera angle is this? What the fuck? What kind of camera angle was that? Bruh. Oh my god.
Watch this!
Look at my cat, just so strong. Holy fuck. I don't even know how the fuck my cat is just so strong. Literally strong as fuck. God damn. Oi. I'm waiting for some sushi. Griffin's teeth? God damn, wait, hold on. Ooh. Hey Tokyo, hope you're doing well. So that's cool. Are you gonna get sushi? Okay, wait, hold on. It's my day off today. That's cool. I'm gonna be streaming for a little bit longer because, you know. Holy fuck, the camera angle in this game. Stop! What the flying fuck? I don't know what's up and down. Come on, man. What the flying fuck is this? I can't see shit. What the flying fuck? I can't move. Oi! I know stop staggering around, but like holy shit. The camera angle, Dragonlands. Okay. Just look at the mini-map. No, the mini-map doesn't fucking work as well. Hold on. Dragonlands. Oh, you can use it. Oh! Oh! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! That's a lot of damage! Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, it doesn't really work out that well. Nice camera angle. I know, right? Camera angle's so good. Literally, I do not know what the fuck's going on. Up here. It makes me nauseous. That's what it is. It makes me nauseous as fuck. Shoot of the pure. Ooh. That is a good shield. That is a really good shield with my protection. Yeah, this is gonna make me a bit nauseous. Holy fuck. The upside downness of whatever that was just now. Holy fuck. Uh-oh. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Because they don't like sushi? How the fuck do they not like sushi? Oh fuck, what did I use evade for? Somehow.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Okay. Yeah, how the fuck do they not like sushi? God damn. Sushi is good. Not gonna lie. Sushi, good. Good food. Okay, I came from here. So I guess I can go this way then. And fuck this shit up!
Here goes nothing.
Let's go! They have no taste like me. What sushi did you get, by the way? Don't tell me you got a California roll. California roll. Ew, disgusting. California roll good, also cheap. Nah, that's disgusting. Spicy sushi? Holy fuck. Do I even go there? What the flying fuck? Do I really want— okay, wait, hold on. How's my XP at the moment? It's not really that much. Spicy sushi? Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold the fuck on. What's gross about it? Do you not like Alaska pollock flavored chili crab flavor? I mean, it's okay, but like, it's not real sushi, am I right? You gotta have the one that's seaweed and rice and fish or cucumber or crab meat that's inside and not rice in the outside. I don't take rice in the outside sushi. Okay, let's go into this area. I don't take rice outside sushi. America sushi? No. No. What is this area? Am I like literally trying? No. Most sushi is rice on the outside. No. No. This doesn't look like Outlast Trials.
We can do this.
Neko Ricky with the 5-month resub, much appreciated. I know, right? But then again, I wanted to play something else, honestly. Because here's the thing, I didn't have a lot of horror games to play, so I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll play something else. I've been playing this game for like the past couple of weeks now. I've been liking this game. But also at the same time, we're about to be ending this game off as well. Where's that? Sushi pizza! Don't fucking talk about sushi pizza, please. You talk about sushi pizza, I'm fucking banning you. Get out of here. I've been addicted to Diablo. Have you been playing it on stream though? Sushi Rito, no. Nah. Nah. I tried, but it crashed too much. Oh shit, dude. But yeah, I've been playing this game a lot lately. DGen outside stream. That's usually like a good thing for me to do as well. Like I play a lot of Counter-Strike, but I dare not play Counter-Strike on stream because usually like I don't know whether I should play Counter-Strike on stream, so that's why I play like Counter-Strike off stream. I DGen off stream, you know. But also this is one of those games that I really wanted to play. I really wanted to try to play this game, and I know that if I were to play this game off stream, I would never finish it at all. Like, I would never finish this game off stream. So I decided to take it into my own hands and play this on stream anyways. Keep your CSGO Game Awards off stream. I'm not gonna CSGO Game Award off on stream. I'll CSGO Game Award. Never mind. Say it now. I'm not gonna say it. I swear. It looks really cute. I mean, I like the game in general. I mean, like, it's been a game that I've been eyeing for about 10 years now. It's a game that I really wanted to play for a very long time now. And to play it right now, it feels like super fucking cool to play it after 10 years of like looking at this game and wondering whether or not I wanted to play this game. And it's like, oh yeah, this is an experience of a game that, you know, I've never played a JRPG before. It's fucking amazing to play it like right now. And fuck what the people tell me to tell me about like this game, saying like, oh yeah, this game's shit. I mean, this game's not really that shit at all. It's funny that like we're supposed to be coming to here to save our mom, and then like we don't even save our mom because the mom is actually kind of dead-ish. But you know, we're still gonna try to kill the one person that like fucked us up in the first place, which is Shadar. Family do be like that. Yeah, family do be like that, you know. If you listen to HJ, everything is shit true. But to be fair though, I don't know, there's some games that is actually shit, and then there's some games that's actually like not that shit at all. Like Gollum. I've yet to get a Gollum game, honestly. I want to get the Gollum game. I want to get Gollum. Give me Gollum. I want Gollum. But also at the same time, right now, I'm gonna grind for the XP! How much XP do I even have right now? What's the thing? No, sorry. What? Yeah, how much XP do I have in order for me to level up? I'm at level 56, but like, I can totally like level up a lot more. Holy shit, Esther's about to die. Well, Esther's halfway anyway. You lasted 40 minutes? That's how much I lasted in bed! 40 minutes? Try me in bed! Wow, you're about to fuck shit up, my dude. There we go. Try me 40 seconds in bed! That's how long it lasts.
Here we go. We did it.
Oh, I'm very close. I'm so close. Okay. That's what she said. Very close. I will 100% watch you play the Gollum game if you get it. Mine somehow broke so hard even a restart didn't work. Jesus. That sounds like a game that I played like a while ago and I never came back to it because it broke.
We did it.
Yeah, I had an Xbox game that I was like so eager to play. I played it and then it sucked ass for some reason, and then I never came back to it. I still really want to go back to it sooner or later, but like I don't know when. I don't know when. Oh, what the fuck? I got the fucking sword from Halo? How the fuck do I get the sword from Halo? God damn. Oh, god damn, I got the sword from Halo. What the fuck? Holy shit. I got the sword from Halo. Please give me garbage. I am your garbage provider, that's for sure. What the fuck? What do you mean nothing happens? Oh, it's a red. Vial, the Great Sage. What? The Great Sage of what? The fuck? Great Sage's secret. Oh. Okay. Sure. Hello? I'm here now. Where are you, Shadar? Shadar. Show me the ways. Shadar. Am I really like your garbage game provider? I feel like most of the time I'm your garbage game provider. Oh yeah, Erna, do you like VTubers? Do you like VTuber waifus? I forgot Neko Miki is a VTuber waifu as well. You're my garbage provider. True. Erna likes VTuber models and shit. Okay, followed. There you go. It's easy.
Is that it?
God damn it. Get the fuck out of the way, you fucking idiots! Gonna get a new model soon too. That's in like September if I'm not mistaken. What the fuck? Who the fuck gave me Thunderstorm? This guy gave me Thunderstorm? Yeah, I remember that. It's in September.
What can I say?
I know the ins and outs of your ins and outs. You told me like a lot of times. It's like, oh, it's September. Oh, September is gonna come. Oh, it's on September. I remember you told me. Like, I don't know how many times, but you told me about it. Why, does people not remember? How the fuck does people not remember shit? Okay. Wait. 47 hours I spent on this game. God damn it. 47 hours I spent. Sub 50 game. Sub 50 hour game, Smile. Alright, let's go. Hello, Shadar. I'm here to be fucked. But not really fucked, but be fucked.
Welcome to Nevermore. Greetings, boy.
Boy.
You have grown strong.
Ew.
But are you strong?
My guy's caressing me.
You bet I am.
What a molester.
Surely
what a child molester.
you will be no more. After all, you and I are one and the same.
What did he say?
The souls of those in this world.
Kick him in the nuts.
To those in
He's
your
the guy who
world.
tried to kill my
Live
mom.
in this world, and you live in that world too. But should you die in this world, so too shall you perish in the other. The two worlds are inextricably bound together, just as we are. My soulmate.
The fuck? Wait, what? No way. No way. Reveal your face. Reveal your face right now.
No, that can't be true.
No, reveal your face. Do it.
Because I have gained eternal life.
No.
You have been reborn many times over.
The
You should
fuck?
be grateful to me.
But I'm...
I see. It all becomes clear. You have no memory of any of this. That wretched sage chose to raise you as a normal child. Well, know this. It was I who gave you life.
No. I refuse to believe that Shadar put his dick inside Alicia and fucked Alicia till he came inside her and made her pregnant so that she gave birth to me and I don't have a father. No. I don't believe that he put his dick inside. You fucked my mom so I can be born. What?
The fathomless darkness within me required a suitable counterpart.
Look at all the wrists he
It
has.
was for this
Sure.
you were created, oh pure-hearted one. Now, Speak true. Do you still wish to destroy me?
Shadar's actually a motherfucker. Yeah, he is.
Well,
Can't believe
fight
this.
him. That's for sure.
Well,
Maybe what
sure.
Shadar says is true. But things just can't go on like this.
What the fuck are you
I've
doing?
gotta put an end to it. And
Kill your
I need
dad!
your help.
Kill your father right now!
Right there, beside me.
You what?
But Oliver,
You mean?
Kill dad! Kill yourself! Whatever! Kill your quote-unquote yourself in the game. Sorry.
I will say it once again. If you destroy me, it will be the end.
How is he
of
making a
you.
decision if he has no clue what's going on?
Truly mean.
No, he knows what's going on right now. It's just like he just fucking forget about it because it's not clear to him.
Let me welcome you to my world.
The executor. And now we have to kill him.
Come, let us finish.
Let's see if it's like the end of this anyways. Holy fuck, excuse me. Yeah, let's see if it's like the end of it. Because like the thing right now is that oh fuck. Hold on. The thing right now is that oh fuck off. Really? Now? You won't die as a children's game. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Okay. Wait! Stop right now. Oh fuck. Hold on. Eight damage on that dude? Jesus. Why is he always going for me? I don't understand. Stop going for me, you fucking dude. Oh god. Everyone's about to die. Fuck me. Hold on. Uh-oh. I guess I can use spells. I have Mornstar. Wow, that's a big amount of fucking damage on him. Jesus, hold on. Yeah, that's a lot of damage on him. Holy shit. Wait.
Feel my wrath.
Cheeseburger. Cheeseburger. In battle, we eat cheeseburger. Are you serious? What the fuck? Phase 2? Dude, I don't even know if there's a phase 2 in this game. Huh? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Oh fuck, Ever's even start. Ah! Ah!
Feel my wrath.
I need to play blackjack. I'm gonna gamble my money away. That's about it. I'm gonna gamble my money away. That's what it is. Oh no, Sweeney. Yeah! Okay, is this phase 1? Please don't tell me it's phase 1. No! No! Don't tell me it's phase 1!
I should have known. We share a soul, after all.
This is the only boss that has phases.
Deeper than you know. Much, much deeper.
Hey look, it's the play button. He's gonna go to YouTube Gaming. Poggers.
What now?
I don't know. How the fuck do I know? Is this really phase 2? No way. No fucking way. No fucking. Oh. Oh, fuck off, dude. Oh fuck, wait, hold on. Wait. No, wait. What the fuck did you do? I had to like use Mornstar and him the whole fucking time. Every single time right now is gonna be Mornstar. That's it. Every time it's gonna be Mornstar. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, I think right now is. Oh fuck! I accidentally healed myself. Whatever. Here, Mornstar. Face. Oh wait, over. Tutorial tidbit for the fire boss. Ah, it'd be like that. It's weird, but it'd be like that. Are you serious? I just pulled the more. Wait, can I grab this? Oh shit! Oh fuck! I hope I can do some damage. Oh, please tell me I do some damage on him. Like over 500. Surely it's over 500. 600. Okay, at least it's 600. Okay, I will be okay. Hey yo! Hey yo! Oh, you fucking idiot. Are you serious? You're gonna be like right near me? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, he's gonna like move away. No, he's coming back! What the fuck? Stop coming back! Stop! You drink this, since you're my healer. And I'll take this. Boom. Maybe the damage aggro him. I don't know. Maybe. Go, go, go! Attack! 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 Oh, oh, this should be it. This should be it. This is like the final one. I swear, I swear. Yes, okay. I hope there's no phase 3. I hope there's no phase 3 in this fucking game. We won! We won! He's hot, not gonna lie. I would suck his dick.
So, you have repelled the soldier of my soul. Impressive. But when despair
He's summoning my
consumes
mom
the
next.
heart, it gives birth to a power still more terrible. It is despair that will defeat you. You and all else. I am the Executor, charged with bringing destruction to this world. Behold, the power of the dark.
Are you serious? No! No! Phase 3? Phase 3? Really? Wait. Oh wait, are we transported into the place where the fucking... Oh no, is it where the groups are at? Oh no. Oh no. The Grimace Shake dimension! Once you drink the Grimace Shake, you're gonna... Ah! Really? Really? What that mouth do? Yo, you get homeboy. Dude, Blast from Beyond just sounds like a fucking cum move, honestly. Alright, girl, I'm gonna give you the Blast from Beyond. Blast all over your face. What the fuck is this Ku Klux Klan? I don't know. I'm just gonna use Mornstar for the whole entire time while trying to heal my friends. Stop saying the keyword! Stop it, Drippy! I've got the feeling there's something. You better keep your guards up. Okay. My dude says the K word every single fucking time. I don't understand. Oh shit, now's my chance? Really? That's a 4. That's 4 of them. Holy fuck. Lamau. Here, have a cheeseburger. Wait, huh? I don't know what happened. What the fuck? What are you doing? Okay. Wait. I can go all in, right? Yeah, I just gotta go all in for now. I need my provisions. To you. Yeah, they have like tikka masala, but like it's tikka mahala. Lamau. Tiki masala. Invented in like the 1970s. Oh fuck. No, defense! Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, hold on. Where's my... Cheeseburger! Yes, I cheesed the burger. Wait, did I? I didn't pull out the Morning Star. I thought I did pull out the Morning Star. It looks like I didn't. Wait. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, wait. Oh fuck, wait. Provisions to you. I need one more provision, I think. Oh, that's later, I guess. What the fuck? Oh no! Oh god, no! Let's try to do this right now. Need one more. Come on, dude. Give me that one more. Give me that one more. Give me that one more. Give me that one more, please. Yes. This boss is easier than the tutorial Shin Megami Tensei 3 on hard mode. I think it's a good game to have the difficulty quite okay for new players, like new JRPG players like me. Or else I wouldn't like fucking beat it at all. I don't think so. Oh no, he's disappearing. Oh no, he's dead. Nope, he's gone. Gonzo. That's it. Done. He's gonna wake up. He knows that he's gonna have the Zaza in him.
Still at it? Don't overdo it, will you, Lucian?
I'm not stopping till I've mastered Cloudburst. I've still got a long way to go, you know. I have to do my bit. Protect my homeland. Defend the people of Bellicosia.
Bellicosia? The
order
fuck?
has been given. We are to invade Rubicon on the Halcyon border. We march on the morrow. The town harbors a sage who must be eliminated. Spare no one, women and children included.
An invasion? Women and children? Why? Why must we go that far?
Only men shall live in this world. No woman nor children shall.
This is all wrong.
Imagine a world without women or children. Only
Get
men.
away from here. Gods, please let me save someone.
Cancelled again.
Here, take this.
Literally the game, man.
I promise. Now you must flee from here.
I'll try. Thank you.
Gaze upon the scene before you. You know what it signifies, I trust.
Planet Grinder.
Why do this? My village. Everyone's homes. Why?
This is your punishment. You made no attempt to engage the enemy, disobeying direct orders. Worse, you let the sage's daughter escape. I need hardly add that she would have proven a most useful pawn in this war.
The sage's daughter? You mean that girl was...
Oh, don't you worry, we'll get her soon.
Damn you! What I did... was it wrong? Was it my fault? Was it my fault they were killed?
Uh-oh.
Idiot! You couldn't even save one solitary life. You know full well that girl is dead already. What the hell is the point? Why did I even try? There's no good in this world. Only despair.
Oh no.
Embrace your despair.
No wonder.
For when despair devours the heart, it gives birth to the power of hatred. It is despair that will overwhelm this world. You are the executor, charged with bringing destruction to this world. I dub you the Dark Djinn.
Well, what was that? You have seen the Dark Djinn, my dude. Lucian? He was so sad. You saw it too, boy. I should not be surprised. We are connected after all. Shadar! Let me tell you a tale. Huh? Once, there was a man who prayed. He prayed for an end to war. And he prayed for power. The power to achieve his aim. But his prayers went unanswered. Holy shit! That's Shadar! You look ugly as fuck, my dude. Bruh, put some fucking moisturizer on your face, man. How the fuck you get so wrinkled up like this? That's the guy that got to hit it? Yo, let's go. The man was driven to despair. His despair became the power, so he so craved. then the Dark Jinn was born. So the man before, it really was you? It is a memory I cannot erase. Shut up. No! Lucian! If that was what you really wanted... Shadow's a butterface, true. Why would you try to destroy the world? Because that is my role, my destiny. I am the executor. The executor? What does that mean? But that role is at an end. I must leave this place. But you can't! What about the real you? You need not know my reasons. Know only that I must leave. But you are destined to remain. Huh? The link between our souls, it must be severed. The fuck? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Huh? But I mean our hearts, you can't. Be you, Oliver. And you alone. Shadow is gonna go out and buy milk and cigarettes, that's for sure.
Oliver!
Can you really? Can he really be gone? No.
So this guy was like, nah, I guess I won't destroy the world because the kid slapped him. It's more like so like so Oliver is like the real world, and Shadar is like in this world. It's like an isekai kind of shit, you know?
What about Shadar?
It's like isekai. So basically, I'm the soul, whatever it is.
He's gone. What? But
he wanted to protect the world.
He could have fooled me.
It's true. I saw into Shadar's
Like
heart.
they both share the same soul, but like this Oliver is in the real world and then Shadar is in like this world. Like I said, it's some kind of isekai shit. Even Star. Never seen this one in a JRPG. True. So this is how the tale of he who would destroy the world ends. It is a solitary fate. But mine was ever sole. I was always alone. You are not alone. Alicia? Your son is with me no longer. They fought! They fought! I knew it! Or have you come here to mock me? No, I have come to speak to you. I don't think so. Huh? What is there to speak of? You know nothing. I know everything. I flew to the future. I saw a world shrinking in fear of you. The people were still afraid. That had not changed. But one thing did surprise me. It was a more peaceful age than the one from which I had come. There was no war. That was what you wanted. You wanted to protect our world, even after you became the Dark Jinn. You presume. You do not know me. Oh, but I do know you. You saved me. You saved my life. And you fucked him? You let your pussy fuck this dude? Nah. Nah. No! No, it cannot be. You cannot be her. Thank you. Thanks to you, I saw many worlds. And I lived many happy, carefree days. This dude somehow got... Yes, guys, but exclamation mark biography. No, it's not she smashed her son. It's more like she smashed the living the living soul on this world, and then went to the other world to give birth to like the son, so that they have some kind of fucking soul connection. Jesus. And now I have found you again, my savior. Oh, but that day, They caught you. I could not. You wanted to put an end to war. So you destroyed it all, even your own country and its people, because the war was their doing. And in doing so, you freed me. I wanted to. I knew what you wanted. I knew what you had set out to achieve. That was why I tried to stop you. I waited so long. Yet in the end, it was not I who brought peace. It was the one who destroyed me. But it was not I who was destined to defeat you. Why did she assume kid form? Basically, Shadar's like a fucking... No, Shadar is a guy who saved Alicia, who is like Oliver's mom. That was like a while ago, honestly. It was Oliver. I cannot be forgotten for what I have done. I knew it was wrong, but despair had consumed me. I could see no other way, and then the white bitch, I mean the white witch. You knew? It is over now. It is. It is finally at an end. Thank you. Thank you for guiding Oliver to his destiny. How could I do otherwise? Our fates were intertwined. I must say goodbye to him too. Wait here. No. No. Dude, it's the fart gas. It's consuming the castle. The fart gas. The sky farted. Oh, the Zaza smoke, true.
Esther, Swain, Mr. Drippy, where are you?
Oliver?
Mom?
You've grown so much, Oliver.
Man, these people are all losers.
I know you'll be fine.
Fucking losers. Oh no!
Oliver? You did so well, sweetie. This is a pendant someone gave me a long time ago.
I know.
I want you to have it. Don't cry now, Oliver. It's going to be all right.
Mom! What the fuck?
I'm proud of you, my beautiful.
So you're actually dead? No! Actually smoked the Zaza! I knew it! I knew it! He smoked the Zaza! No, she didn't drown. She got a heart attack. Yeah, at the start of the game, she got a heart attack.
It's so beautiful. It's like everything's awoken from a long sleep.
Ain't it? So our tale's at an end.
Mom, you gave me the greatest gift of all.
Yeah, she dies at the start of the game, but like fucking... Fucking Oliver took the Zaza for God knows how long and hallucinated that the mom is fucking still alive. I was never able to save my mom, but I have took the Zaza this whole time. This white witch. No, the white bitch. Ah, the white bitch.
And that was the story of the Dark Gem. In the beginning, Shadar wanted to protect the world. And in the end, his dream came true.
Fucking
It's
Drippy.
over, Lucian.
Can't believe Drippy gaslit
That's
me
right.
to gaslit
Isn't it?
Oliver to come to this world. Fucking fairy idiot. Small poke. Small fuck.
And look! What is that? Look how the water pours from it! Wait for me!
Well, I've done my preparations for the display. Suppose you've been sat on your backside, Roman.
Literally in copium, man. It's just literally copium this whole time. The moral of the story is just be copium.
That's right. Now, let's show this town what we've got, Catherine. Time to start this party with a bang.
I'm gonna bang you! We're gonna bang!
Are about to commence. Yeah, yes, but one cannot cut corners when it comes to grooming. Honestly, it will only take one moment.
But there's no time, Majesty.
A moment, one said. One simply must clean one's ears.
Therapist better than Dream.
Here, cleaner. But your Majesty.
Just don't be copium, forehead.
King Hickory, hurry up! Calm down, you little pipsqueak!
Holy fuck!
Blew off to battling you know who!
What the fuck?
King Tom's sure to call a ceasefire today.
Sewer mouse!
Come and get it, you mangy Doesn't that brat know I'm royalty?
Yeah, that's right! Kill the sewer rats!
Tidy is a proper party. Ho, just like home.
This is what Shadar wanted, isn't it?
I think so. I think I beat the game. Rad, Rhea the rat.
Tells us. I bet he's up there watching now. Him and you and Mom.
Yeah.
Exterminating
I just
furries.
know they are.
Now.
Phase 4! Phase 4.
Well, they're busy people. There's still plenty of time.
Which means we've got time to enjoy ourselves. Am I right, Dolly boy?
Yeah.
Really? No, fuck! Fuck! Go celebrate? True. But celebrate! But celebrate! Celebrate all times! Come on! It's been a long time, Your Majesty. Hello. One here's congratulations are in order. You defeated habits. You defeated Shadar, did you not? One always knew that you would, of course. One had absolute faith from the first. Enjoy all the happy people talking about the ending, run straight to the end. Fuck that shit, honestly. Well, we couldn't have done it without you, Your Majesty. We couldn't even have gotten near him without the Clarion. Without that Clarion. One's little creation came in handy, did it? How very gratifying. That's right. If the heads of the three kingdoms hadn't worked together, we wouldn't never have made it. Young Oliver, a hero. How time flies. You seemed like such an ordinary boy. But you followed one's order to the letter and bravely set out to defeat the Dark Jinn. It seems like only yesterday. What? That ain't how it... I mean, do you think you might have misremembered things a little, Your Majesty? Why not? Why, of course not. But enough about oneself. Wanderer from another world, and you and your companions have done well. You have saved our world. what will you claim as your reward? Good point. I'm sure we can think of something. Any ideas, Oliver? 1 sex on Esther. You fucker. I want to go back home to Motorville. Yeah? Surely not. You made up your mind, haven't you, Oliver? I suppose it is your home after all. Well, yeah, but Alicia, I mean, your mom, she ain't... It's okay. Maybe I couldn't save my mom. But meeting all of you and coming to your world and going on this adventure and being on the Zaza for like a month or so and hallucinating on this dream, it's made me stronger. This adventure is so much better than a mom. Heh? You can say that again. Hehe. But now I'm kind of lost. Traveling with all of you has been so much fun, and I've learned that there's nothing we can't do if we work together. But I started out on this journey because I thought I could save my mom. And now that's over, I'm gonna be like familyless. I have no family. No mom, no dad. No money, no bitches. What do I do? No mommy, no milkers? Oliver. So I had to go back to Motorville. It's where me and mom live together. And Miss Layla's there. And Phil. And Myrtle too. Huh. I want to be an orphan. We'll just be an orphan, man. Sorry, everybody. I should have spoken to you all about this. It's alright, Oliver. It's your life. It's your decision. He's right. You've really grown up, Oliver. Of course he has. He's an expert guidance. To very much. I must say, it's not been easy at times, but stop it, both of you. What a pair of big heads. So does this mean all this? The four of us talking together, laughing together is all over? No! You'll come back and see us, won't you, Oliver? Of course he will. This is your home from home now. Ain't it, Ollie boy? Of course it is. Thanks, everyone. Yeah. One has just had a marvelous idea. Would you care to hear it? Can't you see we're having a moment here, Mun? Fine, go on then. What is it? We are having a grand celebration, are we not? Why don't we make young Oliver's departure part of the festivities? Huh? I couldn't. It's a wonderful idea. Please, Oliver, say you will do it. So he has to take more drugs to get here, true. Gee, I guess, sure, thank you, Your Majesty. Perfect. Then it is decided. You will have a hero send-off. You have performed enough heroic deeds for one lifetime, Oliver. One takes it, you will now be returning to your own world. Very well. Then a magnificent farewell feast will be prepared. This orphan making party is gonna be a banger. So long, guys. I'm gonna be an orphan. No mom, no dad. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna be an orphan.
Your Majesty.
So it's the end of our double act, is it? You made one heck of a sidekick, Ollie boy.
When you get home, you look out for Myrtle, won't you?
Hey, come back and visit you here. We'll go somewhere dangerous, for old time's sake.
You got it. Thank you, everybody. Be good, Oliver.
But not too good.
This is the farewell. You are my favorite. No!
Thank you.
Myrtle is lame.
An end to pain.
Huh? What's that?
What did you do, Ollie boy?
Nothing, I promise.
Pitiful fools.
Oh my god, no way. Fuck off.
Of mana will cleanse your tainted
Oh my
soul.
god. This is the halfway point, honestly. Halfway point into the game. What the fuck?
What is it?
Halfway point.
But it isn't cold.
Hey, yo, is the white? Oh my god. Oh my god, these guys are disintegrating. The Grimace Shake curse! Oh no!
What is this?
What the heck?
Your Majesty!
Oh my god, am I gonna fight it?
Huh? Marcus-san!
You must come with me. Far, far away.
What the fuck? They will buy they will buy the new MacBook! Goddamn Apple! Apple fucking fan gaze! Am I really at the halfway point of this fucking game? No way. No way I'm in the halfway point of this fucking game. Oliver! Oliver! Who's there? It's me, P! Oliver, it's falling! The ash is falling again! I had to go back there! Huh, P? What do you mean, the ash is falling? Wait! I get it! You mean the mana, huh? That stuff from before, right, P? Are you here now in this world? Are you here in Ding Dong Dell? P, wait! P, wait for me! P! Don't scare me like that. Why are you shouting? Where am I? No, fuck, no! No! Why am I supposed to continue on with this game? We're flying. Wait, is this? It is, boy. You're back aboard the most formidable ship ever to sail the skies. The Iron Wyvern. No, it's the halfway point of the game. What the fuck? Hey, yo, actual halfway point of the game. Oliver, you're awake. Prince Marcusson. Marcusson, what are you doing here? It is quite a tale. Let me tell you all that has been happening. So it wasn't all a dream? Sadly not. The mana, it changed them. It changed everything. That's right, man. And if it hadn't been for the prince here, we have been changed into horrible beasties ourselves. Proper close it was. What? So everybody in Ding Dong Dell is a fucking apple prick. Goddamn apple fan gaze. No way. What's up, Veolu? By the time I arrived, it was already too late. Most of the people had already been transformed into those things. I was lucky to even to be able to get you and your friends out of there. I don't even know where am I in this game. Gee. And it is not Ding Dong Dell alone. The three kingdoms have all been afflicted by the curse of the mana. Ding Dong Dell, Elma Moon, and Hamelin all have been devastated. That's awful. Elma Moon too? Oh no! How could this happen? After all we and Mom and Lucian did to protect this world. Who the flip is doing this, man? And why? This game takes 44 hours to complete the main objectives. I don't know, honestly. Well, whoever it is, they're stupidly powerful. That Ash wasn't the work of some 2-bit villain. Ash. Of course! P knows something. P? Have you seen her? She was in my dream! She said the ash is falling again. And you're sure she meant the mana? What else could it be? And she said something else. I had to go back there. What? Go back where? I don't know. But that's what she told me. She visited you in your dreams. This is no coincidence. Let's go and see her. Wait here, Your Majesty. We'll go find P and we'll ask her where what she meant. Will you now? Then you must allow me to accompany you. Huh? You want to come with us? Don't you have subjects to be looking after, Emperor? This is bigger than the Empire alone. If there is even a small chance that it will help save our world, I must do everything I can. You won't get any special treatment from us. You know that, don't you? Of course. Fine. As your eminence will, eminence wills it. Let's show this mana-spewing maniac the power of the great sages. Very well. Thank you, brother. Alright, let's go to Motorville and find P. I leave affairs here in your capable hands, Captain Kublai. There are many refugees aboard. I pray that you will use your stout heart to help them regain the courage to fly. I will. Leave them to me, lads. Huh? Why are these two being so chummy? Ain't it though? He pinched his map, didn't he? When did they kiss and make? Literally kissed and made out, surely. Our world is in danger, and we must put aside our petty squabbles. And the theft of the map, it was for my own sake. That it was. You needed something to snap out of your wretchedness. You are an emperor, not a moonstruck goatherd. Huh. I am better now. Heh. Finally learning to stick up for yourself, are you? I had a fine teacher. Now, to Motorville. I entrust myself to you, your command, Oliver. Oh, God fucking damn it. Oh, God fucking damn it! You can now switch characters in and out of battle. Fine. I'm at 48! I'm in 2 days! I'm in 2 days in this game! I'm 48 fucking hours! Bruh. Bruh. Okay, hold on. Gotta think of something real quick. I think I gotta think of something! Actually halfway point in the game. I can't believe this. Literally, actually 48 hours. No way.
Mana.
Oh my god, hello.
The forbidden spell. The death knell for this fallen world.
Indeed. It rings out again, as once it did for NASCAR.
Each time
NASCAR. The fucking NASCAR.
The name of that forsaken land.
The name I recall is Shadar, the one whom we turned executor. Bringing an end to this world was his duty.
A task to which he was palpably unequal, and I will not even speak of his duplicity.
To think he shared a soul with the Savior, and that he hid this fact from us. It seems that mankind has disappointed your radiance yet again.
At the last, the Dark Jinn attempted to save this world.
I forgot that this bitch is still around.
To protect the very creatures that plunged him into despair.
I wish this bitch wasn't around in this fucking game.
All who defy our will shall perish.
They all have one stars? I think so.
The mortal who shared a soul with Shadar still draws breath. Should he too choose to defy our will, his reward shall be death, swift and certain.
In my dream, P told me something. She said the ash is falling again. She must know something. We need to find her. Fair enough. Well, if you've got any ideas, let's go and ferret her out, shall we? In my house? Is she like laying down in my fucking bed? She's laying in my bed, I swear. This is the wheel? Yeah, this is Motorville, USA. Literally Motorville, USA. Marathon until you finish the game? Oh no. I'm totally not gonna finish this game today. I thought I was gonna finish this game. It looked like it was gonna like end. Oh, wah, wah. P, you're here. Sniff, snot. Wah, wah, wah. What's wrong with P? Eh? She's there? Is she? I can't see her. I still can't see her, man. Ask her about this ash stuff, will you? Oliver. Wah. I have good news for you. What is the good news? P? Did something happen? Oliver! Oliver! It fell! What fell, P? It fell again! The ash, it fell! And now everyone's hearts have gone all bad. You mean over in the other world? It was my fault. Huh? No, don't say that. It's not your fault, P. How could it be? Wah! It's all my fault! Listen to me, P. It's not your fault. We're going to fix this. P, it was you who saved me, wasn't it? I heard your voice inside me. I've heard it so many times. It was you, wasn't it? Yes, I went to meet you. Thank you, P. I knew it was you. And that means there's no way it can be your fault. Oliver. I have to go, Oliver. This is the second and last chapter. Hey, yo. Heck yeah. I have to go back there. That means I still can finish this game. Okay, I guess I can stay up to the other world. Huh? You want to go to the other world? Okay, listen to me, P. It seems like there's some connection between you and the mana, but you're a good girl, okay? You're a nice, kind person. This isn't your fault. I'll prove it to you. I promise. So come with me. Come with us to the other world. I have bad news. What is the bad news? Okay, I'll come with you. Several sections? Oh, man.
What's going on, man? No, I thought we would be safe here. This place should be beyond the reach of the man.
What the fuck? There's a fucking crystal?
Really be the ship's crew? They've been turned into monsters.
Time for some target practice.
You can't. We can't fight these people.
What? You'd rather let them tear us to pieces, would you?
Leave it to P.
Hey!
P, look out!
Please get better. Sanctify.
Sanctify? Sanctify or sanctify? What the flying fuck?
She cured them just like that.
Wow. Sanctify. Sanctify.
Flippin' Nora. I don't have a thing like her letting rip with a blooming great spell like that. That's amazing.
Fucking Welsh.
So this is Oliver's imaginary friend, eh? Young, what's her name? Bean, was it?
Bean.
You mean P?
That's me. I'm P.
But why is it that we can
Bean.
see her all of a sudden?
Ah, well, that's easy. Allow Professor Drippy to explain. We can see her because she's in our world, innit? And Ollie Boy could always see her because she's from his world, obviously.
Huh? No.
Wait a minute. Wouldn't that mean that we should have been able to see her when we went to Motorville?
Huh?
Oh, I have to explain every little thing now, do I? I may be a fount of wisdom, but I got my limits, right?
Quite. What we do know is that this girl destroyed the crystal. Clearly, she possesses the power to purify mana. The spell she used, I have never seen its like. It was miraculous.
Miraculous? No, it was Sanctify.
It was sanctify. Oh yeah, this. Yeah. Don't worry about my magic. It's called sanctify. All right. You can drink it. You can eat it. You can buy it in the store. It's just called sanctify. Just find it elsewhere, man. It's anywhere in this world.
Sanctify? So P could return those poor people in Ding Dong Dell to their old selves.
Indeed she could.
Uh-oh.
In this child, you have the solution to this rather unfortunate problem you face.
Huh?
Huh?
It's you.
Oh fuck.
You were the one who sent us back to the past.
Uh-oh.
Yes. You may call me Gallus. I am a member
Hi, Phallus. I mean, Gallus.
that determines the fate of this world. The Zodiacs.
The Zodiacs? The fate of the world? Oh yeah? And what would a busy fellow like you want with the likes of us?
I came to thank you. Your power awoke the child.
The child?
Daddy, sorry, I mean daddy, sorry, I mean daddy, sorry. Yeah, true.
Through her, you now
Phallus came, I mean Gallus.
to purify this world. Sanctify.
Sanctify.
Sanctify?
You mean P's magic can save the whole world?
Indeed it can. When you combine
This
your
fucking child can save the...
young P, at long last,
This child, it's just British child, can save the world.
the time is close at hand. For both you, young P, and for you, Oliver. I wish you well.
Goodbye, Doodle-doo.
Doodle-doo? What the fuck? Gallus, the Zodiacs. I don't understand. It seems some aspects of our world remain hidden even to us. Never mind all that. Do you hear what he said? I sure did. Peace magic can save the world. She can cure all the people who are sick. But the three kingdoms are rife with all horrors. We cannot send her into the midst. She's only a child. I'm not a child. Hang on a minute, your holiness. Have you seen who you're traveling with? This lot aren't exactly grown-ups. We can protect P, please, your majesty. You have to trust us and her. She's one of us now. She's our friend. Hee hee, best friends. You wish me to place my faith in her as a friend and ally? Ally, goddammit. Fuck me. It seems I have little choice. Heh, alright, little Miss Wizard. It looks like we're counting on you. P, let's save the world together. Hooray! Hooray! That fucking one meme where just hooray! Oh my god, really? It's even worse than I had imagined. The town has been completely overrun by these things. It's terrible. Who could do this to these poor people? And they were thinking of the old broken heart and a nightmare or two were the end of the world. But we have P on our side. We can bring them back. We can bring them all back. Yes, we can with Sanctify. Indeed, the spell destroyed the black crystal, and judging by what followed, it would seem that was the source of the mana. Yes, man. I reckon there's probably another one round by here somewhere, ain't it? Let's see what we can find, shall we? What do you reckon this crystal's gonna be then, Ollie boy? It looks like you have a fight on our hands if we try to head further into the town. But Mr. Drippy, we can't fight the people of Ding Dong Dell. I know that, man. But we don't have much choice, is it? You just have to, I don't know, knock them out gently or something. Leave no lasting damage, like. As long as they're still breathing, peace spell should turn them back to normal. Yeah, I guess you're right. The crew of the Iron Wyvern were okay in the end, huh? We just need to remember that Ding Dong Dell here got a proper bucket full of that horrible ash stuff emptied on it. I would be very much hesitant to trust a little boy, a crack addict, and a belly dancing child with much hang around for too long. And we'll end up like these other wretches. P or no P? P or no P? Shit. Gee, I hadn't thought about that. Then we had to find that black crystal quickly. Right now, I heard the ash fell on Elmo Moon and Hamelin as well. I reckon we should probably head straight there once we have finished over by here. What do you reckon, Ollie boy? Good idea, Mr. Drippy. We have to save those people. Aw, man. Big Humble B. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, thanks to D. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Well, we're just gonna kill them anyways. There's no point. There's no fucking point. We're just gonna kill them anyways. One by one.
Fancy your chances, do you? Is that it?
What the fuck? Big guy right here. You don't kill them, you pacify them. They aren't moving, yes. They're fine. They're gonna be fine, honestly. God damn, I got even star. Okay. That seems very interesting that I got even star. Shoot that in the leg, they will live. Yeah, it's like some zombie apocalypse in this fucking area. Alright, let's see if this guy is still alive though. What the fuck? Where's this guy? Come on, man. Oh man, my errands like not. I can't do my errands. God damn it, my errands. I just wanted to do my errands. Dude's fucking creepy. Look at that. Look at that dude. Fucking creepy as fuck.
We can do this.
Giant killer is a fucking horse looking like horse face looking motherfucker. Giant killer. That's me, true. What the fuck? They just appeared right in front of me! Bruh! How did they just appear right in front of me? Did you evolve that one dude you said you will after the... No, I can't because I don't have the, I don't have the whatever it is. I need more star crystals in order for me to make a jumbo crystal, a jumbo star, drop. So I don't have the necessary materials for it. Even though I wish I wish I have them, I don't have them at all. You fucker. You stole a fucking orb. Goddamn motherfucker stole the orb. What the fuck? Stop stealing the orb, dumb fuck. Okay, I'm very close to leveling, who's that guy again? Leveling Esther up, so I'm I'm gonna try to level Esther up for now. And then we'll see about that.
Stay calm now.
They look like fucking possums. Why the fuck do they look like possums? Yeah, there you go. Level that baby up. Got that little level up. Good. Oh shit, hello.
Look, it's a crystal.
Yeah, we have to smash it.
Oh no!
Looks like he's got other ideas.
Poor King Tom.
We'll have to give him a right royal battering.
Okay. What the fuck? I just got blown away. What happened to King Kitty? Basically became Silent Hill. Like literally, it just became Silent Hill. I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I mean, to be fair though, I have that actually does a lot of damage though. It does a lot of damage. Look at the damage. Doesn't matter if it's fucking AoE. Look, 300. It's still a lot. Okay, fine. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no. I'm probably dead. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Bruh, I just got fucking like attacked all of a sudden. What the fuck? Bruh. Oh my god, can I stop using fucking... Can I stop using that, please? There you go. One star. Are they poisoned? They are poisoned. Uh-oh. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. It's like the only time that I wanted to fucking defend and I can't defend. No, 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 no! Grab the thing, you fucking idiot! Endgame sure is fun. No, I didn't beat it because they did a whole plot twist and we're in like weird Silent Hill now. There's a whole Silent Hill section now. He threw the porn star at his dad. Jesus. Oof. Come on, bruh. I'm almost dead. Last save was like a while ago, actually. Really? Did I not use it? Bruh. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Oh. Oh. Holy shit. Wait, Esther? Okay, Esther's not dead yet. Come on. Why do you have to do this? Is this the timing? I guess so. I don't even know. What? How did I get slapped from that far? Cool. I got like slapped from that fucking far. Come on, dude! Let me fucking go! Bruh. He's coming on his nose. I can't believe this. My dude came from his nose. I had to use a lot of shit, honestly. Jesus.
P, the crystal's right there.
Okay, here goes. Sanctify!
No, whatever has one been doing? Your Majesty, you're back, thank goodness! I'm afraid you turned into a bit of a monster for a minute there. Okay, a complete monster. No, one remembers nothing. It's okay now, Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat, watch it, you! This here's the king of the kingdom. Such trivialities are of no concern to one at present. Fairy, one is more worried about one's total loss of memory. Don't worry, you're okay now, Your Majesty. He saved you, and all the townspeople here, townspeople too. Is that so? Then one must dust oneself off and put one's kingdom back in order. Tidy! We'll leave things in your capable paws then. Your Majesty, Ollie boy. Your Majesty. Ollie boy, back to the wyvern. Dust oneself off. Yeah.
The mana was fed by the energy that flowed from the blood.
Imagine finishing this game in one day. Goddamn.
They formed the cornerstones of the forbidden spell.
I'm sure they did, but now they have been destroyed. Surely a mere human.
I didn't realize it was gonna be that long, because I thought I would be done with like the game after, you know.
What do you intend to do about this?
Fear not, the manor is but a foretaste.
Me killing that fucking
What is
dude.
yet to come. This trifling victory only
It
delays the
ain't
inevitable.
that.
Indeed. The more
It ain't
mankind
that
struggles, the
easy.
more surely its fate is sealed.
Yes, they cling to a frail, fleeting hope.
it is soon to be torn from them.
To see mere mortals raise arms against your radiance. An amusing spectacle. We look forward to it. Now, Gallus, are we to understand that you have had contact with the boy?
I have. I wished to gauge his power.
Gauge his power? And you expect us to believe this? Can it be? First Shadar, and now you.
You doubt the word of a fellow counselor?
What nonsense!
Enough!
Bruh.
Your Radiance?
Enough, I say.
Yes, Radiance.
May I, your radiance?
Why evil people have to be evil for no reason? Everyone has some motivation, something self-serving. I don't know, they're just bad people anyways. That was amazing, P. So your magic really did have the power to purify the mana, huh? Yes, it did. We cleaned out the ash. That's some proper potent magic you got there, young one. You might even be better at this wizarding lark than Ollie boy here. Hehe, Ollie's really good too. Here, a flower. It's to say thank you. Huh? I've never seen a flower like that before. Where did you get it, P? It was where the crystal was. The crystal? The black crystal that you destroyed? What kind of flower thrives in a place full of monsters making ash? Hehe, it's my flower. You can have it. Thank you very much, P. We'll take real care of it. Ah, flashbang! Ah, my eyes! It's a flower flashbang. I can't believe this.
Wake up, Father. Why are you
Imagine
sleeping?
being named P. Ha,
The
P.
Wizard King,
P.
your father, he slipped away most peacefully.
But he's there. Why are you crying?
No, I'm not crying.
Your Highness, it is time for you to take your father's place.
You mean I'll be Queen P?
Yes, that is what is expected, your Radiance.
Really? I wonder if I'll be a good queen.
And so, the preparations for the succession are all in place.
All matters of state have been entrusted to the Council of 12.
That's right. You don't have to worry your pretty little head about a thing.
Look at her. Princess P hasn't the faintest idea what's going on.
She is no longer a mere princess.
Ah, you are quite right. Please accept my humblest apologies. Queen P.
You look simply radiant, Princess P.
But we had better start calling you by your true name, Queen Cassiopeia.
But Father called me P.
You're a big girl now, and after today's ceremony you'll be known by your big grown-up name.
But
What?
Your subjects are all toasting your health, Queen Cassiopeia.
They're sure that you'll take
Cassiopeia.
and lead our kingdom to a glorious future.
But I'm P. I don't want to be a queen.
She wants to pee. I can't believe this. She wants P. Queen P? Yes, I'm Queen P. You're flipping what? P? Was that really you? Yes, silly. I'm Queen P. You mean to tell us you're in charge of a whole country somewhere? Then what are you doing here? You can't leave your kingdom in the lurch at a time like this. Look who's talking. You left a whole empire in the lurch. Ouch. Anyway, if what we saw just now is true, what exactly is this kingdom of yours, P? Yes, we have flown all over the world on Tengri's back, but we have never come across anywhere like that. You met her in your world, did you not, Oliver? Perhaps her kingdom is there. I don't think so. Anyway, the flower, it's from this world. That is true. which would suggest that she's linked to our world somehow. I'm born. Zip it, kiddo! The good ones I was talking. I told you, I'm not a child! Could have fooled me anyway. You said the flower was from where the black crystal was, ain't it? Yes, it was where the crystal was. And there's other places where the mana has been falling, ain't it? So there could be more crystals and more flower in the in those other places. And with those flowers may come more clues. To peace, true identity, and the location of her kingdom. Ain't it though? We better keep the flower we've got nice and safe too. Could be important. You're right. P, do you mind if we look after your flower for you? You can keep it. As heartwarming as this is, aren't there still thousands of ash monsters people to save? You're right. We have to go help them. Hey Leo, hope you're doing well. Huh. Wait, where do I go now? Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Oh, the stream's going. It's okay. It's going okay. It's going all right. Oh my god, the Iron Wyvern is just there. What the fuck? I just went back! Bruh. Bruh. Okay, where do I go? Oh no, I had to go to Alma Moon and there? Fuck me. Hold on. Okay, wait. Actually, no, this... Oh, you know what? This gives me the time to actually... Oh, wait. Zombie Calphila. True. But this also gives me the time to actually go to fucking... this place right here. Can I even go up here in the first place? God damn it, I can't. Yeah, this it gives me like a little bit of time to actually go up to Old Smoky for a bit. To fight someone. Is it? Yeah, to fight someone. I'm gonna try to avoid these fucking familiars. Hopefully I can. Fuck! Never mind. Did you save? I did save. Up at the no, up at the whatever it is. Fight who? It's a bounty. Yeah, it's a bounty. It's one of the boss bounties in the game, so there's that. I wanted to fight it, so it'd be better for me. Plus, I can get a little bit more XP as well, which is a good thing.
Stay calm now. Here
Is that it?
Which way to go? This way. No, 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 no. Get out the way. I hope this balloon is like not near me. Okay, good. No, 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 you balloon! No, 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 no! You stinking balloon! Now I have to fight both of you guys, Setch. Lamau dead. Easy death. They died so easily. Easy death. Wait, hold on. I need to check something real quick. Morph, morph, morph. Oh, I can morph? Oh no, but I don't have the yeah, I don't have the whatever it is. Star drop. I don't have the star drop. I need to get... Oh, I need to get 9? How am I gonna get 9 of those?
We're under attack. We did it.
Look at fucking Drippy in his face. God damn. He's like so fucking scared. I can't believe this. Look how scared he is. Wouldn't you be? Well, kinda, but like not in that kind of angle. Why would I wanna... You're just a step away from becoming Darth Vader, true. But I wouldn't like fucking be at that angle. I should be facing the wall, not facing...
Come on.
Yeah, I should be facing the wall, right? Wouldn't it be better if I face the wall? Have you not seen his dripping? No, okay, fine. Fine. That nose could push him away, honestly. Nah, it's gonna be safe. Don't worry. Honestly, don't worry about it. If it's gonna be safe, it's gonna be safe.
We did it.
Here goes nothing. What can I say? It's...
Let's go.
Hey, Becca. Still playing with little boy, I see. Well,
We did it.
I would say that I'm almost done with this game, but also at the same time, well, I have gone through the part where I've defeated the Dark Lord Shadar, and now I have to defeat the white bitch. I mean the white witch. Sorry, I keep saying the white bitch. God damn it, she is the white bitch though.
No slacking, you lot.
I hope you're doing well, Becca. Why is she a dog? Cause she's evil. Therefore she's a white bitch. There you go. Nah, you can't be serious. I think his nose could be okay. Face the wall. His nose is gonna be okay. No worries. He ain't gonna push him off. Stick to the wall. Hope you had a good day. I'm doing good. Okay, where's this monster at? There. This is not even a heat, yeah. Who the fuck are you?
Here we go.
Stone titties. Stone titties. I think they're more like crystal titties, I think. However. Oh no. Look at that attack, holy fuck. She's dead. Why is that fucking blocked? I don't even know. I'm not gonna question that. I just saw RS-25 just like fucking permit a fucking word. Like wait, what? Okay. There were 2 messages that were pending. What the fuck? Lamau? I couldn't see it at all because I'm on Stratorino, so there was that. Oh my god, it's a white fog. It's Silent Hill. Yo, Elma Moon is Silent Hill. No wonder. Dude, look at Silent Hill right now. God damn. You have all the power? No way. Oh my god. Bruh. What the fuck? There's a spite? There's a spite skill? What the flying fuck? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Cheeseburger. We got cheeseburger. Can't believe I'm getting.
Come on, you guys.
I still can't get over the fucking guy who looks like a horse. The zombie-fied horse. And the possum. He's a no way, this guy's name is called a Curry Guzzler. Motherfucker's name is called a Curry Guzzler. The horse guy is just named Curry Guzzler. What is with all these names? Sweet soaked so and so, sweaty so and so, born romantic. Smells kind of like Curry Guzzler. Surely. Look at that horse. God damn, that looked like me. That looks like me on fucked up sleep. Horse on horse violence? Yeah. Tendis dick? What the fuck? Am I on 50 hours now? Oh, I'm very close to 50 hours, honestly. Uh-oh.
Flippin' heck, that big beast looks cowing familiar.
Oh no! The Cowleafer too?
Dude looks like a fucking frog. My queen looks like a fucking frog. I don't know why. What the fuck? No fucking way you tried to do that. Holy shit. My dude. What the fuck? She just rolled out of nowhere. Hit you and your Pokemon Miltank roll out. Yeah, man. I don't even know what the fuck happened right there. Like, goddamn. Look, she's rolling. You see me rolling. They hating. They patrolling. Try to get me rotten bloody. Goddamn. Oh shit. Wow. Dark Souls PvP enjoyer. What the fuck happened? Look at her rolling, like what the fuck? Huh? Oh my god, she's humping. She just humped the fuck out of that shit. What the flying fuck? Oh no, she's gonna be doing a body slam. Uh-oh. Oh my god, bruh. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay. Sure. My deck is just to spam spells. I mean, that's the only thing that I could do. that has like that gives me a lot of damage. I don't think like any other thing that I could do could give me a lot more damage anyways. Oi, she died. I mean, I could try, as you can tell. As you can tell, it looks like it doesn't like really give a lot of damage at all. Look at how much damage I'm dealing. It's like nothing at all. So that's why I'm like thinking, wouldn't it be a good idea just to spam like only Mornstar and that's about it? Oh my god, she just slam dunked the dude. God, I do not want to fucking like go on Mornstar and then afterwards like legitimately just, you know, fucking... I'd be alright with this. I can all-out attack though. But should I even all-out attack right now? I just want to get some... There we go, cool. I should actually all-out attack now, though. Oh, shit! I did it on myself, though. Okay, I did it on myself. It should be alright, I guess. Everyone's, like, kind of a bit stunned, though. Oh, shit. Just a little bit more. Yeah! Just a little bit more and that would be great.
Nice work.
I thought I was gonna die. I thought that was the death of me. Smash that like button.
Right. Leave it to P. Sanctify.
Yo, nice tits. Goodness. We feel as we have awoken from a very long dream, or perhaps a very short one. How confusing. A dream about some manner of terrifying bovine monstrosity. We are not amused. Yes, you are a moo. My, what dear. A sweet little thing you are. And where did you spring from exactly? Queen Lola. Are you hurt? Oh my, the exquisite face, those sparkling eyes, the great sage of Hamelin in the flesh, no less. Young man, your picture does not do you justice. You are a vision, absolute vision. Oh yeah, she had that picture of him, ain't it? That's creepy. He's gonna get smashed. Dude, his dick would not last at all. Majesty, you are not injured, I hope. We are quite the picture of health. Thank you very much, Abul. You would do better to worry about the state of our beloved city. Away to you, bring us news of our people at once. Yes, Majesty. Your wish will be fulfilled with all urgency. We should get back to the Iron Wyvern, Oliver. There's one kingdom left safe now, ain't it? I still can't get over Peace magic though. A proper little wizarding powerhouse she is. Hee hee, proper. Yes, her majesty, her magic can only be described as miraculous. The spell, Sanctify, it is missing from the pages of the Wizard's Companion. Oh, what about the flower? We thought if we found another one of those crystals, we might find another flower, didn't we? Sorry to disappoint you, but I had a quick nose round while you lot were finding a way, and I couldn't find nothing, man. There was a flower. Look, it's here. Eh? Where the flip did you find that? Did you think maybe only P can find them? That would make sense. They seem to be linked to her past somehow. I wonder if this one will teach us a little bit, a bit more about her. I guess it might, huh? I'm kind of nervous about what we might find out. Say, P, could you show us? Of course I can. Here.
Apis, at least I have you to talk to.
Holy shit, she's fucking beautiful and hot. Oh wait, no, she's a child. Fuck.
Earlier on,
oh fuck.
The captain of the guards.
Oh no.
He said the kingdom was in a parlous state. He spoke of people too poor to buy bread and of the starving dying in the streets.
When is she gonna be an adult? What the fuck?
The council assure me all is well. Just who is telling the truth?
Shut up. Oh dear, dear me. How are you doing, Ace64?
This is most troubling. The Queen persists in her wish to involve herself in the affairs of state.
Don't tell Dingo, by the way. Don't tell Dingo about this.
Realize that it is we who now rule the kingdom and alert the populace.
Surely it would do little harm to allow her to sit on the council, provided that we keep the more sensitive matters from Her Majesty's hearing.
Yes, and ensure that she is made publicly responsible for all of the council's decisions.
Ha! A most splendid idea. We shall keep our kingdom while she takes all the blame.
Dun dun dun.
Father, I know
Father.
you're proud of me. Today, the council gave me their approval. I am to be involved in the affairs of state. Now I can work for the best interests of my subjects. I have taken a long, hard look at myself, and I have decided to put my subjects first and do all I can to rid the world of war and famine. Father, I have learned of the existence of an ancient spell with the power to end all suffering. I shall do you proud. I vow that I will master that spell and save my subjects and kingdom from despair. Soon, Father, soon I shall bring the light of hope into the lives of my people.
Huh? Was that P? But she was all grown up, man. So it wasn't her? Come on, look at her. She's going to look exactly like the girl we just saw when she's that age. So you think we just saw a scene from P's future? Excuse me. If that were the case, her kingdom would still exist somewhere. I wonder what it could be. We thought we might... The fuck? We thought we might... we might finally learn the truth about P's identity, but it seems the mystery has only grown deeper. There we go. Well, I know one thing. I'm not a fan of that Council of 12 bunch. I'll trust them about as far as I could kick them. They're definitely plotting something. Yes, poor P. Well, sending around gas bagging ain't going to get us anywhere, ain't it? Is it? There's probably more flowers out there. Let's get on out and find them. You're right, P. You'll tell us if you find another flower, won't you? Yes, I'll find you another one. Then we must head for the last of the 3 kingdoms. The battle is not won yet. Okay. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I have not gone to the bathroom in 8 hours. I just realized this. I've never gone to the bathroom in 8 hours. This is the first time I'm going to the bathroom. So give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm back. Gonna get his own P cutscene? Jesus. Now the question right now is that should I continue on with this game? Okay. My question is how far am I? How far am I to the end of the game? How much more do I have until like I'm done with this game? Oh, don't tell me that. No. Someone told me that it's the second last chapter, okay? Someone told me it was the second last chapter. That's the only thing that I know of. This is like the second last chapter. Okay, what do you mean okay? No way. No way, this is gonna take so long. It's gonna take more hours, man, I swear. Wait, hold on. Is there a place that I could get jumbo star drops, actually? Or do I really have to craft them? Put them in a cauldron. Fuck me. If I really have to put them in a cauldron, then that kind of sucks ass. I'm pretty sure someone in here would know. Someone in here should know. I swear. Cope. I'm hella coping, I swear. Yes, but you don't.
Here we go.
Because I don't want it to be like, you know, me spending another 5 hours, you know? I don't know if I should spend 5 more hours just playing this game. Okay, okay. So as long as I'm not spending like 5 more hours, I should be good. How much you spend depends on how much you suck. I mean, there's like a little bit of an estimate, I would say. It can't be like, yeah, I'm actually gonna spend like that countless amount of hours. It's like the literal I swear moment. I swear 80 hours left. There are less than 5 bosses left. Okay. So I'm guessing 5 bosses as in, oh wait, you know what? No. I'm guessing you also mean with the phases as well. So I guess like 5 bosses who has like what? Like one boss has like 2 phase, one boss has like 3 phases or whatever it is.
Let's go. Here goes.
Fewer than 5 bosses. I don't know, honestly. I'm still going to like one of the bosses over here. So if there's less than 5 bosses, I can only think of the white witch. This one.
We did it.
Who else could be a boss? Maybe Peace's backstory thingamajig? Maybe. 80 hours left, give or take 80 hours. Jesus. Like I said, I'm just gonna hope that it's not gonna take like at least 5 hours.
Watch this.
And before it's like a 13-hour stream, like, uh-oh. Optional bosses? Are there any optional bosses? What the fuck? Wait. Optional bosses. What do you mean by optional bosses? Oh, fuck. I shouldn't be doing it right now, though. Optional bosses.
We're under attack.
Here goes.
Did I save? No. Did I didn't save. Holy fuck. Oh shit. Thank you for the tears. And that as well. Huh? Oh wait, you know what? No. Drop these off. Fuck. Drop. Jesus. What? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you, Jules? Where do you come from? Oh fuck. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, that's Marcus's. Oh, I see. Wait, why is Marcus's? Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes total sense now. Ah. Okay, let's see about this. Yeah, okay, cool. I didn't realize that until now. Because I was like, yeah, he's traveling with me, but where the fuck is he? I thought he was still on the boat. I got pretty swing, yeah.
Stay calm now.
I wonder what is Marcus's kind of like I guess like upgrades, you know? I never known what upgrades he has. You can take this. You can take this. And I think I still have a bunch of stuff that I can give to him. Okay. So it's okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. Excuse me. Who's in here then? Yeah, who's this boss?
There it is.
So we're back here again. Stop your whinging, man. I mean, it could be worse. Huh? Oh! Knickers!
Whoa! Whoa, dude! Hey, calm down with the K word. Calm down with the K word, man. All of a sudden, just my dude just said it right away.
You're telling me machines are turning into monsters now? I cannot say. Whoa!
Holy fuck!
It's just a machine. Let's show it what for.
What the flying fuck? Wait. Okay. Well, I was about to put in the Mornstar. I was literally about to give him the Mornstar. What is on the seat? What is that? Wait, how are you dead? How the fuck are you dead already? Huh? How the fuck are you dead already? Excuse me. Comment the live, bitch. Sorry. Didn't mean to call him that. What? 67? What the flying fuck? That was 67? Bruh. Oh my god. He has a fucking shield now. What the fuck? Okay. Oh. That was a painful hit. That was another painful hit. God damn. Oh, okay. What? Did my shit just actually did 75 damage? What? Wait, hold on. Cool. Wow. Okay. That was okay.
Our bravery is justly rewarded.
Jesus, that was just okay. Yay.
Hey, it's time for your magic.
Right.
Sanctify.
Sanctify.
Sanctify. Do you think that means everyone in Hamelin is cured now? Yep, which means it's time for the prince to tend his people. Your Majesty, the city is in ruins. Have we been invaded by wild beasts? I'll watch what you called them. They were you. Us? We were the beasts? This is terrible, Your Majesty. Did we attack you? Calm yourselves. As you can see, I am unharmed. I am more concerned about the state of our great city. But our chief concern should be to discover the cause of all this. Until I have done so, I must leave Hamelin in your hands. Captain Hogarth, your orders are to begin reconstruction immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. You go to war, do you not? You must take our latest technologies with you. Okay. You've whatever. For thought, whatever. Blimey, you actually sounded like an emperor for a moment there. Yes, it was like I was seeing a completely different you. Different person, sorry. I made a promise to my brother. In any case, Hogarth is a fine leader. He can be relied upon to rebuild Hamelin while I am gone. There's trusting you are. Righto, let's get back to the Iron Wyvern, shall we? We have saved the 3 kingdoms from the scourge of the mana. As representative of the peoples of this world, I give you our heartfelt thanks. You're welcome, but it was all thanks to P, really. Yay, thanks to P. And yet, we are no closer to knowing who was it that sent the mana to assail us. Your magic allowed us to avert a tragedy of unthinkable proportions, P, but we cannot allow this to happen again. To your right, man. We need to find whoever was behind all this and give them a proper hiding. But we have no idea who could it be. It could be, or whatever it is. Perhaps not, although something about P's story has been troubling me. It has? When we were in your world, she told you that the ash falling was her fault, did she not? Well, sure, but hey, there's no way it was her. That's impossible. Does it not also seem impossible that a tiny child should have the ability to reverse the effects of the mana? And yet we have seen it with our own eyes. But that is not the reason I think she may be able to tell us more. I believe P may hold the key to unlocking this entire mystery. P! Yes! P's got the key. Oh, you found another flower, did you? Great! Let's have another look. Let's have another look at that pretty young queen. Is this really the time for your stupid comments? Is this time for you to fantasize about a teenager who's like probably 16? Huh? You look like you're 40! What the fuck? Stop it! We need to take this seriously. Indeed, I fear this next vision may not be a pleasant one. No matter, we must see the truth with our own eyes. P, would you be so kind? Here.
How could this happen? Every man, woman, and child in my kingdom. How? Why did this happen? Mana was meant
Okay, this one is now adult P.
Not this.
Now it's adult P.
My name is Cassiopeia. I am Queen of Nazcar. When I was a child, I was known as P. I lived together with my father, and did not want for anything. Then, when my beloved father passed away, I ascended the throne, little knowing what horrors awaited me. Ignorant of the affairs of state, I allowed the Council of 12 to control everything. But the Council paid not the slightest heed to the well-being of my subjects. I had always thought of Nazcar as a peaceful realm, but now I saw that it was blighted by greed and torn apart by conflict. The scales had fallen from my eyes. I felt the desperation of those ground down by poverty. I felt the pain of those fighting for survival. And I saw how I had lived a gilded life of luxury, a life they could never hope to enjoy. I decided that I must change. I would work for the good of others and do all I could to eliminate conflict. That is how I arrived at my decision. That is what drew me to the spell that would save the world. Mana. When I came to use that spell, not a doubt.
Is she being a fucking Sailor Moon?
That the mana would purify the hearts of my people.
She's being Sailor Moon. Holy fuck.
My dream of peace turned into a nightmare. All those whom the mana touched became beasts and turned upon each other. For years, the nightmare went on. The years stretched to decades. And still it continued. Then one day, I realized there was no one left. The council was gone. The guards were gone. My ladies in waiting, too. They were all gone. The mana I had unleashed had claimed the lives of every one of them. I am completely and utterly alone. But death is a privilege I shall never know. And who can say what this endless solitude may make of me? That is why I have decided to fill these flowers with my memories. If you have found this flower, I pray that you will find your way to me. That is my only wish. Until then, I shall be waiting, always waiting, alone in Nazcar.
In NASCAR. I want to be alone in my NASCAR. Anyways, crikey, that's tragic. The spell she used went and ruined her home country. The mana of which she spoke. It's the same thing we've been dealing with here. So the person behind all this, Queen Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia. She may not have intended any harm, but it seems a distinct possibility. You're right. She said she would be waiting, didn't she? In a place called NASCAR? Silly old NASCAR. NASCAR? Eh? Crikey, that's a blast from the past. What is it? Do you know something about the place? The fabled kingdom of NASCAR was the seat of an advanced civilization that disappeared almost overnight. 10,000 years ago! 10,000 years ago! And Queen Cassiopeia has been waiting for all that time. If we can find the site of the ancient kingdom, perhaps we can solve the mystery of the mana at last. I remember going to, like, fucking NASCAR. But honestly, like, yeah, it'd be like that. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. I imagine NASCAR isn't fun unless you're drunk. Yeah, and we can stop her from ever using it again. We have to stop her. Yes. All right, let's go find the kingdom of NASCAR. Okay. I'ma just go on a limb and say I'm probably gonna stop here for now. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here for now. I do not know how long do I have. I'm already at the 50-hour mark. Fucking circle car? Yeah, the NASCAR? We're in the NASCAR right now? Okay, wait, quick, okay. I'm gonna... Just another 8, you coward. I don't know. I mean, like, to be fair though, do I really want to spend another couple of hours? That's the thing. Do I really want to spend another couple of hours just to, like, play a little bit more? Oh, if I got another... Okay, you know what? If I got another few more hours... Fine, fine. If I got another few more hours, then I'm fine. Then I guess I can still continue on, I guess. Come on, Oliver, let's ride on Tenny. All the way to NASCAR. It's not foggy there anymore. Come on, we've got to go. But do you know where NASCAR is, P? Yes, I do. It's the place with the big birdie picture. Big birdie picture? You mean like a big picture of a birdie? Yes, silly, a big birdie like doodle-doo. Get Tenny to put us down on the big birdie, Oliver. Doodle-doo. That's the gullus bloke, ain't it? How come she knows so much about him? Well, we can worry. I mean, if it's a few hours, then it's okay. I don't mind. So long as it doesn't go over like 12 hours, you know? I don't think I should actually go over 12 hours for now. You know? Hold on. Give me a sec, sorry. I had to, like, reply to someone real quick. Go over, you pussy. What the fuck? What do you mean, go over? You're not going to do anything anyway, only sleep. True. Well, we can worry about that later. We need to start looking for NASCAR, Oli boy. And that means looking for the for pictures of birdies. Okay, let's take a ride on Tengri and see if we can find the place P's talking about. I want to buy more crates. Guys, give me more money so I can buy more crates, please. My gambling addiction has to not stop, I swear. I mean, like I said, if it's like a few more hours, then I'm okay with it. So long as I don't go like over like 12 hours, I guess. Because I do not really want to go over 12 hours. If I go over 12 hours, I'm kind of fucked. With my sleep schedule as well. Because like, I think my sleep schedule is like kind of fucked up right now. I want to sleep a little bit early. But also at the same time, it's like... It's literally almost 5 a.m. in the morning. As you can tell, it's almost 5 a.m. in the morning. Do 12 and a half? I'm not gonna do 12 and a half. Oh, wow. NASCAR looking pog. Not gonna lie. Right stone. Old oak leaves. Okay, can I kill these guys?
Stay calm now. Here goes.
Wait, what? I died? Holy fuck! I didn't realize I died already. What the flying fuck? Are you gonna go in the morning? Well, that's true. You're telling me I don't touch grass. And it's true, I don't touch grass. Oh wait, Cloudburst. To be fair though, I don't know how much is a few hours though, so I'm gonna say I'm just gonna rely on the few hours and hopefully not go over the like 12-hour mark, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I want to try to go until 10. Okay, until 10 is like 5 hours from now. Is it 5 hours from now? Almost like 5 hours from now, Jesus. You're gonna make me skip stream tomorrow then. Sleep stream? Goddamn, no way. No way I'm gonna like stream my sleep at all. Healing rain. Already? What?
Justice has been done.
Wait, I can't call Tangri at all? Wait, really? So do I really have to just go around this area? I do, okay. Well, that is interesting. So I really have to go around this area.
Let's do it. Here goes.
Oh hell yeah, Femboy actually like leveled up right now. Yeah, I just have to go around, okay. We're really close to the White Witch though.
Watch this. Here goes.
Oh, I'm doing shit all damage. Hold on. was doing shit all damage. What the fuck? There we go. Okay. I'm pretty close to leveling up like 2 of my familiars, so there's that.
Stay calm now.
Here goes!
There you go. 2 of them are leveled up, which is good enough. Okay, let me actually see about this real quick. Evasion. I'm just gonna give you evasion then. God damn, that's a lot of evasion. Okay. So I just have to cross this path. Look, man. There's a wait. Wait, what? Quick spell might bring it back. There we go. How do you rejuvenate that? Ah, my eyes. It's flashbang. Tengri can now land on the Nazcan plains. Okay. I see. Where's the bridge? Bridge. Let's cross this bridge. Look at him running! What the fuck? Stop running. Ah, flashbang. Again. Question mark, question mark, question mark. What the fuck is this place? Memoria. Memorie? Holy shit, this looks like a fucking Zelda puzzle. Oh my god. Please no. Is this an altar? No, silly. There are my flower pots. Flower pots? But they haven't grown a single flower in them, man. Maybe we need to put some in. Oh god, this really just looks like a fucking Zelda puzzle. That's right. Flowers in the flower pots. Well, we could try plonking something in there, I suppose. Can't hurt, can it? Indeed, they must serve some purpose. Sure. Holy fuck. What in the fuck, dude? Are we gonna fight a fucking boss here? I swear to god. I swear to fucking god if I had to fight a boss here. Is this tier of the kingdom? I don't know. Honestly, it looks like a Zelda puzzle. I'm like, yep, nah. Well, what's happening? Brace yourself, everyone. At last, we meet. Cassiopeia? What's going on, P? All this time, I have been waiting. Here in NASCAR. NASCAR? I knew it! This island was the seat of Nazcan civilization. NASCAR? We're in NASCAR? Jesus! How you doing, Jason? Hope you are doing well. We're just in NASCAR, man! Not for certain, but you must have seen them too, my dear brother. The ruins on this island, they are clearly the remnants of an incomparably ancient civilization. You can do your archaeological lectures later, man. What about that voice we just heard? If I'm not very much mistaken, that was... Good. You saying that just made me come out alert. Been here since the Queen was trying to snoo you. The Queen? You mean... Oh! Wait, is the Queen of the Queen Cassiopeia? Cassiopeia? Oh, that one. That was like fucking... Like, if you were to come in like... Oh, the boss... Wait, the boss fight. Oh! Lola! Oh! Oh yeah, Lola. Okay. So I guess you were here, but like a while ago. So okay. I remembered. Yeah. That's right, man. The Queen them flowers showed us, ain't it? My flowers, they guided you. My heart, I loved her. See, I flipping told you. Shush. She's trying to tell us something. I have been waiting. And now, here, where all began, time has come. My final act.
My solitude stretched before me.
I'm gonna go get a drink. I'm too bored about this thing.
Were my memories, the pieces of an evermore.
If I'm gonna stay out for that long, I had to get a drink.
I tried to hold on to the happy times.
Like legit.
Hoping to keep my loneliness at bay. For how many years this continued.
But yeah, this was like fucking Sailor Moon for some fucking reason.
And then, one day, can it be true? Are you me? But why?
Haha, chibi you.
Just who do you think you are?
It's a chibi. That's a chibi.
What do you want with me?
I'm P, I'm chibi.
I see. You came to accuse me. To blame me for the loss of all those lives. Well then, I shall banish you from my sight.
What? No way! What the fuck did you do, you dumb fuck?
That's right. Banish her.
Really?
And be done with them all. Yes. That shall be my gift. The gift of the White Witch.
Oh my god! So you're telling me Queen Cassiopeia is a fucking white bitch? I mean witch?
Counselors.
No way! So the small fucking chibi is like her? No fucking way!
We only choose when that instant shall be.
Fucking white bitch! A witch!
And start afresh whenever we please. That is the power of mana. I hereby call the council to order.
Goddamn white witch, bitch.
What was that? What did we just see?
The White Witch. Cassiopeia.
Who'd have thought she'd turn out like that? So much for all those good intentions.
But how could... She was there, with Cassiopeia. He was there.
Cassiopeia is on her own, and she's very, very sad.
No way. No way she's fucking sad. She's evil.
Please help her. Help Cassiopeia.
Silence!
Shut the fuck up!
Look, up there.
Oh my fucking god. What in the fuck? What in the flying fuck?
It's a castle. A castle in the sky.
So, little girl, you are stirring up trouble once again.
Cassiopeia!
Why do you strive to save this fallen world when my radiant mana would start it anew?
Mana? You mean...
Yes, it is I, the White Witch, arbiter of the fate of the world.
Actually, your name is like the white bitch.
The judgment has been passed. It shall not be overturned.
The White Witch?
Huh? What the fuck? I would like to thank you all for agreeing to meet at such short notice. Holy shit! Queen Lola is fucking big as fuck. Yo, dude, she's gonna smash Marcuson's dick into fucking dust, man. If she has sex with him, holy fuck. This chick really likes fucking femboys a lot. I can't believe this. It is not often that one is summoned to a place like this. One presumes it is a matter of gravest import. Is it important? Yeah. Indeed it is. We have identified the one responsible for the white ash that so nearly destroyed our kingdoms. She is, in fact, the owner of the floating palace you see before you. The white bitch! I mean, white bitch! A witch! Sorry. She is the source of all this evil. One sees, noble friends, it would seem the time has come for our three kingdoms to fight as one. Indeed, we would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. The people of the world must reunite. Our need has never been greater. We are greatly moved by your call to arms. Abul, return to Al Mamun at once and instruct the viziers to prepare for war. We shall need floaty things, swoopy things, and plenty of shooty things, as you command, your majesty. Well, one cannot very well shirk one's responsibilities at a time like this. You shall have the finest soldiers Ding Dong Dell has to offer. Excellent. The three kingdoms shall combine their strength and strike as one. Oh god, Altimnia. That was like 30 hours! 30 hours, Jesus. Alright, let's go. Listen, boy. We have all hands on deck here, meaning things are under control, so save your energies. Your job is to defeat the White Witch. Let my crew take care of everything else. Now get some rest. We'll strike at dawn. You don't mind sleeping on the deck, do you? Alright, let's go. Rest while we can. Rest while you have the chance, boy. Alright, here we go. Shirley's the final, if I can fight for our lives, I guess. Good morning, Oliver. I wanted you to know that the Emperor is devoting its most advanced weaponry to the assault on the White Witch's palace. Indeed, the battle will see the first deployment of the Sky Squealers. Sorry. A new class of light fighter aircraft. Oh god. They have been tasked with disabling the Ivory Tower's defenses, thus allowing you to enter. Oliver, we are counting on you. You must ensure that this terrible ash, this mana, is never allowed to fall again, sorry. We won't let you down, Markson. I have instructed my forces to commence the assault on your signal. Let me know when you are ready. Understood. Fucking, yeah, I'm ready. Wait, actually, no. You know what? Wait, hold on. I don't even know. Hold on. I know I've funded this one already. That should be like the last. Okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah. Let's do it. Wait. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. No. No. Wait. I need to actually. Okay, wait, hold on. Not now. I need to skip all of these real quick. I totally forgot. I need to buy more shit. So I need to get out of here and like, there's no shop, right? Yeah, there's no shop in the fucking sky. Fuck me. Okay, let me actually leave this place first and then get some stuff at you know, I guess here's okay. What do you mean I can't land here, you fucker? Sorry. Okay, let's go to Ding Dong Down real quick and then afterwards, like, let me actually find some stuff. What the fuck? What do you need? Cat's whiskers. Oh no. No! Do I have to do more tasks? Agree to help the gatekeeper. Where's this? What? The footsteps? These footsteps? Wait, what? Are you serious? Like the Vital coffee? Jesus. Are you serious? Oh my god, we're gonna... Okay, you know what? I can do this mission, I guess. North. Okay, where's this one? North. Still north. Is it still north? But which way north? Like north here north? Wait. How north is north? Like just here north, I guess? Okay. Is this the one? Yeah. Alright, we fight this fucker. Godforsaken.
Watch this.
Well, like, Godforsaken you to die, bitch. Die. This dude's gonna die now. Dead.
Our bravery is justly rewarded.
Oh, what the flying fuck?
Let's go.
Our bravery is justly.
So where do I go? Wait, if there's no cat whiskers, then what? Wait, hold on. Oh shit. Okay, so that's the wrong trail this whole time. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, I followed the wrong trail. Okay, so there's more trails. Oh fuck me. Hold on. If there's more trails, I'm kind of fucked though. Are these the right trail? Northwest. So northwest is up here then. Okay, it's here then. Okay. So I fucked up the wrong dude. Whoops. Well, rest in peace to that dude that I accidentally killed. No regrets, I guess. No regrets. I killed the dude. Just remember, if you kill a dude, no regrets.
And so, to battle.
Here goes! We did it!
All right. Where's this dude? Are you my dude? No, you're not my dude. Oh shit.
And so, to battle.
Here goes!
We did it!
Okay, where's this one? Wait, this is no, these are dog. What the fuck? Wait, no, these are dog paws. Wait, what? Hold on. No. These are different. No, wait, these are different. These are different. What the fuck? Am I getting bamboozled again? Wait. Okay, wait, you know what? I can literally get XP from this guy anyways, so I'm just gonna try to get more XP, I guess.
We're under attack!
Here goes!
We won!
You know what? I'm gonna fuck you up, dog. Alright, gonna fuck you up, dog. Oh, sorry, cat.
We have no choice but to fight.
Here goes!
How about fight pussy with pussy? I swear. There we go. We're gonna fight pussy with pussy. Wait, no, I can't. Sorry. Don't fight pussy with pussy. There we go. I couldn't fight pussy with pussy, so I had to fight like that with that. Okay. So at least I'm gonna get more XP along the way just by fighting off. I gotta be dumb to say this. Just by fighting off like frauds. No, not frauds. Sorry, innocent people. So I kill innocent people so I could get more XP. Which is not really a good thing to say, but like, whoops. Southeast. Okay. So that's our guy? No way, that's our guy. Holy shit, it is our guy. What the fuck? Wow, he just clapped me. Stop clapping me, bro! Oh my god, this guy's clapping me. This guy's out there to clap me. Fuck me. Don't. Stop. Bro, stop it. Clap him. No. Stop telling him to clap me. Okay, how would he feel about darkness? Nothing. Really. Nothing about the darkness would help. I can use my... Ow! Jesus, dude! Fuck you, man. Wow, I didn't even do any kind of damage on him. There we go, he's dead. Give me my shit. Give me my shit, you dumb fuck. Okay, I got the cat whiskers. Ding dong dell. That took me a long journey, honestly. Okay. A radiant blade. Wait, a radiant blade? Another radiant blade? Hold on. No, no way. No fucking way I'm gonna get another blade. Whatever. You know what? Whatever. Hold on. I need to sell stuff, but also at the same time I need to get more. Oh, great. Can I even get upgrades? Can I get like fucking the stuff that I need here? If not, then I have to go to another place that has like better stuff. Hold on. Grandma, do you have any shit? Shit! Okay, fuck you, Grandma. I'm gonna go to Perdita then. Fucking Grandma, piece of shit. Grandma doesn't even have anything at all. You have a lot of stuff. Can you give me all your shit? Put Grandma down, she ain't doing shit. True. How you doing, Wonder Greek? Hope you are doing well. Good. I drove 8+ hours this weekend. Have you feeling queasy? Oh shit. I've been streaming for 8 hours, so I'm feeling a bit queasy as well. There's me. Okay, I need to buy shit. I need to buy a lot of cheeseburger. Wait, no, you know what? Wait, hold on. Wait, how many poison be gone do I have? I have a lot of poison be gone. I have this. Okay, what I need is food. So I need to get food. Curse be gone, confusion be gone, Nyx be gone. Yeah, I can buy cheeseburger. Restore 100 XP. I can use these as well. But I'm gonna buy like 50 of them for now. Blindness be gone. Curse be gone. Magical power that frees an ally from petrification, stony prison. Huh. I think I should be good. Yeah, that feels like I should be good. Yeah. Yeah. I should be good. Okay, cool. And... wait. I do need to remember to actually go into this fucking place as well. Okay. Claim bounties. Claim that bounty. Claim merit. Oh, I only have 3? Okay, sure. Oh, fuck off. Are you serious? I don't want to do these. Wait, do I have more? I have more! Fuck, I don't want to do it. Should I? You know what? I think I'm not gonna do them. Because I feel like if I'm nearing the end of the game, it doesn't really matter to me unless I want to grind more XP. And I think like grinding more XP at the moment doesn't really feel like a good thing at the moment. I don't think so. I think. So I'm probably not gonna try. For now. But I'm just gonna be like fucking okay. Oh wait, travel. Travel to the Wyvern, and then I can actually like do the whole fucking mission thing. Last one. Last one. Last one, last one, last one. There you go. Last one. Last one. I swear, last one.
Friends, the time has come. Make ready to assault the lair of the White Witch.
Oliver! Don't worry, P. It'll work. You'll see.
Holy fuck, the cavalry. The cavalry is infiltrating. Holy shit.
The cannons, fire at will!
Have some of that, witch face! Keep it up, boys!
Anyone else think this is a bit too easy?
It is strange. Why is no one fighting back?
I'm going!
Hey! Wait! I'm coming too!
And so am I.
What? Don't wait for me! Hold on! Don't leave the hero behind!
Is everybody ready?
You're planning to fly through that hail of cannon fire, are you?
Would you rather stay here?
No, of course not. Wait! Do you have room for another? Because I mean to see this to the very end.
I need to watch it, man.
Understand? Okay, hop on board.
I want to watch the movie till the very end of it.
We're ready, Tangery.
Oh, all that firepower, not a scratch on it.
Just as I thought. It's invulnerable. No matter. The primary purpose of that attack was to unite our forces behind a common cause.
Oh, really? Yes, I thought that might be the case.
You big liar! You were scared out of your wits!
Scared? Me? You're clearly hysterical.
You guys. She's waiting for us. The White Witch.
Cassiopeia.
Okay. I'm guessing this is it. Right? Right? I'm guessing this is the end. Right? Ha 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 ha. Wait, what? Okay. Holy shit, there's a cat here! What the fuck? How's that a cat here? Oh wow, they also damage a lot. Oh no. I might be a little bit fucked. They damage like so much, I might be a little bit fucked. Not too sure about it, but it might be a little bit fucked. Okay, you know what? Maybe I should actually grind a little bit and then we'll see about like the whole XP thing. Twinkle, twinkle. Whoa. Bruh. Holy shit! What? That damaged a lot. What? Bruh. Bruh. No way. No way that damaged me so much. Holy fuck. Which one is the, okay. I should have bought more coffee though, or bought more cappuccino. Fuck me.
Here we go.
I might just exchange with this one now. I don't know how much the damage is. Oh my, what the fuck was that damage? At 103 damage to like very little right now. Oh, maybe because they have a shield, yeah. Maybe they have shields. Okay. I'm gonna hope that no fucking stuff is gonna happen right here. Oh, fucking really, a snake. A snake? In my facility? Oh god, there's a honky tonk. Oh my, wait, no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one that I'm after. I'm after another one, right? Yeah. Holy fuck. This is all the damage. Wow, and Marcus is dead already. Jesus. Hey, Dockery. Hope you are doing well. Oh god, really? It's gonna be so fucked. This is gonna be so fucked for me. I hope you're doing well, Darkery. How have you been, by the way? Hope you are doing well. This might be a little bit fucked. So for once, I think I don't have enough.
We have no choice but to
Yes, doing great. Hope you're well. I'm doing okay. I'm a little bit tired at the moment because I've been streaming for about 9 hours now, but like, I don't know. So weirdly enough, I think the end of the game is coming like pretty soon as well, so that's why I'm kind of like pushing a bit forward to see whether or not I can actually finish this game right now. Cause you know, it's like 5:30 a.m. in the morning, so like we'll see if I can actually finish this game. If I can't finish this game, I do not know where the end of the game is gonna be at, but sure, we'll try it out. I've gone for longer before, but like holy shit, I don't know about like the longer I go. This is about to die. Yeah, this is about to die anyways. Whatever. Or Marcuson's about to die now. Yo, wait! Did the motherfucker run away? No way the motherfucker ran away! No fucking way the motherfucker ran away! What's such pussy? Dude saw his friends getting fucked and he was like, yup, I'm out of here. Yeah, I'm out. Literally went, I'm out. How do I even... I like how the guy just went, yeah, I'm out. That's it. So I guess I can go into like both ways. I don't know. It feels like I can go both ways. Oh my god, you're here. Fuck off. You don't see me? Oh, you saw me. Oh fuck. You saw me as well. Fuck. Although it's like, oh god, Jesus. Oh my god. No way. I was about to say, although it's a good thing for me to actually like, you know, fight these guys. My only problem right now is that like, even if I fight these guys, I think my XP is gonna get fucked. Like, severely. Alright, no, sorry, HP is gonna get fucked severely. Did I say HP? I don't remember. XP, HP, both. Gonna get fucked severely. Where the fuck do I go? That's the main question right now. Where the fuck do I go? Sinister Sovereign, holy fuck. It's been a long time since I played this. I heard from, yeah, I've heard from people saying that it's been a long time since they have played this game, and it's very cool. To say the least, I think this game is like pretty cool, especially for a guy who doesn't really play a lot of JRPGs. I think this game is actually pretty like interesting with a sense. I like it a lot. I've been liking this game for a while. Since I've been playing this game for quite a while. What is this? Okay. Second game is pretty nice as well. I heard about the second game. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Do I really have to go through this? Oh, fuck off. No. Oh, no.
Here we go.
Ow, Jesus. My dude's slapping the shit out of me.
We won!
Blimey, that was a flipping nasty surprise. Took years off my life, it did. No one said anything about getting attacked by dirty great robots. It sure was scary, but we saw robots like that before, didn't we? Yeah, we did, man. Saw them lying about all over the place, looking like they'd had their batteries taken out. I never thought we'll find them up by here, though, and in full working flipping order. Who knows? Maybe the rust buckets we've been seeing on our travels used to guard this place. Gee, you could be right. Well, whatever their game is, all I know is that they're a flipping menace. Right, we'll be careful. Uh-oh, someone's right behind me. I know about that. Okay, never mind. I was about to say, like, someone's right behind me, right? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! God damn it!
Here we go.
Here goes.
This guy's Twinkle. Goddamn. Holy shit! That Twinkle was so fucking insane. Oh fuck. Yeah, if that Twinkle is so fucking insane, I'm gonna fucking, you know, eat a fucking burger. I'm just gonna eat a fucking burger right now. What the fuck? Bro, stop it. Right, meow. Right, meow. He's dead. There we go.
Nice flash.
Okay, cool. I don't really know how far the place is gonna be, but like hopefully it's not really that much of a time difference, I would say. Hold on. I go around this curve. Is it? Holy shit! What the really? What the fuck is this? What the flying fuck am I getting myself into? And what is this place? A bag full of fine. I was about to say a bag full of nothing. A glorious lands. What? Oh, I need. I don't have armor or anything. That kind of sucks. Swain got benched. Yeah, I benched him. Cause I wanna have Marcusson. I just wanted to have Marcusson and see about like what his skills are gonna be like.
Let's do it.
Why good though? Oh my god, I'm almost about to die. Too old. Sure. No doubts allowed. I see. Oh, fuck off. Really? Especially when my health is like that. I should have bought more coffee. I didn't buy more coffee because I was like thinking whether or not I needed the coffee, but like I guess I totally need more coffee. Oh, fuck off. No way.
We're under attack!
Here goes!
Still playing? Hey Gilwin. Yeah. Someone said like the ending of this game is kind of a bit more, so I just like, you know what, just want to continue until I could actually finish this game. Because I think the ending of this game is coming out pretty soon as well, so we'll see about that.
Stay calm now.
Here goes!
Really? I cut loose already? Really? I guess no stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I'm still gonna try to stream tomorrow, but like I don't know about what time I will stream tomorrow, because I do really want to go back to games and actually de-rust on games, you know. So tomorrow probably might be either I play another different game or I'm de-rusting for RTA in Japan / GDQ. For the GDQ hotfix, I would say. Fuck off, dude. Really? My dude got healed. I need to heal Marcus and hold on. I can just exchange this for now. Look at Marcus's on the floor, goddamn. Femboy on the floor, I can't believe this. Okay, so I guess there's nothing around here. Yeah. Oh, there's nothing at all. Why? So that means I went to like the wrong way. Cool. Wait, huh? Oh, wait, huh? I mean, like I said, I think I said it like countless amount of times. I think like this game is actually pretty like pretty alright for a JRPG for beginners. Like, if you do not know a lot of JRPG stuff and want to pick this game up, I think this is like quite a beginner's game for JRPG players. Like like I said, like people who have never played JRPG before, I think this game is actually pretty cool. Everything alright, P-Bar? It's that man again. Doo-doo-doo. P. The queen. She cannot yet be saved. A barrier surrounds her heart, one formed in the depths of her isolation, until that barrier is broken. I can do it! I can break it! So, you mean to try again, little one. I fear you will not stand much chance alone. I'm not alone! I'm with Oliver and Oliver's friends. Huh? P? Ha 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 ha. And you are sure about this, P? You would stake all upon this boy? Then first, he must prove to me that he is ready to bear such a burden. Please, Oliver, you have to fight Doodle-Doo now. You need that wand, but he will only give it to you if you beat him. But P, okay, if he wants to beat him, if he wants us to beat him, then I guess that's what we'll do. Come. No, it's another person. Not the mom. Not the mom. It's a whole different person. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Hey, Yorkie. Yeah, someone did say it's like a few hours from now because I did beat the I did finish the how do you say, that one part in the game. Hope you're doing well, Yorkie. Oh, fuck off! I didn't realize it was that fast. Oh. Oh, this might be fucked. Oh, this might be fucked for me. Oh fuck, oh no, uh-oh. Okay, cool. Oh fuck, 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 fuck! Okay, cool. What? Really? You know what? I mean, I'm already in all defense. Oh god. Oh no. Just go for it for now. Where's the thing that I need? Oh fuck my life! I didn't realize it was going on me. Yeah, I didn't realize it was on me. Oh my god, dude. I do not want to fucking hit him. I'm such a fucking pussy. I hit like a pussy. Why would I want to hit him? Excuse me, sorry. I'm being like super fucking silent at the moment. Cancel? No, no, no. What's he going for? I am absolutely not sure, for sure. I might die from this. I might die from this. I'm not too sure. Okay, I didn't die at least. Okay. Oh fuck! Oh no, I wanted to get this thing. Oh shit, she's dead. Fuck. I don't know if I do that, honestly. Oh wait, this is fire. Okay, you know what? Whatever. What if I do this? Let's try this real quick. I don't know. It's a fucking weird ass monster that I have right now. 168. Oh shit, dude. They have magic attacks as well, but like they kind of suck. they literally kind of suck. So I only go for like Oliver right here. You know what? Doesn't really matter to me at all. Oh, it does matter to me. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. It does really matter. Yeah, but I mean like it's better for their familiars to fight instead. That's what I think. I think their familiars are already alright to fight. But then again, I guess like one more hit on them. There we go. See, one more hit on them. Just one more hit on him is boom, dead. I was thinking about like, why not just let their familiars just take the damage for them? Light of... Wait, light of light. Wait, what's light of... A beam of light shines down from the heavens, fully restoring allies. Just saying it would have been quicker. Really? Excellent. It would appear that my ghost is no match for you. Your ghost? Doodle-doo is not alive anymore. Doodle-doo is a wand? A wand? You mean that wand? Indeed. I am a soul. The soul that resides within the wand known as Astra. A soul inside a wand? I suppose this wand is something like Mornstar then. That is correct. Astra is Mornstar's twin. I gave you Mornstar that you might find... your way to me, the child likewise. What do you mean likewise? The Queen banished P to your world, Oliver. I had her meet you there, to show you the gateway to ours. She gave you a wand made from a branch of the Nazcan Sky Tree, thus granting you its considerable power. A wand made from the Sky Tree? You mean the stick I found? Yes, Doodle-doo gave it to me. P led you to this world, and she has continued to lead you all the way here. But why are you doing this? Do you not serve the White Witch? Are you not a member of her council? Huh, I work for no one. This mask, this gallows, is a necessary pretense, nothing more. It enabled me to get closer to her, to watch over her, to protect my daughter. Your daughter? You mean the White Witch is... Blimey, you're Cassiopeia's father? After my passing, Cassiopeia lost her way. She called down the manna with the best of intentions, and despair was her reward. It was only then that she became the White Witch, as you know her now. So now she's definitely the White Bitch, honestly. Now my beloved daughter cannot see for the darkness that engulfs her. She is lost and alone in a world of her own making. Her own world? It pains me that it should have come to this. I had hoped I might make her see the error of her ways, but it proved too great a task for a mere spirit. It is up to you now. You must save my Cassiopeia. Excuse me. Use this wand to crush the evil that has enveloped her heart, displace her mask, reveal the innocent princess whose face it hides. That means I yoink the wand? I'm gonna yoink his wand? Yeah, I'm just gonna yoink his wand. Okay, sure, thanks. Doo-doo-doo! So he did this, he did all this for his daughter? Yeah, thanks, my guy. Doo-doo-doo asked you to help him, Oliver. Yes, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We got Astra now. Nothing can stop us. We have to save the White Bitch. It's called Bitch. Excuse me. No, we have to save Cassiopeia. Sorry, Oliver. The right word is White Bitch. Holy fuck. Goddamn magical attacks. That much. Ah, fuck off. Really? I don't have any kind of fucking... Really?
Come on!
Alright. Alright. So how many more am I gonna come across? Another one, of course! Of course another one I'm gonna come across!
Let's go!
Oh shit, okay. Twinkle Twinkle. Oh fuck, I was like, yeah, I know what Twinkle Twinkle is, but I have no like reaction to that, like Lamau. What the fuck, Esther's dead? Hey, don't tell me I'm gonna die to this fucking robot. Imagine me dying to this robot, Lamau.
We won!
Oh, please tell me there's a... No way. Are you serious? There's no plaque? There's no checkpoint? Nothing? Jesus. No checkpoint, okay. I should have bought more coffee, honestly. I didn't realize I'm gonna have like not a lot of coffee left. Oh yeah, I know. But that was like below. I don't know whether I should actually go below to do such. Rockabye, baby. Jewel got that stamina. I totally do have that stamina because I kind of just woke up. I woke up like an hour before I started streaming, so I still got a little bit more in me. Ghost riddles. Ghost riddles. I don't remember anything about ghost riddles. Is it on the plaque? I didn't do a pump break 30 minutes ago. Was studying playing DVD. Ah, yeah. Oh wait, that healed. Oh. I don't think I've done the ghost riddles. I don't remember about the ghost riddles. I just remembered there was a plaque on different islands, and that's about it. I don't know if that's the one that you're talking about, but that's the one that I kind of just remembered, and that's about it. I don't think I remembered anything about any ghost riddles. Is there a box here? No. Is a box here? Wormfang. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Oh, I still haven't give Marcus in one. There we go. I'll give Marcus in one. It's been a while since I forgot the name of it. It was a ghost you mean it wrote into wizard. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, okay. I did 2 of them. Okay, I did 2 of them. But I never did all of them. I only did 2 of them at the moment. One was me reading a Vor fanfic, and the other one was just me deciphering a code that I was fucking stupid to do. So. Okay, yeah. But I don't know how many of them are there. I just know that I did 2 of them. One was in Al Mamoon, the other one was in Castaway Cove. I don't know the other places. I don't know where is he in the other places. Are you serious? What? Oh shit. Okay. Black Wings? What the fuck is Black Wings? Oh, sorry, my voice is like so fucking bad right now. My voice is like so fucking horrible right now. Jesus. Black Wing. Interesting. Yeah, I just need more coffee. I just don't know whether or not I have, like, at least more coffee. Use your spell that made you invisible to other world. Oh. I see. Okay.
Let's go! Here goes!
Oh fuck! Wow. Oh, I didn't really have to do anything at all. I mean, that just fucking slam dunk him. Shit. I didn't really have to do anything. They just did everything for me.
To battle then.
Here goes!
Oh, come on. Oh, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away! Fuck! Sorry.
Let's do it!
Are you serious already? Okay. Jesus Christ, I didn't realize they're gonna die that quick. Burger time. Burger! Eat up, children, it's time for your burger! Is there a chest there? No. Okay, wait. I'm a bit scared. Ah! Ah! Oh, shit! Fine, I'll fight one of them. Sure.
We have no choice but to fight.
What? Honestly, like, this enemy, I thought he was gonna be that, like, strong. Like, I thought he was gonna be stronger, but, like, it just felt like he was more of a fucking plastic robot than a metal robot to me. Like, it feels very plasticky when I kind of, like, attack it. For some reason, I don't know why. It's not really that much damage done. Or like damage given, I would say. No, not like damage given. Sorry, damage taken, there you go. That's what I meant to say. Like I took like very little damage from it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. That one was not really that plasticky, but you know, gave me like so much damage for fuck all. Oh my god. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, where am I going? I don't know where the fuck am I going. I feel like I'm going around in circles and I do not know where to go now. Vial of the Wizard Kings. What? Wait, Vial of the Wizard Kings. What the fuck? Ayo? 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 God damn, that one's gonna be good if I were to like fuck shit up, honestly. If I were to fuck shit up. That's gonna be good. Hold on, let me see it again. Yeah, this is gonna be good. That's gonna be good shit. That's gonna be good shit, brother.
And so, to battle.
Here go.
Someone in your party might yell a dirty K word. Hey! Hey! Shut up. Shut up. I hope he doesn't say it anymore. We're closing into like the bittersweet ending of this game as well, so. Monkey. Hello, monkey. Bye-bye, monkey. Monkey! Don't see me! Monkey! Monkey! Monkey!
Stay calm now.
Here go.
Goddamn monkey.
Justice has been done.
How the fuck do I get teal wood from someone? You're metamorphable? Okay, wait. If you're metamorphable... Oh my god, again? Really? You... huh? I don't think I can use this, right? Yeah, I can't use this. Anyways, take my defense. Take my defense. Flan. Flawn. There we go. Sure. Wait, I have these. Secret incantation boosts the attack of single... No. Secret incantation boosts evasion. Oh. We'll go with this one. I do want this one. There we go. I like how there's no save point as well. Like, where's the save point in this? I haven't seen like a save point yet. Oh, fuck off. Come on, give me a save point, man. I want my save point right now. Law, I took all the health. Sorry. My health now. I was about to say, I'm gonna hope that none of them, like, in between, literally pops up. If they pop out, I would like, I was gonna be like, nope. Please don't. It's here! It's here! It's here! Yes! The save point! 51 hours in this game. Jesus. Jesus. Alright, here we go. Don't know what's gonna be happening, but here we go. Hello.
You are late, Oliver.
Hello, white bitch. I mean, witch.
Behold the overseers of the world's fate.
Show me your face.
Zodiacs.
Show me your face.
So you shared a soul with the Dark Jinn. Know then that this world made him what he was. His despair was born of its rank imperfection. I gave him the chance to bring this world to an end. He failed, but I shall not. And yet you would have us believe that this is a world worth saving. I should very much like to hear you argue that case. Come, tell us what the world is worth.
The world is worth everything because my mom is dead now. My mom died because of you, white bitch.
Oliver! It's okay, Pete. It's all gonna be okay. This world is full of people doing their best to live their lives. It's their world, and I won't let you destroy it.
Those are bold words for a brat like you to utter.
This is the child the prophecies speak of.
Haha, bullies.
The Gallus would betray us for one so foolish.
We are the Council. Our decisions determine the fate of the world.
You're wrong. You're alone, Cassiopeia. You always have been.
Oh! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Wait, what?
Are you alright?
What just happened?
It was something Gallus said. He said she was locked inside her own world.
You mean to say that entire council was a figment of her imagination?
Her magic was so strong, it turned her thoughts into reality.
Wait, hold on a second.
Oh
Then
no.
what made the White Witch disappear? Was she an illusion too?
No, the White Witch is...
It's just not here! She's not here!
She's in there.
Okay, she's in there. Okay. Okay. Could just willed her out of it, yeah. White Witch was added for the PS3 version. We're actually Mario this whole time. Look, with the red cape, we're just Mario, literally Mario. Well, the fact that the White Witch was added for the PS3 version. What do you mean by that? I mean, was it always been on the PS3 this whole time? Surely this is the final battle one, from what it says. It's the final battle. Defeat the White Witch and save the world. Huh? The DS version ended with Shadar? Really? That's why I thought it was. That's why I thought that, like, when I played, what she like Shadar had like 3 phases. I was like, what the fuck? So I thought that was the end of the game. But it's not even the end of the game. It's this white bitch who's the end of the game. End of the game. So this is the White Witch's house, eh? Bit posh, ain't it? Fucking Welsh. Good place for a final showdown, though. Proper epic. Yeah, I guess. I just wish we didn't have to fight. But we can't let Cassiopeia destroy the world again. And maybe we can still save her. Okay. Now, quick bet. How many phases are there gonna is there gonna be for the White Witch? I'm gonna say 4. I'm gonna say 4 phases on this white bitch.
This is Her Radiance's inner sanctum. Did you not hear me? Be gone from here.
Apis.
That is enough, as you have no doubt. Apis was but another phantom created by my
Daniel snapped the bird out of here like, gone!
Another illusion.
Fucking bird!
How long has it
Daniel
been,
snapped!
How long since?
Cassiopeia!
Take out that mask, fucker.
Why do you have to destroy the world?
Because it is imperfect. Imperfect like the human heart. Long ago, my own was consumed by the blackest despair. But then I discovered something.
Cause White, oh sorry, cause Shadar was tasked to kill, or to ruin. Sorry, jeopardize. There we go. Jeopardize Oliver's tasks to go help the mom, but like, you know, it's literally the White Witch's whatever it is. The White Witch's command to get Shadar to jeopardize Oliver's fucking plans.
The savior of this doomed world must die.
I'll try. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Jesus. Well, I've dodged that. But I don't know about the others. Oh wait, what the fuck? Another one? Oh, I didn't realize there was another one. Go for that. Go, 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 go. No! Oh yes! I got it like just in the nick of time. Boom. 519, really? That's not really that much, but whatever. Oh fuck, not again. Wait, what the fuck did she do? Huh? I don't know what the fuck did she do, but she— whoa! Jesus. Okay, wait, hold on. Are you serious? It's weird because I just looked at— yeah, I was looking at people's health. You're too late, man. Dude. Drippy, you're so fucking late. How the fuck are you so late of that? He went so late! Fine, hold on. Wait, hold on. Oh god, this might be bad. Yeah, this might be bad. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god, dude. Okay, this is gonna be really bad. Okay, wait. I have to go for that thing. Wait. Oh, dude! Did it? Oh no! Fuck! Okay, hold on. People's health is 0. Dude, I have no way of doing this, man. Okay, wait, hold on. Provisions. Peace. Oh my god, dude. She's too fast. She's just too fast. I was trying to like get it up and then she was like, yep, I'm just gonna kill you. Or I'm just gonna like run by you. I was like, uh-oh. I didn't even see the golden fucking orb until it flew all the way up. So I was like, uh-oh. I missed that. I missed that shit. That kind of sucks that I missed it. I didn't realize it was there until like it flew all the way up. Otherwise I could have just killed her immediately. Yeah, I could have just killed her immediately and then like literally just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try to. I don't even know how many phases are there, honestly. Skill issue? At least 1. Yeah, I know it's at least 1. I'm gonna hope that it's not 3 or 4 or 5, honestly, Smile. Really? Really? Shut the fuck up, Drippy, I know! Okay, nope. I think everyone's gonna die. Wait, did I hit her? I did hit her. Oh my god. Oh no. That should. Ah, fuck! I thought that should actually kill her. Whoops. come on, dude. Just survive for once, you fuck. I can't believe Esther is not surviving once.
Just as the prophecy foretold. Very well.
Huh?
Where's this then?
Oliver, look!
Oh.
Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this.
Doesn't he a character?
She's changing.
Oh my god, what the f- Oh my god, she became a furry!
Can't destroy the world. I won't let you.
Dude, she became a furry, what the fuck? Yikes. Wait, hold on. I need to go with... No, not tactics. So, hold on. There we go. I need a little bit more of my provisions as well. Oh, fuck. No. Are you serious, dude? Oh fuck! Oh my god, how the fuck are you dying, you fucking bitch? How the fuck are you so low in health, you stupid blonde bitch? Sorry. I shouldn't be saying that. What the fuck? Stop saying the K word! Ah, sure. Holy shit! What the flying? Okay, sure. Okay. How the fuck are you so... Whatever. Oh no. Oh no. Cheeseburger. 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 Fucking hell, dude. Oh no, another one? Really? Oh god, run, 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 run. No! I missed the thing again! How dare I miss it again? Ah, okay, whatever. Oh my god, how are you so low again? Okay, whatever. I should have enough. I think. Oh fuck. Every single time. How the fuck are you still dying every single fucking time? You know what? Fucking bitch. God damn it. Fucking just do this. Honestly, just do this. Just don't fight. Okay? I think you're just bad at fighting. Fucking bitch. I'm so toxic. I'm sorry. I'm like super fucking toxic. I don't know why. Yeah, do not heal her at all. As you can tell. Oh, fuck me. Wait, what? Okay, that's not for me. I thought it was for me. I didn't realize it was not for me. Oh my god, I don't think I can reach there in time. Can I reach there in time? Oh, go! Go, go, go! Yes! Yes! Do that! Just do that! Just do that! Yeah, 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 yeah! Go fuck! Do that with the Ice Age! Do that with the Ice Age! Oh! Holy fuck, my dude! Oh fuck. Oh! Wait, is that it? Is that it? Oh, please go fuck me. Wait, are you sure? No, that's not it. No, 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 that's not it. No, 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 that's not it. That's not it. No, no way, that's not it. No, 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 no.
No. Why?
Haha, maskless. Haha, maskless.
Must be destroyed.
L.
A new one may begin.
No.
What?
You can't just tear it up and start over. It may not be perfect, but nothing is. So you make the best of what you've got.
Yeah, you woman.
You have to try and make them right. And you have to keep on trying, no matter how hard it gets. That's what
I'm gonna just pause this and say that this is a kid telling a fucking... This is a kid telling a fucking woman what to do. I can't believe this. A woman's crying. The kid's like telling her life advices right now.
Life is all about.
Life.
Even when you're all alone, you can't give up. Sooner or
Hey,
later,
J Games. Yep.
someone should.
I mean, it's about to finish. I mean, the game's about to end pretty soon.
Well, she's a part of you.
And I met Oliver. Oliver, you're my friend.
No, P. Life's never perfect. It's always changing. Meetings, farewells, happy times, sad times. Take things as they
Fucking
come,
hell.
and you keep on going. That's just how it is.
You're so kind, Oliver. But Oliver, don't be angry with Cassiopeia. She was so sad. She didn't know what to do. That's why I was born. But now you've made her better, and that means I don't have to look after her anymore.
Huh?
Oliver, I have to go now.
Huh?
Bye-bye.
What?
Thank you for everything, Oliver.
Huh? What the fuck? She look like a fucking snake. She looks like a fucking snake. God damn. Whoa! 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 Whoa!
This must be.
Hey yo!
Cassiopeia.
Hey yo!
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Hey
I
yo!
am Queen Cassiopeia, as I was long ago.
Hey yo!
I will be forever in your debt. You have restored me to my true self.
Sheesh!
And now I can begin to.
Yo,
live
any rule
again.
34 of her? God damn!
Thank you.
God, sheesh! God, what the fuck? Are you serious?
The Zodiac.
Oh my.
Didn't you just imagine?
No.
No, this has nothing to do with me.
No! Are you serious? Right now? Oh my. Please.
Get back in her head, you rotters!
Is this a declaration of independence?
What? Is this America?
Run from here!
No way! We're staying right here. You don't have to do this alone. We can defeat the Zodiacs together.
Is this America? Is this the Declaration of Independence? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my god, no. I'm gonna fucking die. You all do know that other places have also declared independence. I mean, yeah. But, you know, the Declaration of Independence is very well known here. Oh my fucking, what? Huh? What the fuck? Oh my god, chaos. Killed my mom and fucked my dog. Killed my wife and fucked my, I don't even know. Holy shit, that's it. I'm dead. Oh fuck. Is everyone alright? I'm sorry, I must not allow them to, the time, whatever it is. Help her out, Ollie boy. You gotta hit them before they can hit you. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. They're gonna die. Look, no, they're gonna die. No way. No way, they're gonna die. I'm gonna fucked up. I'm gonna fuck shit up. Are you serious? Wait, hold on. Can I use Even Star? Dude, I can't see shit. Can I? Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Okay, wait, hold on. Get out! Get away from me! Fuck! Get out! Get out! You fuck! Really? Help me! Please! What am I looking at? You're looking at fucking, I don't even know. Aliens. Literally alien. What the fuck? Oh fuck. Okay, I guess I'll pull this out right now. I'm just gonna pull this out. This is like literally the only thing I can do right now. Oh wait, oh no! Wait, Esther's alive. Okay, okay, Esther's alive. At least Esther's alive. Okay, oh, what? Two of them are dead. Oh, two of them are dead. Two of them are dead. Two of them are dead. Run! Run, little boy! Run! Fuck! I didn't. I fucked it up. Wait, what the fuck? Huh? Wait, what did I get hit? I don't even know what did I get hit. Huh? What? Was? 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 Okay, so it's only the Zodiac left. Oh, the Zodiac. Okay, wait. Are you serious right now? Oh shit. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that, but sure. Whoops. Sorry. Oh shit, I'm sleepy. I'm eepy. Eepy. Wake up! Ring a ding ding. Oh! Go! Everyone, go! Go right meow! Right meow! Oh shit, there's more. Oh fuck. I didn't realize there's more. There's more of these shit. Oh wait, no. Ah shit. There. Jesus. I'm kind of fucking stupid right now. The balls are back. Yo, 3 balls. Imagine having 3 balls. What the fuck happened? Huh? Cheeseburger. Burger. What the fuck? Huh? Yo, did I tell you to do spells? No way. Leave the spelling to me, my dude. Leave the spelling to me. I can handle this. How are the balls still alive? I can't believe this. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Yo, dude, just leave the spells to me, man. I can do everything, surely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, please don't die, please don't die. Fuck! Oh, she's dead. No, she's dead. Oh, she's dead. Oh, she 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 dead. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. Am I dead? This is not going well. Oi shit. Oi shit. You double I didn't know. Wait, did I not use? What? Hello? Wait. Oh my god, Jesus. I don't know how is it gonna be like. She's tanky as fuck, honestly. One ball down. What the flying fuck? Are you serious? Why the fuck do you want to go for someone who's fucking dead? Imagine going for someone who's dead. Lamau. Oops. I will revive you, I swear. My queen, I will revive you. Ask your mom. Hello, mom. Please. Okay. I need this thing to fuck off right now. $26, really? Okay, provisions on you. I need that right about now. Holy shit, what the flying fuck am I looking at? What the fuck? Oh no. Oh my god, I didn't mean to hit that one! Ah, shit. I'm dead. Am I dead? No. I'm almost dead. Wow, Give me on. Wait, give me in that one. Huh? What the fuck is this? Oh! Okay. Well, weird. Shit, but okay. Okay. But that's my luck, I guess. I didn't realize my luck is gonna do that. I still need a. Oh, great. Okay, hold on. Wait, are they sleeping? Oh, they're sleeping. Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, wow. I feel like someone could actually do this faster than I do because, like, I'm not really good at what I'm doing at the moment. Like, literally. Someone could probably, like, beat this in, like, a shorter time than I do. Okay, I think I did it. Wait. Okay. Fuck me. Crap. Oh, crap. Are you serious right now? Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't think I'm gonna greed. Please stay alive. Oh my god. Wait, oh fuck. Oh my god, dude. Get out. One ball's down. That might be greed. That might be fucking super hard greed. I thought that might be greed. Oh my god.
Justice has been done.
I thought I was so greedy on that one. Jesus. I beat my first JRPG. Hey, Nekomiki. Yeah, because this game is about to end. This game about to end.
Thanks to you, I feel the urge to live again stirring in my heart.
After game stuff as well. You mean like the fucking the
strength to overcome
the
sadness.
whatever it is the errands and the
It's time for a fresh start, Your Majesty.
slightly less stupid children. True. I did say that this game is like, if you have never played a JRPG before, this is like an easy JRPG for someone who could get into.
Indeed. But first, I must make amends to the people of this world for all that I have done.
Of course, but take things one step at a time.
I will. And my first step shall be flowers.
Flowers?
Yes, I shall fill this palace with their beauty. I want to see smiling faces. I want to make everyone happy just as they once were. This world shall bloom.
You can do it, Your Majesty. I just know you can.
And I want you to see it. To see the world you saved.
She can adopt you? No. Wait. Really? So you don't go home? Oh man. We don't go home. I actually like this game. I think for no kiss, true. Yeah, my destiny has been it is I don't go home. I stay here for life. Cope. He stayed for the casino. True. Yeah, his mom. Like, there's no mom and dad. So who's gonna take care of him? It's just like literally the fucking the people around him. But also at the same time, you don't go back to the fucking real world because like, oh yeah, fuck you anyways. So no more Philip, no more Miss Layla, no more whoever it is. Like, goddamn. Permanent Zaza for life, man. I actually like this game. For, like, yeah, I guess like for the first time, like I actually beat a JRPG. I know that someone actually would beat a JRPG as a kid and some stuff like that, but like, holy shit. It took me like that long for me to actually like sit down, play a JRPG and actually finish a JRPG. Like I played like a few other JRPGs before, like fucking Pokemon, Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy. Never have I completed one. I like this game. I think this game is like I definitely say this like a lot of times. I think it's like an easy, simple JRPG for like beginners who like have never played a JRPG before. I really do enjoy it. I like the song. So where I can skip it though. Skip song please, thank you. Oh, I can, wow. Just by quitting the game. I'm just gonna let this go on for a bit. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on with this thing for a bit. I think, like, the only, like, I think the few things that I didn't like about this game was that, like, the teleportation for the game was, like, halfway through the game. So, like, I took 50-ish hours to beat it. But, like, in 25 hours, or, like, around 24 hours into the game, I literally have the teleportation, which was, like, what the fuck? Why would I need a teleportation, like, in 24 hours? Like, halfway through the game when, like, I should have just taken it, like, I don't know, in the beginning of it. It was so weird that I got teleportation, like, literally at the end of it. Like, literally in the halfway point of it. But it's also, like, if I'm not mistaken, it's just literally, like, JRPG kind of style of teleportation. Where they will give you it in the middle of anywhere in the game. What the fuck? Is that a Harry Potter?
You're an early bird. Morning, Miss Layla.
What the Harry Potter?
Having you around, dear.
Harry fucking Potter?
I love my job.
No fucking way.
You connected it here. All right. I'm gonna crack you this time. You see if I don't.
Harry Potter's shit.
Mom, I'm gonna get on with my life.
Huh? But who's gonna take care of you now?
And I know you'll always be watching over me.
Yeah, but who's gonna be watching over you? Who's gonna be taking care of you? No way you're gonna take care by your own. Nobody. He's gonna be orphan. He's gonna go to an orphanage soon. He got a free house. He got a free house. Loading completed game save will take you to the point before the final battle with the White Witch. Range of force. Okay, yeah, I don't really care. But sure. I'm just gonna put a save file over here, anyways. There we go. Yay! We've done it. But yeah, I like the game. I really do like the game. He dies of starvation in his room a week later. True. He can conjure food with wizard power. True. I absolutely love this game. As like my first completed JRPG, I think it's like a really good thing that I actually streamed this game. Initially, I didn't want to stream this game because I thought maybe it's a JRPG. I'm probably not gonna take. Like, I'm probably not gonna finish it anyways, but then it kind of glued me into the game a lot, so it made me feel like accomplishing, like, actually finishing this game is pretty cool. I like it. And I'm glad that I actually waited, like, 10 years just for me to play this game, because I remember seeing this game 10, 11 years ago, and thinking to myself, like, maybe I should play this game one day. If it ever comes out on PC, I'll play this game one day. And he did. Then, yeah, I really do like it. Right now, I think it's about like 7 AM in the morning. I'm gonna hit the bed right now. I'm gonna literally hit the bed right now. If I could actually just close the game out. Because this game is fucked up for me with how laggy it is. Not really that laggy, but like with how laggy my computer is. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will be doing D-Rust on... No, actually, you know what? I'm probably gonna play another game tomorrow. I will see if I could get this game, but, honestly, I'm gonna be playing another game tomorrow. We'll see about that. Also, my voice is, like, kind of, like, groggy. Hoarse right now. It's a bit hoarse. But yeah. I'm gonna try to find who I can host it off to. But also at the same time, goddamn, everything in my PC at the moment is like kind of like breaking down at the moment. Because like, I don't know. I had a good time. Thanks for streaming this one. No problem. I think a lot of people actually... Well, I'm very surprised that a lot of people really did like it, you know? It's over. Yeah, game's over. I finished it. I absolutely love the game. Let me see who I can host, by the way. I'm checking who I can host. I'm probably gonna host it up to... Actually, I'm gonna host it up to someone that I haven't hosted in a long time. I'm gonna do this. Levi the Relentless. I think that's the name. I'm gonna rate it. I'm gonna rate it off to Levi. If the raid actually comes in, I don't know if the raid comes in. If the raid doesn't come in, then I just have to do it on my PC. Actually, no. It actually did come in. Don't say 11 minutes. You dare you not say 11? How dare you? Anyways, I'm gonna rate it up to Levi. He's doing Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, if I'm not mistaken. He's gonna be running on the GDQ Hotfix show that I'm gonna be on as well, so there's that. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you tomorrow with another stream and another game. Take care. Bye.